Okay, test, 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 test. Hopefully that resolved it. We shall see. Hope you guys are able to hear me all right. Looks like it's coming through, but there's always a chance of hearing that loop back, so let's just give it a second. No echo so far? Okay, great, awesome. Thanks for your patience, guys. Sorry to have to restart things like that. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but I have a feeling it was due to swapping around my settings with the recent Breath of the Wild stream. I had my capture card going and stuff like that. So hopefully that resolves it. Let's see if I can bring back in the music and we'll get started in just a second. Okay. All right, let's see. Looks like it's coming through okay so far. Yeah, I think that must have been it. It was just a loop that was caused by the capture card previously. So let me make sure that streamer bot is active, etc., etc. Okay, so I'm just gonna send a test message. Looks like that got through okay. All right, off to a wonderful start this evening. Well, hello everyone. Once again, thank you for joining us for another um, conversation about Hashirama and about Naruto debates in general, Naruto debate tactics, rhetoric, and tonight we are going to be starting off by looking at both some of the previous statements that we discussed in our previous streams in terms of discussing Hashirama, his feats, and stuff like that. But really, what tonight is going to be more about is doing an overview of how we communicate with each other about Naruto content in general. And specifically, we are going to be talking about Sage's Thick Calves again. And I want to start things off on a positive note and establish this um, that my goal is really not to debunk a person or to go after a person. It just so happens to be the case that over the past little while, we focused pretty heavily on analyzing and responding to Sage's videos, Sage's content. Now, let me start off with a positive thing by saying that the reason why I'm focusing so much on his stuff is because, on the one hand, I think that he makes content that is coherent and well conceived enough to warrant a response. There are certain people, I was trying to say this last time, but I didn't do a very good job of being eloquent about it. There are certain people out here that put together content that I find provocative, but when you really break it down, either the quality bar isn't really there, or like some of the videos that I've seen that I thought of responding to on the subject of like Universal Naruto or AI generated voices, and I just didn't have the patience for it. Some of them are pretty derivative, so they'll be provocative, but there won't really be anything else for me to add because I've already kind of talked about it before. It just feels like rehashing some of the same stuff. So, to be fair and to be a little bit positive, the process of listening to Sage's videos more so than some of the other folks that I've listened to in recent times has led me down a road of wanting to learn more and wanting to study certain things. Now, granted, part of this, I'll give myself some credit. Part of this is just my own curiosity and my own ability not to gas myself up or whatever, but I think I'm decent at like if I have like a suspicion of being skeptical about something, I think I'm pretty good at identifying something doesn't quite seem right here. This warrants further research, and then going and pursuing that research. So, it's not like, um, I don't know how to phrase it, but like, it did require a certain amount of effort and time invested to go and like be like, oh, this is worth looking into. Let's take a look at this. Let's see, what there is here, if there is actually anything worth divulging here. Like, I put in a lot of effort into that. I hope that comes across in my videos. But Sage manages to put together stuff that's coherent, that's a decent, like, minimum baseline quality level, and he's contributed enough positive stuff to the community, like the way that he hosts his debates, and sometimes the way that he engages with people in the comment section, at the very least in the way that he uh, responds in detail, even when he doesn't agree with people, that I think there's something worth learning there, and there's something worth responding to and having a dialogue, even if it's a parasocial dialogue, so to speak, or if dialogue's not the right term, if it's just sort of like a um, passing the baton of the conversation, for lack of a better metaphor, I think it's worth talking about, clearly. So I want to acknowledge that. So to be fair and to be clear, unlike, I was recently reminded of the streams where Noodles was trying to provoke Sage into a debate and being like, Sage and Virtue are ducks, as if calling somebody a duck is like some sort of a scathing insult or whatever. Like Naruto community members going after each other, trying to start shit, or trying to be like, here I am going to expose that this, that, or the other person is insert derogatory statement here. That's not my goal. But that being said, I think that Sage is sort of like unlucky or unfortunate, is one way to put it, in that he simultaneously makes good enough videos that are worth analyzing and responding to, but also happens to make some pretty egregious mistakes that are also, in my opinion anyway, that are also widespread amongst the community. So his channel is like the perfect not target, but like the perfect exemplar and a perfect like sounding board for talking about this stuff, right? Like we don't have to wade through this endless, pit of toxicity and hostility like it would be listening again to like Apollo versus Noodles or something like that. But the issues that we will come across are some that will still come up in videos like Noodles' video. They will come up in debates between other random people. You see these same kind of like logical traps, pitfalls, whatever you want to call them, show up time and time again. So I am using or trying to use Sage's videos as an educational tool, both to educate myself about, things that I don't understand, like stuff like modal realism. I didn't know what that was before it came up in one of Sage's videos. About the series in general, so that when I have a knee-jerk reaction to something and I'm like, that ain't right, like I can back that up with some actual research that requires me to learn more about stuff. And it just so happens that this is like, the Sage's videos are a good example for that. So hopefully this gets taken in the spirit of peer review and continuing a conversation rather than shutting shit down, so to speak. That being said, when I see something that I feel is unfair or manipulative or just kind of sleazy, unkind, I will call that out, and I expect other people to hold me to that same standard as well, because I think there's way too much toxicity and way too much like posturing in this community, way too much hostility, whether it's passive or active, and I want that shit to stop because it's old and it gets in the way of us having. It's old, it's boring, it's annoying, and it gets in the way of us having good conversations. So tonight we are going to be talking about Hashirama. But specifically, we're going to be talking more so about the interactions that people have had in debates about Hashirama, the ways that things like concepts like modal realism and probability and statistics come up, the ways in which, we might be selective or filter out some of the information that we come across, etc., etc. And I'm going to be using debates that Sage has been a part of in order to illustrate those things. Hopefully that gets understood as like a peer review type thing, even if I get a little spicy. So that being said, let me make sure to say hello to everybody. So first of all, hello Shinigami. Yes, we're doing some more analysis, and you're correct. Or actually, this isn't inspired by Abstract specifically, because this is sort of a series that I've been doing for the past few weeks. But I do want to start off by shouting out Abstract section over here. You've probably heard his name on this channel before. I like his format. I like his videos. I've enjoyed being in his chat and chatting with him. I'd highly recommend that you check out his channel. For some reason, when he streams live, I'm not been getting the notifications. But I think I mentioned that in chat, so hopefully that gets fixed. But either way, if you can catch him on live, check him out. He's an affable dude. He's fun to listen to, and he happens to be covering the Noodles versus Swag Kage debate. And me and Shinigami and some other folks, I think Ursa has been in there, right? And then how about No? I think I might have seen you there for a second as well. So it's fun to come and hang out and shoot the shit. And he's a supportive dude, so I would encourage you to check out his content and support him as well. Just wanted to start off with that. And we're going to talk about, of course, shout out Walkie Talkie. We're going to be talking in depth about the debate that Walkie Talkie had with Sage a little while ago. This was 4 months ago, right? But it's still relevant to stuff we've been talking about. Then we might dip back into the Jay the Great versus Sage debate on the similar subject. And then we'll just kind of go from there. So yeah, hopefully that seems like an interesting topic. Let me know if you have any other questions about other stuff. We can diverge a little bit. The first part of the stream is probably going to be a little bit more focused because I want to make sure that we hit certain topics. But then, of course, things tend to spiral out of control, and I'm more than happy to indulge in that. So, let's see. How about no? Yeah, I don't know if I said hello specifically, but if I didn't, hello. It's good to see you. Really do appreciate all of the translations and stuff you've been posting. It's super super interesting stuff, and I like the way that you. I'm pretty sure that you did something about like the tides recently, like oceanic pressure or something like that. That was really cool. Again, I'm sorry if I haven't been responding in full detail to everybody. Shinigami, I owe you a response as well. Um, it's honestly been kind of fried with overtime work and then preparing for this. I I wound up spending way too much time than is good for my mental health trying to understand some philosophy stuff for this particular stream. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, my brain is kind of cooked, not gonna lie. So we'll see how this goes. But anyway, and Luan, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so. Well, let me know. Yeah, I hope Saria stops by. If you wind up catching this later, hope you're doing well. Hope your date went well, as Shinigami said. I saw you went to the No Kings protest. I hope you were safe and everything went okay there. Understand that apparently it's been pretty heated in certain parts of the country, so stay safe, obviously, but also respect for getting out there and supporting what you believe in and all that. That's important. So let's see. Comments about that long analysis. Yeah, I will get back to you on the intelligence analysis thing. Again, yeah, sorry that I haven't responded to that yet. I do definitely want to make a point of doing that. I just have been like kind of scatterbrained, kind of all over the place. So remind me if I don't get back to you to take a look at that. I want to make sure I do give you feedback on that. Abstract or inspired by abstract analyzing the rattiest Naruto debater and the most Naruto, Naruto guy. Yeah, so it's interesting. I obviously like I spent a good chunk of my life that I'm never getting back, um, talking about Spy Kage versus Noodles in that debate, and I think it's a great learning resource for anybody who wants to learn about Naruto, about those characters, but specifically also about debating. Because if you understand the problems and the pitfalls that they ran into in that debate, like regardless of how you feel about the individual content creators, if you understand like what went wrong there, that can only help you be a better debater if that's your goal, or to understand how to talk to people about this stuff better if that's your goal as well. Um, that being said, it is now that it's been you know over a year since I really even listened to that debate or participated in that stuff at all. Going back, it's extremely fatiguing to listen to it and to be like to just remember how deep they were lost in the sauce, so to speak, like how entrenched they were in these things. To hear them go for like over an hour on the speed of the Rasen Shuriken or Naruto's intentions, to just have them get stuck on like one tiny portion of the fight as opposed to reading the whole fight from start to finish, right? They'll focus on like Naruto throwing the Rasen Shuriken at the Predapath. For those who aren't aware, by the way, this is a debate between Noodles and Swag Kage on Itachi versus Pain that abstract section is responding to, right? And I did that video as well on the subject. So yeah, like they get stuck for like an hour on Naruto's speed versus the Rasen Shuriken and shit like that, and Pain being in a disadvantageous position by lying on the ground, blah blah blah. And it's like, if you guys just read like a few chapters ahead and you saw the other instances of the Rasen Shuriken, there are calcs, right? There are at the very least scaling chains that you can do. There's a whole lot more context about Naruto's intelligence and the way the Rasen Shuriken works in regards to his own body movements and stuff like that, that you can get if you just spend like 5 minutes reading instead of an hour arguing. And so I think a lot of times I'm like, hey guys, can we please like look at the context for X, Y, or Z thing? A lot of times when I get frustrated with Sage's videos, it's like because I'm advocating for, hey, you're not looking at enough data, you're not looking at enough context in terms of like a broad, sweeping, holistic view of a subject. And a lot of my frustration about that sort of technique or tactic or whatever comes from spending months of my life analyzing that fucking debate and just like going over and over and over again all these instances and where they got stuck in the mud over and over again and unable to get around each other. And in my opinion anyway, it would have been so easy if we had just if they had just like pulled out the book and read together for like 5 minutes. And then when I had my quote unquote debate or conversation or whatever you want to call it with Noodles, it was the same thing. It was like, dude, this is not really all like this shouldn't be controversial. Like we shouldn't be arguing about this. It's very simple, right? Like let's just read through the shit together. Let's just look at all the data and then we can come to a conclusion. If it's a misunderstanding, then it's nobody's fault. Like you don't have to like point fingers or whatever. It doesn't have to be a competition. But if you just like find a singular piece of information or a chunk of the context and you stake your claim there, you put your flag in the ground, you're like, this is my territory that I'm defending, as opposed to looking at everything all together, then you're just like depriving yourself of the opportunity to understand things. And then you're kind of low key wasting other people's time too, if they're actually giving you their time and attention and that's the way you're responding. To me, it's a little disrespectful. So that's why I advocate for this. You can understand, hopefully, if you go through that video, you can understand like why it's so frustrating to see that behavior continue. And look, I'll acknowledge my own flaws here. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. There's definitely both limitations of my knowledge, limitations of my insight, and also there's things where it's just like I can't spend any more fucking time on this. I do not want to waste more or like invest more neurons on this, right? Like the modal realism shit we're about to talk about. This is a topic that you could study for dozens of hours, if not hundreds, and still not fully understand all the nuances, all the counterclaims and the contentions and stuff. I don't have that time, or I'm not gonna give that much of my life to it. So probably I won't do a perfect job. Certainly, I won't do a perfect job of representing it. And if you want to learn more about it, you should go research it yourself. But what I'm gonna try to do at least is give my like a good faith representation as best I can, um, in a way that like I don't really expect that anybody else needs to spend more time than I did to understand this for the purpose of Naruto stuff. Anyway, I'm starting to get off topic, so let me focus on chat for a second, and then we can get started with the analysis. Yeah, Abstract seems like a decent guy. Go check out his stuff. Do consider Noodles to be honestly, like I keep saying this, but I think calling him a rat is an insult to rats because like rats can be clever and resourceful and intelligent and cute. I think it's like low-key derogatory to associate Noodles with rats, but whatever. Maybe that's being me being too mean or something. Shinigami says people like Noodles who genuinely does anything to win. You don't count people like him. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that initially, like, so part of the reason, like, I tried to ask myself, like, why do I spend this much time going, quote unquote, going after certain people, or like focusing so much time on analyzing, or even to be cruder about it, like tearing apart people's work? Because in principle, I don't really like that. I really don't ever want to make anybody feel bad. That's never my goal. I don't ever want to make anybody feel stupid or called out or anything like that. And I guess I do seem to have that effect sometimes, and it's never my intention. But I have to acknowledge, like, realistically, okay, I've spent so much time like picking apart at people's work. It's kind of naive for me to assume that that won't hurt, or that won't be like perceived as being an attack or being at least a little bit offensive on some level. So I have to ask myself, well, why am I willing to bear that cognitive dissonance? Why am I willing to do that? And I think part of it, honestly, if I'm being like totally like diary entry, like just being totally blunt about this, it's because when I discovered this content, I was just so fucking thrilled that I had found like an online community of people that I thought like resonated with the same shit that I did. And I was like, okay, cool. Now I can share this passion, this love that I have for the series with other like-minded people. It was like, it felt like less lonely to know that there was a community of people out there, and I was super excited to feel like I could contribute something to that. And then things went really, really badly for a while, and had some like negative experiences that I've mentioned before, and that hurt. And I needed to figure out, like, in addition to just working through my own lack of understanding of the topics and wanting to understand things better and also get better at arguing, not for the sake of starting shit, but just being able to have disagreements with people in a more productive way. But also, I wanted to figure out, like, genuinely what motivates people to act that way. Like, what motivates people if somebody came up to me and was like, hey, I spent hours listening to what you said, and I have some very strong disagreements with you, but also I love the series and let's chat about it. Under what circumstances could I possibly turn around and just like start screaming at that person and threatening them and like, making horrible claims about them and stuff like that, right? I tried to genuinely empathize and understand it. So there's been a long process that I've had to go through personally to reconcile all this, and it does inform the stuff that I choose to respond to. I hope that, like, I know I've seen this happen, that there are other people out there who get shut down and get like on the receiving end of harsher, abusive, or unfair language, and like I want to at least be a drop in the bucket on the other side of that, being like, no, you're allowed to have your opinions. You should share them. You should contribute to the conversation, even if people are shitty to you from time to time, right? Anyway, so um, I I don't know what you mean by count specifically. I think it would be worth listening to his arguments sometimes, but at a certain point, also, it's like it makes sense. It's healthy. It's advisable, I think, to establish boundaries and be like, okay, is engaging with this person, is engaging with this content actually good for my mental well-being, for my sanity? Am I going to learn anything from this? Am I going to grow from this? Or is it just going to be more hostility and more argumentation? And frankly, I'm still finding that balance. I'm still not sure sometimes if I leave a comment, if I'm like, am I just indulging in a petty dispute, or is this going to go anywhere, right? So you got to kind of feel it out, in my opinion. That being said, if Noodles makes another video, I'll give it a shot. I'll listen to it. Anyway. Shinigami says, Naruto fandom so desperate for something outside of Boruto that they to start the fifth grade Shinobi World. Honestly, yeah. Like, how is Boruto perceived these days? I remember when it first came out, content creators like Spy Kage and, was it, like, he did a video with, like, Clyde the Weeaboo and some other people, right? Where they were, like, really strongly against a lot of the series in principle. So I'm curious to see, like, if that was indeed like a general, like, taking the pulse of the community at the time. I'd be curious to see if that's changed at all since then, if people are more receptive to it. It seems like it. It seems like it's kind of grown on people over time, but I don't know. Um, Luai says Sage the shadow boxer. I don't know if he's shadow boxing so much as just like I think he really does put effort into trying to think of arguments that are things that people haven't necessarily thought of before, or ways that people have that things have been framed before. I've never heard anybody in the Naruto community anyway talk about modal realism, but I think he perhaps sometimes emphasizes the novelty of his arguments over like the accuracy of the information. And I don't think those two things have to be mutually exclusive, but that's like I keep talking about Noodles with the fucking Choji versus Gamabunta stuff, right? Like, that's a novel argument. You can make that argument without being a douche and without being like manipulative and crappy. um he chose to do both, so I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I saw that Worm just joined the chat. Hello, Worm. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for stopping by. It's going pretty well over here. I'm pretty tired, but it's the tiredness that has come out of some good work, so it feels good. How are you? How are things on your end? Still catching up on chat, though. Let's see. Luan says, Ninja and Naruto scale to their own attacks Kakashi when you ask him to tank his Hanchidori. Are you for real right now? This has been a pretty popular topic on TikTok recently. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that, I mean, this is something, just to stay on the Itachi versus Pain thing, that actually came up, that I think Swag mentioned this point in the debate, where he was like, do you think that, Naruto can handle the recoil, or like if somebody can handle the recoil from firing a 50 cal round out of a sniper rifle or something like that, like a Barrett or whatever, that doesn't mean that they could also tank that bullet, right? So I think there are probably plenty of examples that we could go through in the series, or even of just like a character holding a kunai and using that kunai to pierce through somebody. If they then turn that kunai on themselves, like fucking Hashirama, right? Like, was prepared to sacrifice his life. He was going to use a kunai to do so. So I don't know. I think that there are some misconceptions about durability in the series. To be fair, and I know this is probably going to ruffle some feathers, but to be fair, I don't think Naruto was specifically designed for power scalers. I think we can absolutely try to apply a power scaling context for fun if it's interesting and if we get something out of it. But the series itself does not have to be beholden to our own personal conceptions of how power scaling should go down. Kishimoto is under no obligation to check with VSBW and to run his fucking panels by them and make sure that his numerical scaling is consistent. I think that, you know, it's important for us to remember that authors are allowed to bend and shift and be inconsistent about the rules of their universe if it benefits the story, and if it just benefits their artistic sensibilities or their whims at any given moment, right? Like, and also it could very well be the case that just due to time constraints, due to fatigue, whatever else, that things aren't necessarily drawn consistently. We make these assumptions for the purposes of having a debate and for making the debate fair and consistent or whatever. But we are projecting that to a certain extent onto the series. It's not necessarily an inherent property of the series. So, I mean, durability, I think, can be pretty inconsistent because when characters need to get wounded or need to get hurt, they do, and when they need to block or tank attacks, they do. And there's a lot of stuff like how chakra works and how the Uchiha develop Sharingan. There's a lot of stuff that's explained with like a pseudoscientific level of accuracy, like Kimimura's bone jutsu or stuff like that, right? But then there's a bunch of other stuff that just kind of doesn't get explained. And durability is one of those things that doesn't really get this super in-depth, like quote unquote scientific breakdown. I think it's more fluid than maybe we try to throw, to put up the framework for, if that makes sense. How about No says couldn't be my goat Sasuke who did tank his own Chidori? Well, are you talking about like him tanking the Chidori stream? I wonder if he would actually like if he if he like fully armored up, and then he used his like if he cloned himself and then he shot himself in his Susanoo with Indra's arrow, like would the Susanoo tank the Indra as Indra's arrow were to go through? Like, there's interesting kind of pseudo calcs that you can, or like thought experiments that you can use like that, right? Like if he made a shadow clone and then his shadow clone was relative to himself, and then he like walled up with whatever defense he could possibly use, and then had his other like his clone come at him with a full force Chidori, like would his own defense overcome his own max AP with Chidori, or would it the inverse be true? Let's see. When did Sasuke do that? I'm guessing oh yeah, Datara stabbed himself with his own Chidori to deactivate C4. I thought what he had done is he like ran Chidori as a stream through his body, as opposed to like the thing where he puts Chidori on his hand and like stabs forward. So you could argue that's like a little bit of a difference, because he does something similar when he fights against Naruto in their first reunion with like Sai and Yamato, right? Like they're all attacking him from different sides, and he just kind of like belches lightning in various directions. So I think I could check the third data book for more context there, but I think Chidori stream specifically is not as abrasive to the person using it as like stabbing yourself with your hand, but I might be misremembering. Theology debate, not necessarily. I mean, I would be down for a theology debate potentially, as long as we agreed to some rules beforehand, just in terms of like conduct, and because I know like theology can get people riled up. I'd be happy to talk about it. I'd be more interested in just an open discussion as opposed to competitive debate. I'm more just interested in hearing what people believe and why, and seeing if we can find common ground. But as for tonight, we're going to be talking about modal realism. The applications of modal realism in theology will come up, but it's not going to be specifically a conversation about theology. Although we could dive into that in a future stream if you like. How about No says Datara stabbed himself? Oh yeah, that's right. Not a lot of reasons to hit yourself with your own attack unless you're stupid or hit by Damon's reflection. I guess like in another world, which that phrasing is going to become relevant soon. In another world, I can imagine Konoha convincing Damon to just hang around and serve as like a training dummy by proxy, where people just like exhibit harmful intent towards him and then see if they can tank their own attacks. He doesn't really have to do anything. He just kind of hangs out while people beat themselves up. Like, you can imagine a character like Goku, who essentially doesn't have access to a Shadow Clone equivalent, but does his own kind of solo training a lot, benefiting from something like that, especially with the what is it called, the Saiyan ability that lets them get stronger when they come to a near-death state, like if they recover from that. You can imagine Damon like having a weird like training dummy style utility that could be used that way. It's kind of funny to think about. Shinigami says, can Swag Kage's nerd jutsu with Naruto beat Noodles as rat? I don't know, like, personally, I think that Swag arguably won that debate, but I'm biased like against Noodles. Like, I think that I try genuinely to make fair arguments, but I notice like the way that I talk about his stuff, it's impossible for me to guarantee full like being fully unbiased based on my like investment in his content over the years, right? So I think at the beginning of my video on Itachi versus Pain, where I broke down their debate, I started off by saying that I didn't think that either of the debaters really argued successfully for their position. I think that like Noodles said more dumb shit that was either like out of pocket or manipulative or just inaccurate and just made stuff up. But Swag didn't really have great counters a lot of the time. He knew more about the series and he was usually more correct when he referenced things, but he wasn't really able to seal the deal in terms of argumentation either. So I think it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Weeaboo Warrior debate that Noodles had, where Weeaboo Warrior knew a whole lot of stuff. He came prepared with all kinds of scans. He had all kinds of data. He really knew the shit well. But in the end, like while I would personally give him the victory based on knowledge and accuracy and based on like representation of the series, there's another argument to be made that like in terms of tactics and argumentation pressing the issue, that Noodles was much more assertive. And if that's what you value, you should give the win for the debate to him, even though he was like wrong about everything, right? So really, I don't think that Sage, or like, I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think that Swaikage would describe himself as a debater. Noodles would, to the best of my understanding. And so it really comes down to like, you can judge the debate based on accuracy and knowledge and based on how well they represented the series, or you could judge it based on like tactics and debate skills. And those two valuations would be potentially very different depending on your perspective, right? Um, Luan says, I don't think he stabbed himself with Chidori per se. I think he tapped his chest with his hand, coated in lightning tracker, which the electricity spread through his body. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of too, although I might not be getting the full picture. How about no set? And I guess every time a Biju does the whole eating its own Biju bomb thing, or just using it at point blank range, if that counts. Yeah, that's a good point. Like when the Biju ingest their Biju bombs, are those Biju bombs actually like well, they don't really detonate the same way, right? Although when Naruto first does it and he does like that giant like cannon blast thing, um, it does like he ingests it and then it's like kind of smoking, like you see smoke coming out of his mouth or whatever. So maybe their interior body can somehow handle that. It's weird though because like the Biju themselves can clearly be harmed by their Biju bombs. Like there's that scene where I forget what exactly happens, but doesn't the Eight Tails like doesn't Gyuki and B in combo fire a Biju bomb at the Ten Tails and the Ten Tails flicks it back at them and then it like lands in Gyuki's chest and then it explodes and then he's like all kinds of fucked up afterwards. He has to like take a moment to recover. So I think it really depends on like the nature. Well, then it does explode, right? It actually like fully unravels and explodes exterior to him. So I don't know. There might be some weird rules going on there. Worth further analysis. Let me get a drink of water real quick. 1 second, sorry. Remember to hydrate. It's very important. So let's see. How about no says, I mean, yeah, kind of hard to run at full speed towards yourself. Yeah, that's a good point. Um, Not really how movement works. That's true. And like the Chidori, I do think genuinely that the Chidori, maybe the Raikiri is more accurate. No, no, I think it applies both to the Raikiri and the Chidori, right? Um, but using Kakashi as an example, we've talked before about how when he blocks Kakazu's false darkness, he lifts up and holds up his palm to block it. And then when he like attacks the Asura path, when he attacks Pain, he's dashing forward. So the momentum of his body moving forward contributes to the overall force of the attack. And then also like the thrust of his hand, that force, like the rotation of his shoulder and whatever else. If you know like what everything that goes into a punch, that also contributes to the total amount of force being imparted by the attack. So um, yeah, it's hard to argue. I don't think you could argue that like Sasuke can like make up for all of that just with his hand. Like you're still missing out certain components of the attack, right? So yeah, I see Very Nice joined the chat. Hope you're doing well. It was good to bump into you during the abstract streams as well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Very Nice says, I'm play you in the background while I rest up and make commentary in there. Yeah, that sounds great. I hope that you have a restful resting time. And yeah, let me know if you have any thoughts, but of course, no pressure to respond. Just hope you're doing well. Let's see. How about No says, mind you, if... Oh, yeah, hang on. Luan also said, without that kind of movement, I wouldn't consider Chidori at its full potential. Yeah, yeah, okay. So I think we're kind of like on the same page there. Can L prove Noodles is Kira? I think L could probably figure it out. Yeah. Could L uh, recognize when Noodles is using a voice changer to participate in debates under an alias? Is the question. But I think he could do that too. How about No says, mind you, if physical power is sufficient to amp the technique's damage, then any addition would be something that the user's body would have to withstand in regards to that additional physical boost. I think just saying at things to win the debate is more so a general debating thing, really. Oh, yeah, yeah. So the two things there. Yeah, the question then becomes, I think, based on the rules of chakra and the way that chakra amps your physicals, is there an argument that Sasuke or Kakashi could take the energy that they would be allocating towards boosting their body movement, like with their feet, and instead like put that into their arm and do the equivalent like self-inflicted attack? But I think that we're probably getting a little too much in the weeds there. But I guess like as long as you think that the chakra is like a universal energy system that can be apportioned arbitrarily, like you can make it do whatever you want it to do, and if you then also believe that Kakashi would be dividing up his chakra between running and thrusting his arm, and that he could instead put that all into one area, then yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about. It's an interesting thought experiment. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you were saying, sorry, but like, hopefully that's kind of on topic. And then you said, I think just saying at things to win the debate is more so a general debating thing, really. Yeah, it's definitely like a perspective or a paradigm, right? Where it's like, my goal here is to clear points and win, as opposed to getting things right, so to speak. But look, like to play devil's advocate for a second, like I've mentioned in previous streams, I think it can actually be useful to take a underdog or devil's advocate position and argue for something you don't necessarily believe in, because what you're doing, if you do it right, if you do it in good faith, what you're doing is you're providing the other person an opportunity to test their ideas. Like, they could be 100% right about something, but if they can't articulate their ideas and they can't prove it, then you could perceive that as like a weakness, or like an uh not insufficiency, like an imperfection in their stance. And so if you take up the opposing position and you challenge them, if it's done in the right way, you're just giving them an opportunity to like strengthen their position by testing it out in the field, so to speak, right? It's to sort of riff on that old saying, no strategy survives first contact with the enemy. It's like, you can think in your head that you have everything figured out and mapped out, but then once you actually start trying to have it challenged in real time, you can very very quickly notice the flaws in your argumentation, and then things kind of fall apart. And to be honest, that might be like, I maybe should go out of my way to try and do more debates, if for no other reason than to see if like I can actually defend my positions in real time. Because Sage recently mentioned that he was having a tournament, and he said that like he expected me to join. I didn't really appreciate the language. I didn't think our conversation was going very well, so I responded and I declined. But when I think about it, you know, there is an element of truth to what he was saying. Is that like, when I when I am on my stream talking to you guys, I can take as much time as I want to respond to things, to analyze things, to pour over things, and honestly, that is what works best for my brain. That's what I consider to be most productive. But having those ideas challenged is also a way for me to grow, and having those ideas challenged in real time and going back and forth is also a way for me to grow. I just want to make sure that like, if I'm going to be investing my time that way, that it doesn't become like a shitty pissing contest, like debates so often do, right? And really that winds up being like a huge drain on my like sanity. So I'm not sure what I'm not sure yet. I think in theory I'd like to try some debating at some point, but I have to give it some more thought. Anyway, let's see. Going back up, Shinigami says, considering how Naruto phase glance Naruto to the extent they do, you wouldn't be wrong to say what you did. Yeah, that might be the case. I try to be fair, though, right? Oh yeah, Worm says, at the end of spring break for me, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Ah, that sucks, man. You gotta go. Are you going back to work or school? Presumably school, right? Sorry, I'm forgetting the exact details. But yeah, hope you had a good spring break. Did you do anything fun? Did you get a chance to travel or rest up? Honestly, like, I'm gonna try to like give myself a late spring break once I get through the current work crunch. Um, let's see. Let's see. Protoworm says, yeah, once we're getting into magical spiritual energy, that makes elemental attacks applying physicals a tiny bit weird to say the least. Yeah, it is definitely a little bit odd there in terms of figuring out the particulars. How about no? Oh yeah, Zenkai boosts. Thank you. I can never remember the term for that, Zenkai. I thought it was I was gonna say like Zanpaku or something, but that's isn't that like a One Piece thing? I'm getting all the terms mixed up, so I appreciate it. The one Jack says, I think Sasuke was more so changing the form of Chidori rather than concentrating it to a point. Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? Concentrating it to a point like you would a normal Chidori, change in chakra form changes the effectiveness of jutsu. Yeah, that is something that comes up in the third data book, and we talked about that before about like Sasuke's change in form being applied to the Chidori Senbon and that increasing its speed and power and stuff like that. So yeah, the form that the chakra receives plays a big role in its overall efficacy and applications, which is why I think it's so ridiculous that like for some reason Noodles has stated multiple times that he hates it when people argue that like a hammers do different damage to like knives, that like there's a difference between piercing and bludgeoning damage. I don't know why that pisses him off, but I've heard him say that like multiple times in debates. But yeah, like you could potentially hit somebody with a hammer, please don't, and wind up like not breaking the skin, but then you can touch them with a tiny little needle and draw blood, right? So with much less force, the way that the force is distributed, and the tool that you're using to deliver the force makes a huge fucking difference. So this is like an extremely important fundamental concept in like any form of construction or tool use, right? The Jubi also expands inside of it. Oh, okay, yeah, there is that like I think I know what you're talking about with the flower and everything, right? 14 Naruto's explodes inside of himself. That could be the case, yeah. I think he just heals through it. Yeah, that makes sense too, right? Because like Naruto, like Kurama is essentially like terraforming Naruto's body in real time. It's actually really brutal when you remember that the reason why his skin gets all red is because his skin is getting fucking ripped off when he's in 3 and 4 tails mode, and so it's like you're seeing the blood like fizzle up, it, like kind of like the red cloud that Guy gets right when he's in 8 tails mode or whatever, or not 8 tails mode, 8 gates mode. 1 second, I think my dog is asking to go out. I gotta go check on her. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. All good. We trained our dog to ring a little bell on the door when she wants to go outside, but I think she just kind of internalized the bell as like attract humans button .exe, and so when she wants anything, she will now hit the bell, and we've kind of like trained her to train us, and so I think she actually just wanted dinner. But yeah, anyway, my partner's gonna help out and take care of her, so uh, should be good to proceed. One says, I think Sasuke was more so abusing the fact that his Chidori was lightning chakra to diffuse. Yeah, that is definitely also the case, right? It has the advantage over Earth style, so he did actually turn it off. But if the question is like whether or not he was able to withstand his own attack, I think yes and no. Like it did seem to hurt him, but also he was able to um, not like it didn't like critically injure him. That's the word I'm looking for. Let's see. I think Sasuke more so abusing. Yeah. Proto Worm says the V2 cloak biology is strange, though they can extend their hands and stuff. That is true. But that also applies to like KN0 or whatever it's called, right? With the chakra branching and whatnot. The whole like semantics of what even is a Biju is kind of interesting from a philosophical standpoint, because technically speaking, the Biju are living manifestations of chakra. I think that Karin calls them chakra monsters or like just living embodiments, like chakra lumps or whatever. But also, like when Kinkaku and Ginkaku eat the quote unquote like the flesh of Kurama, it's described as chakra meat. So it is quote unquote just chakra, but it's also chakra that has had a such a unique form of shape transformation to it that it's being described as flesh, and apparently like Yuki can bleed, and I don't know, it's interesting, right? I mean, I guess you could just look at it as maybe Karin didn't really have the full picture, and once we learn about creation of all things and how Hagoromo actually made the Bijuu, we could say like, okay, he made them out of Ten Tails chakra, but he also like gave them sentience himself, and he gave them like flesh and whatever their bodies are made of himself. Um, because if that's not the case, then that might also imply that the Ten Tails had a consciousness that was fragmented into like 9 different parts, or maybe even 10. And then can like chakra achieve consciousness on its own? Like if you put enough chakra together in one space, does it eventually like spontaneously develop consciousness? There's a lot of interesting speculation you could do about the implications of the verse there, but I'm probably overthinking it. Right, this is probably beyond the scope of the actual series. It's interesting to think about though. But yeah, like welcome Luna Ursa, of course. Shinigami says, can Noodles outwit Patrick Jane? I think Noodles is too smart for himself. I think that like he's simultaneously too smart for his own good, and he also doesn't recognize the limitations of his own intellect and argumentation, and so he winds up like getting himself into these holes that he can't get out of, and then basically defending whatever position he winds up in. That's the whole thing where like we were talking about fucking whether or not Jiraiya killed 5 paths of pain. And our conversation went nowhere for hours and hours. And then at the end, he was like, yeah, well, you don't know. Any given panel could technically contain an art mistake. So maybe all the panels you're using for your evidence, for your argumentation, were actually mistakes that Kishimoto made. And you would need to demonstrate that this isn't an art mistake. And it's like, we went so far down the fucking rabbit hole just because, I don't know why he was so married to defending that point. But yeah, it's like, I think you can fall into this pitfall being like, I can argue my way out of anything, and then wind up arguing yourself so far down a hole that it's really difficult to dig yourself out of, and then you have no choice but to either concede or to defend. And you can never admit that you're wrong, because that's not masculine, that's not cool, it's not tough, right? So never apologize, never surrender, blah blah blah. You've heard all that rhetoric before. The answer is simple: put cameras in. I do not want to spend. I do not want to invest that amount in the whole debacle. Hey Loha, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by as always. Loha says the defensive chakra thing for tanking attacks is never done in canon, so I don't think there's an argument for it at all. I think there is a statement in the first data book that says something along the lines of chakra can be used to enhance your speed, reflexes, and strength and defense, etc., etc., etc. Right? But I think it's fair to interpret that as, like, if I remember correctly, one reading of that that's totally valid is you can use chakra to perform techniques that enhance your body, as opposed to just having more chakra enhances your body. So, for example, like the Susanoo is quote unquote just chakra, right? So you could try to be like, okay, well, just having that chakra, hardens your body, but it's also classified as a ninjutsu, even though it's one that seems to be activated kind of passively, or just like based on uh, like a reflex almost at times. It's still, like, technically speaking, a technique. So it's applying a sort of transformation to chakra. So yeah, I guess like looking at Sage Mode over here, that might be the one exception that I can think of. Or you have characters like Kisame, or whoever else who like just have weird anatomy. Stuff like the stage, the fucking like heaven seals, not the heaven seals, what are they called? Orochimaru's curse marks, right? Stuff like that in general. I think if it's altering your physiology, or it's applying like a different layer to your skin, then there are probably biological ways of enhancing your durability beyond the natural. Like the Asura path being populated with weapons and shit like that. Like obviously if he's literally has metal under his skin, that would increase his durability, right? Versus like flesh. Probably. But I'm still waiting for somebody to make a great video on durability. I know somebody mentioned in a previous stream that somebody had done that, and I meant to check it out, and I still haven't. So if you want to recommend that, I'd be happy to look into it. It'd be prominent use of chakra if it could be done. Yeah, it would need to be pretty significant, right, to just be raw chakra that achieves that. Very Nice says, I think the problem I have with being hyper skeptical to the high physical toughness and durability of Naruto characters because the weeds of the chakra system aren't perfectly elaborated on. We know they can amplify their strength, speed, and we know that chakra close create a force field effect to repel physical strikes, but Naruto is the only one who can use what I call chakra skin. Chakra skin is the idea that I will use to describe fortification to the flesh that make for tougher skin such that it protects the user from impacts. Prime example, Sage Mode. Yeah, that's a good example, right? And Sage Mode does, like, literally, while it's active, it contains this passive benefit where you don't see like an aura or a cloak of chakra, right? It's just quote unquote the skin. But it's skin of a person who has, well, it is chakra, right? So to your point, when people think of like sage mode and it being different from a normal mode or of just like a normal passive shinobi state or whatever, what sage mode is your body is replete with senjutsu chakra, and senjutsu chakra is by definition chakra. It's just chakra that has a different component to it, right? It's made of three parts as opposed to two parts. It has natural energy as opposed to just physical and mental slash spiritual. But at the same time, that does suggest that in principle it's not like against the rules of the universe for chakra to in and of itself give you a passive buff to your defenses. Although that might be a bit of a fallacy. It might not be correct to say that because one form of chakra can do this, another form can. But at the same time, it is worth acknowledging that, yeah, you can achieve passive physical stat boosts, including defense, just quote unquote with chakra. It might just have to be a specific kind of chakra, right? And if you don't have fucking access to nature energy, then you would need to do something equivalent to make up for the gap in not having that final element, if that makes sense. Worm says you're going back to school. It was nice you can meet up with friends who are in town. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, man. And hello, Omni. Hope you're doing well. Hope your journey is still fun and you guys are making good progress. I'd love to hear more about that if you want to share. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Very Nice says Naruto's Sage Mode, given the ability to survive falling on a bed of stalagmites, which he thought he couldn't do normally, it seems. Yeah, absolutely. This proves Sage Mode toughens his body. Yeah, and so, like, you could say that has something to do with Sage Mode, but, like, I think the reason why it works is because of the incorporation of nature energy into chakra. So then, like, the debate becomes, is it nature energy itself that is doing the durability boost, or is it that it is a special chakra, or, like, I think I'd have to go back and, like, look at Fukasaku's, dialogue and stuff like that, but that might actually be an interesting, thing to discuss in a future stream. Like, we could go over different forms of Sage Mode and see if we could get to the bottom of, like, where that durability boost is coming from. So maybe I'll do that next week. That's a good topic to cover. Boruto does chakra durability amps more blatant in that Ao states, I'm out of chakra, you could kill me with that now. Oh, interesting. Okay. You think he's talking specifically about his durability as opposed to, like, his ability to react to or counter the incoming attack with a deflection or something like that, or like boosting his speed, with the chakra in the legs or whatever to get out of the way? You think it's specifically durability? Shinigami says, would Sasori under the insurance company count as a deceased employee? I think they would find one way, like some way to screw him over. Like, so whatever the least advantageous thing is that they could wind up paying the least amount, they would find that and they would fuck him over, because that's what they do, unfortunately. Very Nice says Chidori turns the fist into a prototypical sword or drill, which comes with reinforcing the hand, but not necessarily does it mean that Sasuke's amping his arm. Yeah, he's using a weapon to do it, basically. Yeah, so he has, like, I think there's probably analogs in JJK, right? Like, I'm making my way through the JJK anime. I'm at the sister Kyoto school, like, competition arc where they're in the forest and all that, and based on my understanding of how stuff like Divergent Fist works, is that you have your initial, like, physical strength that can, I think, be amplified with cursed energy, but then also you can use cursed energy and, like, use it to, like, envelop weapons or to envelop yourself, or you could, like, put it into a cursed technique, which is, like, roughly analogous to ninjutsu, right? So it seems like in that verse it's more explicit that you can kind of like wrap this substance called cursed energy around yourself and manipulate it to basically do whatever you want it to do. Naruto seems it seems to be a little bit more loosey goosey, or like less hard with the magic system, so to speak. But I'm no expert, but that's kind of what it feels like so far. Although I will say that I don't remember where it was, but there was an episode where Itadori was like talking about how he was excited to develop a new technique, and Gojo says something along the lines of, "Oh, we're gonna have you trained by watching movies, and then we'll see where that goes." And Itadori was like, "I was hoping I would get a really cool thing like the Kamehameha or the Rasengan." So like in canon, like um, the Naruto manga and anime apparently exist within the JJK universe, and Itadori at least is a fan. That was kind of a nice little nod there. Um, oh yeah, Al could just mean he can't defend himself anymore. Yeah, I would be curious to go back and read that. You could also kind of get bleh, why am I tongue tied tonight? You also kind of get into obvious of, if it's amping power but not speed, how come everyone's limbs don't just explode? Yeah, that's fair, right? The whole like what is it, Newton's third law, that they can survive the counterforce of their jutsu and stuff like that. But on the other hand, isn't that kind of what happens with the gates, right? Like the the premise behind the gates is that characters are kind of amping their physicals with chakra beyond their body's ability to handle it. So maybe if you can, I think it's probably fair to say that if you can gather enough chakra in your body in a given spot, that chakra does, like, it's very clear that chakra can take on physical form, and that physicalized chakra, right, that solidified chakra, can resist things and can be durable in and of itself. So I don't think it breaks the rules of the universe to say that, like, if a character gathers chakra in a certain point, given that chakra itself is actually like has a physical component to it, that could hypothetically reinforce their durability. I just don't think it's like, I think that would be a totally fine interpretation. I think it would be hard to debate because the series itself isn't as explicit and clear about its rules for that sort of thing, right? Oh, Abstract made the video on Naruto durability. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. But so thank you for the reminder. I'll be sure to check that out. I really need to. I know we've talked about it before, right? On his stream, but I don't think I've seen the video, and I should fix that. Let's see. Very Nice says Abstract's video doesn't really cover every ninja in Naruto in a nuanced way, but go watch that real quick, John, on stream if you'd like, because it's relevant to chakra durability. Yeah, I'd be happy to go over it. I'll take a look at it off stream as well, because I always like to kind of watch things at least once through before I react to them to make sure I'm getting the full picture. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk about it on stream as well. The problem I have is that Abstract intimates that the chakra skin physical toughness improvement only comes from nature energy, Tail Beast chakra, and jutsu themselves. Oh yeah, so that's kind of what we were talking about. I think he might be correct on that. I'll probably wind up agreeing with him, but I want to make sure that I hear him out first. Hey, Dr. Strangle, it's good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I feel like I haven't seen you in a little bit, so I hope everything's going okay on your end. Hope you're having a good night. The one says, I was talking about a screwdriver and calling back to his and Boruto's first meeting in the train cart. Oh, yeah, I remember that. When Ao held a knife to his neck, I think it was a call to Boruto's strength and impressing Ao. That makes sense, yeah. Omnibomni says the trip is going somewhat fine. A Chinese friend of the Chinese guy at the group joined our trip, and he seems fun. We were trying to see a place that inspired the Avatar. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. But it was rainy and so foggy that we could not see anything. Going up to the place, we took 5 escalators, and for some reason, every single Chinese person going down wanted to wave and say hello. We're feeling like celebrities. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's really cool that you get to see the places that inspired things that you, or presumably that you like Avatar. I remember when we went to Japan a couple of years ago, I made a point of visiting fucking I don't remember what it's called, but there's like a temple in Kyoto that um, specifically was a big inspiration for part of the Senpo Temple in Sekiro, which is a game that I absolutely fucking love. And then also, that temple takes place on a mountain called Mount Kongo, which is a real place. There's nothing, there's not really much in common with the actual Mount Kongo versus the representation of it. In the game, except like the overall environment looks very similar, like the the nature, the wildlife, the overall ambiance is very very reminiscent. But in terms of there's no temple that had anything to do with like rejecting the Buddhist teachings. Obviously, all that is like fictitious as far as I can see. It's relatively standard in terms of the actual like um, features of the place itself, if that makes sense. Um, let's see. Very Nice says the gates are proof and counter evidence in the same sense. It's very clear that the gates flood the body with chakra, which infuses into the body and performs greater strength. Yeah, but and then you're right. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It can provide some benefits, but then maybe beyond a certain threshold, it like kind of collapses in on itself and then winds up being a liability. It really is an interesting topic. I really want to research it some more. The one says rather than a durability feat, it was character moment for Boruto and Ao, where Boruto has the edge due to his shinobi tactics and fighting like a shinobi. And then how about No says why can't it be both? Yeah, I think Luan, you're making a very important analysis there, and also I think there's probably room for both of those things to be the case. I'd have to go back and analyze it to see. Oh yeah, Very Nice said before. I also think in JJK they do what Naruto does and infuses the body with cursed energy in addition to wrapping their fist around with cursed energy that itself hits them. That makes sense. You're probably right. Obviously, I don't really know excuse me, know the system quite as well. But I'm enjoying it so far. I really like the whole like bromance between well, there's a lot of good romances, but specifically between Panda and Mekamaru. That's really sweet. And then of course Toto and Itadori, like their whole thing is genuinely really cool. And Jogo, like the villain, like I really like his character design and his kit, so to speak, a whole lot. So I'm really curious to see where things go. Let's see. Gates' body tears itself apart from this amp, but at the same time, they have to build durability in some way to keep from completely exploded. The amplification of the gates is dozens of times. That implies that they'd explode by like the fifth or seventh gates, but they don't. They get tough enough to survive dozens of times. Excuse me, that may very well be true. English is hard sometimes. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, this gets derailed. I mean, like every stream, the first hour or so, we wind up just kind of like catching up and talking about random stuff. So I really don't mind the derails. At a certain point, I'm gonna transition into talking about Hashirama, obviously, because I have certain things I want to get through on the itinerary tonight. But like, this is always super fun. I always look forward to it. Berenice says that implies that they'd explode by the. Oh yeah, we went over that. Senpo Temple just activated me like a sleeper agent. It's been a long time since I played Sekiro, but it still clicked. Yeah, man, that I played through that game. Funny enough, I think it's the game that I've spent the least amount of hours in out of all of the Souls games, but it holds a very special place in my heart. There is something like Jacob Geller has a video called like Sekiro and the Pursuit of Perfection or something like that, which is amazing. But basically, like, it's one of those games where there's so many elements in it that are so beautifully tuned that it feels like I don't know. It's such a work of art, and it feels like you're participating in art by playing it. Is one way to put it. The sound effect of parrying is probably. I have an argument that I could make that it is the best sound effect in a game objectively. Now, of course, that's tongue in cheek because you can't really be objective about stuff like that. But I mean, I'm really passionate about game sound design, and out of all of the game sounds that I've heard, I would say like um, the sound of the hit markers in Call of Duty when you score a hit on somebody, and the Sekiro parry sound are like some of the sounds that have the most return on investment and that they convey so much important detail so elegantly and so quickly, and they're never fatiguing. They're always satisfying. I must have hit things and parried things like thousands upon thousands of times, and it feels just as good every single time. Um, and just like the environments and the lore and the history and the like weaving in of mythology and stuff is just incredible. It's a really incredible game. Um, Simple Temple. Oh yeah. It can be both. How about no? But it's not proven if it's that way. Yeah, that's fair. Omnibony says I need to play Souls games sometimes. I think I would enjoy them. Just haven't put the time to play many games. That's fair. I mean, like they are, especially if you've never played them before. It can take a little while to kind of get used to the rhythm. Once you kind of get what they're about, like moving from the first one you play to the second one you play is a lot easier. And I do think they are some of the best games like to play. I'm hesitant to say stuff like it was the best game ever made, right? Because there's so much stuff out there. But certainly they've been the most influential series on myself as a gamer and as a game developer. And I think that each game in the series is special and unique and does something really memorable and important and says something that is worth talking about. I admit I haven't played fucking Deracine, which I think if I can find a way to do that on stream at some point, I think I'd like to. The problem is it's a PS1 VR exclusive. Like, you can't play it on PSVR 2, which is so fucking irritating. Like, I have no other reason to get a PSVR 1 headset. So, I mean, like, I could probably afford it, especially if I like resell it after the fact, but I don't know how much of a market there is for that shit, so I'm a little hesitant to pull the trigger for one game. But we'll see. Hopefully they port it, but I don't know. Let's see. I feel like everyone in Naruto is weak to bullets, but the ceiling for bullets piercing human body is called to city block level attack potency on versus battle wiki. Oh yeah, that could be. I mean, like, we went over that statement, right, about how at least in the art books, Kishimoto had this intention stated that, like, in part 1 nobody should be able to handle bullets or missiles, but I think that does change later on. Shinigami says, I really need help that soon when I go to Japan, need to lock in without meds. Oh, yeah. So maybe my partner, when we went, she had medication that is totally legal and prescribed here by her doctor, but we could not bring it into the country, and because there are different rules about certain things, and it was a whole process trying to figure out like what to do and how to be healthy about that. So yeah, make sure to, you probably don't need me to tell you this, but make sure to do your research beforehand and see what you can work out. How about No says, look, all I'm saying, two of the big three have bullets threatening the strongest guy on the planet, and Naruto is one of them. That's fair, yeah. I think they're breaking past the bullet allegations when you get into Sage Mode and Chakra Cloaks. Yeah, I mean, like, when you calc something like a Ten Tails Biju Bomb, obviously there's way more energy behind that than a fucking, 223 round or even like a 50 cal round, right? Obviously, but at the same time, and I don't want to hear any like fucking, well, technically speaking, a 50 cal round could have more AP than it. Come on, like, just take a look at the fucking Ten Tails Biju Bomb. That's obviously like more threatening than a fucking Glock or even a Barrett or whatever, right? So there's a certain point in the series where it crosses a threshold where people should not only be able to outspeed bullets, but also just to be able to tank them. I don't have a problem with that, as long as they're using some sort of chakra-based defense, not when they're just like asleep, right? Sang says the damage of 5 gate and beyond seem not to be directly physical damage. It's more like internal damage, like pipes burst from internal pressure. I like that idea. But I think we might be able to explore that more, because when Guy kicks Madara, we see like internally like his bone shatters under the pressure, right? So do you think that's being caused by like internal? Oh yeah, I now I see here. The guy in the 8th gate shattered his own leg with how hard he kicked, so the level of protection of the 8th gate provides us less than the amp to power. Yeah, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I think there's some nuance there. Bleach isn't that one. Naruto's the one where mid-tier shoots rockets. Calling the Asura Path mid-tier is like low-key derogatory, but I guess you're not technically wrong. Yeah, so it seems like we're kind of on the same page there. Yeah, Luna's cooking. Yep. James Bond gonna solo Naruto. I mean, under the right circumstances, right? Like if he manages to be stealthy about it. That's the interesting thing that I was thinking about too, right? Like if a character reacts, I mean, like this gets into the conversation about like physics in the Naruto universe versus other like real world physics and stuff. But technically speaking, if a character reacts to the sound of something before it hits them, doesn't that imply that the thing itself is subsonic? Like if a character is standing 100 feet away from another character, like Sasuke has a Glock and he's standing like 200 feet away from Naruto, and he fires the gun at Naruto. If Naruto hears the sound of the gun and responds to it before the bullet hits him, that would imply that the bullet is subsonic, right? Because there's probably more complicated math that I'm not giving enough credence to. Asura Path ain't a mid-tier, that bro is a beast, yeah. I think mid-tier when compared to shit like Jubito and Madara and people like them, right? But at that point in the series, yeah, definitely. I mean, he deleted Jiraiya's arm in Sage Mode, right? So, Sanin. Oh, I see, yeah. Trying to bump him up to mid. That's fair. I wonder what the shinobi that he was based on was like in real life. Or not in real life, before he got modified that way. Okay, so with that being said, we've just crossed over into like the 110 1 hour 10-minute mark. I think it's a good time to maybe start talking about some of the debate stuff. Of course, if you want to keep going with this, we can. But I want to make sure to at least get through my very awesome and cool and totally professional slideshow that I made myself and I'm very proud of. So let's do that real quick. So I want to talk for a second about modal realism. If you're not familiar with this term or you want to know why I'm talking about it, well, Sage in his debate with, certainly in his debate here with Walkie Talkie, proposed a set of rules before the debate. I think it's over here somewhere. Oh, these are these are the Walkie Talkie guys' debates, but basic or debate rules. But basically, like, it makes sense before you have a debate with somebody to try to establish rules, especially in a community where things are very litigious. I think Sage himself said that. Yeah, here we go. Sage himself said that, like, he didn't used to do this, but then things got so ratty over the course of the debates that he had to start putting this stuff down because otherwise things got too messy, right? 1 second, sorry. So that being said, the fact that these rules are coming up in the community, maybe it's just Sage, but I don't know, it could be coming up in other people's streams as well. I wanted to make sure that I educated myself about what the terms meant, and specifically, if this is informing the way that people talk about Naruto and talk to each other, I think it's important that we know what the terms mean. And this process of understanding what modal realism is actually, well, first of all, was extremely fucking weird and extremely fucking frustrating. But now that I've gone through it, I think I understand where people are coming from better in that, not that I agree with them more, but now I can recognize some of the problems with the way that arguments are being formed. Because if people are kind of growing up learning this philosophy, or if they're like studying this philosophy and then applying it to the Naruto shit, suddenly a whole bunch of other stuff makes sense. And I'll leave that up to you. I think you'll be able to spot it as we go through. We can talk about that more later. Again, this doesn't mean that people are necessarily wrong, but I do think that modal realism in particular has some major problems, and those problems kind of spill over into this debate. So that being said, modal realism is kind of a heady topic. It can be pretty dense and pretty difficult to get into, although the core principle of it is actually relatively simple. So I wanted to recommend a couple of videos. Yeah, so this video over here by Sleep Nomad, The Philosophy That Infinite Universes Actually Exist, all of modal realism explained. This is great. This is like a breakdown of the core concepts of modal realism. It's about 2.5 hours long, and it's read with an AI voice of Richard, oh my god, I can't remember his name. He's the guy, like Sir Richard Attenborough, or David Attenborough, fuck. The guy who does all those nature documentaries with the super soothing voice, right? This is a great video that goes over the topic. Philosophy Vibe, this is also a great video that goes over the topic. And then there's a couple of others. Philosophy Tube's video, Are Possible Worlds Real? This does a good job of breaking it down. And then this one in particular, this is probably my favorite one, Possible Worlds by Simon Cushing. So if you want to learn more about the topic, these are some of the resources that I have used over the past week to try and learn more about it. And I would highly recommend this one in particular because he goes, goes at a relatively slow pace. He illustrates things nicely. He uses a lot of intuitive examples. This is probably my favorite video on the subject. It's only over an hour long. You know, it won't take you that long. And as somebody who, like, I have tried to read David Lewis's book. We'll talk about who David Lewis is in a second. And it's a journey, man. So, like, I don't expect anybody else to read it unless you're really deep into philosophy. So you can educate yourself with some of this stuff over here. That being said, let's jump into my super awesome, totally rad, and super professional presentation over here. We're going to talk about what modal realism is, why I think it is very weird, maybe a little bit dumb, but maybe also possibly useful. And hopefully, by going over this together, we can just understand the debate perspective a little more. I think it's like weirdly formatted with my border, but you know, that actually kind of fits the aesthetic that I'm using here. So let's get right into it. Okay, so topics I want to talk about over the next 15 minutes or so. What does the word modal actually mean? How does it relate to our concept and understanding of truth? And then how do those concepts of like what is real, what is true, and then what is modal, how does all of that contribute to this term called modal realism? What does that even mean? And then to use like the walkie-talkie inflection, are you aware that there are problems with modal realism? We're going to talk in depth about objections to modal realism and how the author of modal realism, so to speak, tried to deal with those objections, and then maybe we'll see some applications back to the Naruto debate universe as well. So, if you're not familiar with the term modal, it basically means something to do with existence, reality, possible existence, or impossible existence. What is possible, what is necessary, that's a way of thinking about it. So, in our world, in our reality, currently, I am a Naruto fan. And I'm a Naruto fan because we could talk about the factors that led to me becoming a Naruto fan, right? Like, I had access to Naruto manga as a kid. The story of Naruto, like, related to me and resonated with me. I learned things from it. I liked it. I shared it with people. But if those things had been different, maybe I would not have been a Naruto fan. Maybe I could have been a bigger fan of a series like Fist of the North Star, right? And we're all familiar with that sort of language, I think, where we say, like, hey, this thing happened in my life, but it could have happened differently. This thing happened in history, like World War I happened, but maybe it could have happened, turned out that it didn't happen. A meteor hit the Earth and that affected the dinosaurs. Well, what would the Earth be like if that meteor had never happened? It's possible, for example, we might say, that in another world, dinosaurs survived and they became intelligent and dinosaurs ruled the world instead of primates. It's possible that in another world, or another reality, another lifetime, that I would have become a fan of a different series rather than Naruto. And you can sub that in with as many different variations as you want. You could say something like, hey, I was born at 1 a.m., but I could have been born at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in another world. What if I was born at 1:01 a.m., 1:02 a.m., right? And like you could subdivide that as many times as you want. You can think of all these hypotheticals and all these potential variables that affect your life and reality and existence. And if you want to talk about which of those things are real or not real, and which of those things could have possibly been true, and which of those things are impossible and never could have happened under any circumstances, you're making modal statements. You're making statements about what is possible and what is necessary, what exists and what doesn't, what can and can't exist. Those are all modal statements, right? So, I am an Naruto fan. That is a statement about my existence, about the nature of our reality. That's a modal statement. I am not a Fist of the North Star fan. Again, that's a statement about my own personal existence. But I could have been a Fist of the North Star fan if things were different in my life, right? So that's a statement, again, about like, well, what are the factors that contribute to a given outcome? But it's also worth saying that, like, let's imagine, for example, that I told you that I could have been a fan of a series called The Foot of the South Star, right? That would be kind of goofy for me to say, because as far as we know, as far as I know anyway, there is no anime called Foot of the South Star, right? None exists. So I can't really be a fan of something that doesn't exist. That seems to be untrue. That seems to be a contradiction in terms. Unless, in this other world where I'm not a fan of Naruto, Foot of the South Star does exist. Instead of Fist of the North Star, we have this other version, right? So, like, when we talk about things potentially being the case or necessarily being the case, what we're really saying is, let's think about the rules of reality, let's think about what factors contribute to given outcomes, and let's talk about whether or not it's reasonable to say that X will lead to Y, that you could be this or you couldn't be that, etc., right? So, this is so stupid. Okay, so, for everyday use, for everyday conversation, I'm sure that you have heard other people say shit like that before, like, in another world, in a possible reality, in another version of my life, or whatever. And for the most part, I think we all kind of intuitively understand what we mean by that. And so for the purposes of, like, your everyday human, including, I think, everybody here, you probably don't really need to look into this any further. Saying in another world is just a useful conversational framework that you can use to help yourself and other people talk about certain things. But for philosophers and people who are interested in philosophy, there is a bit of a problem with saying something like that. If I say, like, I could have been a doctor in another world, and that seems to be true, what does that actually mean when I say that's true? If I say, like, I could have been a doctor instead of a game developer in another world, and you say, yeah, that's true, well, what do you mean it's true? Because it's not the case, right? Our reality doesn't contain that version of myself. So if it's true, What the fuck does that even mean? Is it the same thing as saying, like, well, 2 plus 2 is 4? Well, that's true. But is that the same kind of truth as, like, another possible version of me in another world? Like, I don't know. Another example that I heard was, like, the grass is green, right? If I say grass is green, that's true, at least if I'm looking at green grass. But if there's a drought, then that very same grass changes its color, right? So that's a truth that's, like, contingent upon circumstances, but the truth might change based on, like, the time and the factors surrounding it. So philosophers, to be fair, they want to have discussions about things like truth and modal statements in a way that is accurate and fair and complete. We want to know what the fuck we're actually talking about when we say truth, and we want to distinguish between different types of truth. So along comes this dude, David Lewis. Now, David Lewis is a philosopher, apparently, who is very famous and very influential. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he did contribute something that is genuinely really interesting and apparently got a lot of people talking, and he expanded on the work of people like other philosophers, like you might have heard of Leibniz, however you pronounce his name. Folks like him, he's continuing in this tradition of people using the concept of another world as part of his argumentation, as part of our way of understanding philosophy. Now, Lewis's goal, I think, was a really great one, and it is praiseworthy. Lewis sought to contribute to this conversation by saying, like, okay, if I use phrases like that, like in another world, in the best of all possible worlds, in some other reality, in some other lifetime, and I say that those things that I say about those worlds are true, what does that mean? And how is that truth the same or different from other forms of truth? We need a system. We need a rubric. We need essentially a grand unified theory of modal statements, or modality, or whatever you want to call it, right? We need to formalize and to make specific a way of talking about things like this so we know what the fuck we're talking about. And I agree with that. I think that is great. That makes a lot of sense. And if you want to end on a positive note, you can end here. And this is where I say, I agree with all this. And now we start to now things start to take a bit of a turn. How did David Lewis, what kind of system did he come up with to try to reconcile all this? Well, his idea was that when we these fucking pictures, when we talk about there being a possible world where things are different, that kind of statement only makes sense and only carries water and only has any kind of credibility at all if those other universes literally exist. So, if I say I could have possibly been a doctor, in order for that statement to be relevant or to mean anything, what I'm really saying is that there is another universe, a real, actual, literal, non-figurative, non-imaginary, not rhetorical universe, a real universe, or he called them worlds, in which I am literally a doctor. There is a counterpart of me. There's another version of me that exists in a world right now as we're talking where I was a doctor. All those versions of me that were born at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and then subdividing that by like infinite numbers of subdivisions, all of those versions of me, those counterparts, also all really physically exist. The version of the world where dinosaurs survived and ruled the world, where World War I never happened, where unicorns are real and run around and do stuff and talk and cast magic spells and shit, where like all the Norse gods are frogs. Hope TG, hope you don't mind me borrowing your image here. I just thought it was kind of perfect to illustrate this, right? Like, because one of the examples that comes up in a lot of these conversations is that, yeah, all of the gods that have ever been conceived of by humanity do actually literally exist, and also don't exist in various configurations and various versions of reality. So there is a reality, like literally, actually, physically, really, a reality in which every deity we've ever conceived of coexists and are all frogs. There's a reality in which humanity died out but were replaced by Okos. But there's a very important distinction that David Lewis makes, is that these worlds are completely isolated from ours. So it's not like a Marvel thing where there's a timeline that branches and like Spider-Mans can converge and help each other out, and like Loki can kiss another version of himself. Spoilers for Loki, I'm sorry. That doesn't work. These universes are completely isolated. We can never perceive them. We can never engage with them. We can never cross over, and we can never be part of them whatsoever, or the whole thing would fall apart. So what David Lewis is essentially asking us to believe is that there are an infinite number of worlds. These worlds can never be empirically verified. There's no way to do so, and there never will be. Anything that you can possibly imagine and anything that you can't, as long as it doesn't break the rules of reality, does actually exist. He literally actually believed that there were worlds filled with unicorns and talking frogs and, like, chicken people that ruled the world and stuff like that. Infinite variations of those. It's not a thought experiment, it's not a metaphor, it was his actual literal belief. Let me make sure I go over all these things. So, in order for a possible statement to be true, those things have to be true in a possible world. So there is an actual physical world corresponding to every statement that is possibly true. If something is possible, it is true in some possible world. If something is not possible, then it's true in no possible worlds. So if I say 2 plus 2 equals 5, like, obviously we can say that phrase in different languages, we can use different symbols to represent it, but the math itself, the actual, like part of the universe, the code of the universe or whatever, it doesn't make any sense. It's completely illogical to say that 2 plus 2 could equal anything other than 4. That's just like a rule, right? It's sort of like an axiom of the universe, is one way to describe it. Or if an example that people use all the time, there is no universe in which I am a married bachelor. I can't be a married bachelor because a man who is married cannot also be a bachelor by definition. That would be illogical. That breaks the rules of the universe, so that's impossible. So when we say that something is possible or impossible, what we're really saying is there is or isn't a universe out there where this thing is literally true. And it's very important to understand this has nothing to do with Marvel. It has nothing to do with multiverse theory. It is explicitly non-scientific. And this is very important to understand. It is not a merging of philosophy and science. It is explicitly its own completely separate thing that we can never verify. Now, you might respond to this by saying, well, that's an interesting idea, but couldn't we just, like, use this as a thought experiment? Couldn't we use this as a model without literally believing in universes ruled by unicorns? And fucking Lewis would say, no, that is ersatz. Ersatz, if you're not familiar with that term, it's a word that means like a cheap imitation. It's a fake copy. It's it's like Sonic the Hedgehog saying to Shadow, like, you're not even good enough to be my fake, or whatever it is, right? Both Sonic and Shadow consider each other to be ersatz hedgehogs. So, no, David Lewis doesn't accept that there are other versions of his theory that can work. He insists that you must actually, literally believe in these real worlds. So, some problems with this. Okay? Lewis, to his credit, was very well aware that his fucking theories would probably be very provocative to people, and they would probably not be immediately accepted. And this is where we start to notice some overlap and some dovetailing with the Naruto community. So the quotes here in italics are objections to Lewis, and then the quotation stuff is my paraphrasing of his responses to those objections. So people met him with what he called an incredulous stare response. People heard his theories, and they were like, you can't actually fucking seriously expect me to believe in infinite unicorn universes. To which he responded essentially, being skeptical doesn't actually solve anything. There were plenty of things that we previously thought were ridiculous. Like, I don't know, you might have heard of something called evolution. You might have heard of something called, like, the Earth revolving around the sun. When scientists came up with those ideas, people thought they were crazy and stupid too, but it turns out they were wrong. So maybe you should check yourself before you wreck yourself. Maybe you shouldn't come up to me and get in my face and be like, all skeptical, play the skeptic and all that shit, when you might be proven wrong eventually. So people would push back and say, well, the thing about those, theories, like theory of evolution or whatever, is that they were eventually verified empirically, and you've just said that we can never empirically verify this. To which Lewis would respond, yeah, well, like, in quantum physics, when people do, like, experimental theoretical research, they basically just say, well, we're all just going to believe this even though we can't prove it, and we're just going to accept it, and we're going to keep doing experiments on it, and you know what? The experiments have good, the model itself has explanatory power. If we all just agree to believe this, then other things kind of fall into place and fit, so let's just go ahead and believe this. Now, first of all, this is not how quantum physics works. My understanding of it, not being a fucking, physicist myself, but doing a little research on this for a previous stream, is that when you do, like, theoretical physics, when you work on stuff like quantum mechanics and particle physics, what you do is you say, okay, if this were true, we would expect to see X, Y, or Z. So let's pretend for a second that it's true and do the experiment and see if we get these results. And then based on that, we can regroup and say, okay, what does the data say? Does it lead us towards it or away from it? And then they keep doing that to explore it more and more. Quantum physics, like experimental physics, like particle physics, that it's an extremely rigorous, extremely detailed, and exhaustive scientific research field. So equating David Lewis's theories with actual science is completely bogus, and it comes across to me as like, well, they get to get away with it, like they get to just say they believe in what is useful to them, why don't I get to, right? It seems very petulant to me. Another objection is that this kind of goes against Occam's razor. Occam's razor, if you remember, is the principle that like the arguments or models that are the simplest and have the fewest parts have better explanatory power. They're more elegant, and we should like try to gravitate towards answers and explanations that aren't super convoluted and super complicated. Like if you can explain a phenomenon with one sentence versus like 10 books, Occam's razor kind of suggests that maybe the one sentence thing is the better one because it's not so complicated. Obviously, Occam's razor is not a rule, it's just like a guideline. Sometimes things are really complicated and convoluted, and you have to explain them with a lot of detail. But in response to this, Lewis kind of hedges his bets, as far as I can tell, where he's like, yeah, okay, so technically I'm positing the existence of infinite multiverses, but I'm doing so based on one theory. It's only one theory, and like you can't get any more simple than one, right? So, I mean, it does follow Occam's razor. And he really doesn't want us taking this as a metaphor or using it in this ersatz way, as he described it. He really wants us to actually believe in this stuff because it's useful. So remember, we talked before about Pascal's wager, and how, if you don't remember, Pascal's wager is an argument not for the existence of God, but an argument that you should believe in God even if there's no evidence. And a very brief summary is like, if you believe in God and he doesn't exist, then we don't really lose anything. Like, leading a life where you believe in God is fine anyway. So it's like, what do you have to lose? But if you don't believe in God and you are wrong, then you go to hell. And that's really, 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 really bad. And so if you have to choose what you're going to believe or not to believe, you might as well make a bet. Since you're not going to have evidence anyway, you're never going to be convinced, and you're a skeptic, you might as well just like put your chips down on the thing that makes the most sense. Hedge your bets, be safe, and like bet on God. That's basically like a pragmatic argument for not for the existence of God, because it doesn't do anything to substantiate God's existence. And Lewis is kind of using a similar thing here, where he's saying like, yeah, I know, guys, we're never gonna empirically validate this stuff, but trust me, if you just accept this and just believe it, so much other stuff falls into place. We can explain so much with this model. It's beautiful, it's compelling, it's elegant, and to be fair, I do kind of agree with that. And I think we all kind of intuitively have a part of ourselves, at least in modern times, where we're like, we use these examples of a possible world being different in this way or that way, of something not being possible in any world. Like, that language is kind of intuitive and kind of useful for a lot of conversation. But he insisted that we believe in all the unicorn verses and all the frog god verses and all that shit, and that's where things get messy, in my opinion. So, my conclusion is that if somebody starts off a debate with you and they suggest, hey, we have to accept that modal realism is real and a valid way of interrogating the universe, that should be a massive fucking red flag. It doesn't mean that they're stupid or that they're disingenuous or that they're wrong. It doesn't mean that you should dismiss their perspective or that you shouldn't, hear them out, or that you can't have a good debate with them. You probably still can. But modal realism in and of itself is really, really weird if you actually accept it. And I don't think it's a very widely accepted, although feel free to confirm this, a very widely accepted paradigm in philosophy. It's an interesting experiment, but it's not something that is ever like empirically verifiable. And the techniques and tactics that Lewis used to try to defeat his detractors kind of dovetail with a lot of the bullshit rhetoric that people in the community use to clear their points. So this tells you one of a couple of things, right? Either the person literally believes an infinite universe is full of unicorns and frog gods and shit, in which case, okay, you're in for a rough ride in terms of the rest of the conversation. Or they don't really believe that, or they don't really know what modal realism is, or they're like using a different ersatz version of modal realism, in which case that's good, that's a positive sign. But then you have to wonder, well, why are they even using this in a way that the inventor of it, so to speak, like vehemently defied. And that should be something that you should clear up before getting into these conversations, right? So there's my very professional and very it's, hey walkie talkie, how's it going? It's my very professional bird video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something from that. Obviously we have still more to talk about, but yeah. Let me catch up on chat. Hope you're doing well, walkie talkie. I was just listening back through your debate here. I love the, the rules that you guys came up with, and I have kind of a lot to say about, like, especially the first hour of this debate. I will say that I think I never know who I'm talking to, if it's both of you or if it's just Ood or Kamui, but both of you guys did a really good job of addressing the points that came up, and I'm not necessarily going to like reinvent the wheel with my own responses. I think you like pointed out a lot of the issues that kind of came up very well. But I do want to kind of emphasize a couple of things that I noticed just for fun. I did want to point out where exactly is it that my dono came up. I have it written down because there was a beautiful little moment that I stumbled across when I was reviewing this. Let me check my notes. Okay, so yeah, 102. No, not this one. Oh wow, that's weird. Okay, hang on. Am I on the wrong? Yeah, I'm sorry. I got like totally off track here. There we go. Okay, yeah, now we're back. Okay, gotcha. So at 102, let's see, this happened, which I thought was just a beautiful little confluence, a little moment here. Bring this volume up.
Is like how most people intuitively argue, but there are rats out there that made it to where I had to put that in my rule set, unfortunately.
The moment he says there are rats out there, that, of course, is exactly where my fucking donation comes in. Of course. But yeah, anyway, so this was a great watch, and we're going to talk about it in a little bit over the course of the stream. So that being said, let me let me catch up on chat real quick because there's a lot of messages that's come in. I appreciate you guys being patient while I power my way through the PowerPoint. Ha. Shinigami says, honestly, I want to eventually read the old Sherlock Holmes books. Yeah, I think there's a lot of, like, they are great literature. It's worth giving them some time, yeah? And super, super influential as well. Omni says, have not watched any of the streams on this topic. What is this Hashirama strength thing? Yeah, so Sage a few months ago made a video called like Hashirama's True Strength Explained or something like that. And then he also had some debates with the lovely Walkie Talkie folks who are here in the chat, as well as with Jay the Great. You can check out their debate over here. You can also check out Jay's debate over here. And basically, the idea is that there's a statement in the fourth data book that says Hashirama, specifically, it's like Orochimaru coveted the regenerative ability of Hashirama's cells, and that's why he did experiments on Yamato and stuff like that. And that like insane regeneration ability was one piece of evidence for the fact that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. There are different ways of interpreting the translation, but it basically kind of boils down to that, right? Like, one way or another, his regenerative ability, his super powerful cells, made him known as, regarded as, or actually made him the strongest shinobi, or make him the strongest shinobi. And so Sage's interpretation from that book, or from that data book statement, is that categorically Hashirama basically is the strongest until proven otherwise. And so even in the late war, when like Hashirama says supposedly that Jubito is stronger than he is, it's really just Hashirama's clone. It's not really him. Like, Jubito isn't stronger than he is. Like, basically Hashirama is the strongest shinobi up until chapter 691. So technically, through the Kaguya arc and the resolution of that fight, he remains the strongest shinobi, stronger than Jubidara, stronger than DMS Kakashi, all that stuff, right? So, well, maybe not DMS Kakashi. I'm not sure if he regards that as one person or two, but anyway, like, that is the position, right? And that's what we've been talking about for the past couple of weeks. So yeah, let me know if you have any more, if you want to talk about that or need any more clarification on the topic in general. But that's the gist of it. Like, why does that data book statement, why is that relevant? Why should that inform our idea of the series in general? Is there any conflicting information? And if so, how do we talk about that information? Imagine learning philosophy only to apply it to power scaling. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. I'm sort of grateful for videos like Sage's because I honestly would have no reason to look into this stuff because I'm not really interested in philosophy like on my own. But if it's gonna come up in debates and conversations like this, then I feel the need to educate myself about it. And so the same thing with like using that universe simulator sandbox thing. I never would have done that on my own. There's a lot of stuff that I've wound up like Redshift Nebula. I'm sure you've heard people throw out the term Redshift Nebula. I had to look that shit up and learn what that meant. That's a whole other topic, right? But I kind of need a prompt. I kind of need like a kickstart to get into topics like these. So it's great. I don't necessarily like vibe with David Lewis and his whole perspective, but hey, I learned a new thing, so that was fun. Protoworm says David Attenborough. Yeah, you're right, dude. I appreciate the reminder there. Shinigami says, honestly, I want to eventually read the old Sherlock Holmes books. Yeah. I don't know who Owlman is. Do you mean like Kippura Gabora, the one from Zelda, the animated movie? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry. Omnibomni says there are a lot of books that are just a collection of all Doyle's home stories. You'll be able to get one for cheap. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I bet there are also audiobooks out there that have great performances too. If you prefer that. We found one in the library. Oh, that's awesome. Sorry for that loud noise. I've been fidgeting. I should put this down so I don't make noises. Sorry. Don't want to jump scare anybody. That happened before. Was it Loha or Kakuzu and Holidays? Somebody was like drifting off to sleep to the stream, and then I played like a really loud noise unintentionally, and I woke them up. I felt super bad. But yeah, let's see. Whole set of books, not just a single book that collects everything. It's one of those big books where it's multiple books in one. Oh yeah, that's cool. Like an omnibus, right? Omnibomni says, okay, yeah, that's how you would usually find them nowadays. You like to analyze smart characters. Yeah, I really do want to spend time responding to your analysis. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Shinigami says there's probably a version of me right now who wants to make a true impact and wants to go to Earth Prime and destroy it and destroy the multiverse. Honestly, yeah, that's the point, right? Like, as long as it doesn't conflict with the rules of reality, then it is possible and therefore it exists. So one of the things that comes up is like, what are the implications of modal realism for like the problem of evil? If you're not familiar, the problem of evil is basically like, if God is all powerful and all good, then how could he let suffering happen? Like, that's a very brief summary of it, right? And so under modal realism, there is a possible world where everyone is in pure joy and in pure bliss all of the time. And there's also a world, or maybe even infinite worlds, where people are in horrible agony and suffering all the time. And so, if this is the case, we basically have infinite universes where God does and doesn't exist, and infinite universes where God allows for infinite suffering and also permits infinite good to happen. What does that actually mean? That creates kind of a weird problem for theosophy, I think is the term for it. But anyway, for like people talking about God and morality and stuff, the default response to that is basically, well, God is above all of the universes and like oversees all of them, right? But then like philosophers like Leibniz, however you pronounce his name, tried to spin it and basically be like, well, because we already know that God is good, we must be living in the best possible universe, because God wouldn't create a universe for us that was anything less than the best it could possibly be, because if he did, then he wouldn't be maximally good, and we already know he's maximally good. So, right, it's like you can actually, I think the benefit or the power of modal realism is that you can apply it to a whole lot of different things, and it can be very useful in terms of it's almost like a Rorschach, right? Like you can look at it from all sorts of different angles and see it in different ways and apply it to different things. That was Lewis's vision, and it can be very useful for that. It's just like he went one step too far and he's like, now believe in unicorns, motherfuckers. And it's like, I mean, I want to. Like the my inner child is still alive, but I don't know if I can say that in public, you know? Like I want to believe in that there's a world where My Little Pony characters, like they all actually exist and are real, right? Like I'm sure that would be comforting to some. I don't know if I'm really willing to accept that, though, for the purposes of getting through a debate. Protoworm says, David Lewis, I can't tell you if there's a world where Kakasu beats pain, but I can tell you sure as they get. Yeah, exactly, dude. Shinigami says, Marvel with a universe where people turn to paint. Is that real? Does that really happen? That's kind of cool. Is it possible for Norse gods coexisting as frogs? Isn't one of the conditions that is a possibility for these concepts to be true in a world? Yeah, exactly. So, like, that's the question, right? Does it conflict with the rules of reality for there to be a god that exists? And does it conflict with the rules of reality? In other words, is it possible for a god to exist and take the form of a frog. If it's possible, meaning it doesn't break the rules of reality, then Lewis would say it does actually exist in some world. So in the lectures that I've listened to about this, the examples that come up are like, yeah, there is a world, or there are infinite worlds in which, like, one of the Norse gods, a couple of the Norse gods, all of the Norse gods, none of the Norse gods exist. Every possible configuration, and I do underscore possible there, it does literally actually exist. But then it gets kind of weird because it's like, okay, if you're just saying that things that are possible are things that already exist, but we can't actually verify what actually exists in those other universes because we can't use empiricism to examine them, then what does that actually mean? Isn't it just like saying anything that's possible is possible and anything that's impossible is impossible? And like, there's a lot of problems with it, basically. And Lewis, to his credit, did a pretty good job at engaging with his critics in good faith, I think, but I don't find his defenses of his thesis, so to speak, to be very convincing. There's a lot of deflection. There's a lot of like, yeah, but come on, guys, just can you just let me get away with this, please? Like, so I really don't find it a convincing defense. Shinigami says reading this makes it sound like people like Sage don't want pushback on their points. I don't think he doesn't want pushback. Like, I think he's okay with debating people. It just he wants, I don't know. I don't want to speak for his intentions. I think that's a little unfair. But I could see why you would feel that way. I personally feel like he just doesn't want to investigate things in beyond a certain depth, and that certain depth is like he'll go as far as he needs to clear his points, and then he kind of like loses interest, like the moon stuff we talked about before, right? Like he thinks he can get away, so to speak, with saying that the moon in Naruto is literally the same as the moon in our universe because they use the same kanji to describe the moon in Naruto. And that kanji is only ever used to describe our moon. So it's basically like they're literally calling it Luna, therefore we can assume that it is literally the same exact moon. I'm like, but what about the hollowing in the middle? What about the civilizations inside of it? What about like the artificial sun in the middle? Is it really safe to assume that it's the same mass? And he's like, look, I already said what I said. Like, I'm not going to repeat myself. Like, I'm straw manning a bit. I'm being a little unfair, but essentially, like, there is this sort of meta in terms of argumentation where it's like, as long as you think you can defend this house, right, then you don't, like, people don't want to look into things more than that because the goal is, again, to like put the flag in the ground and say, I can defend this position, as opposed to like understanding it thoroughly, if that makes sense. Now, those two aren't mutually exclusive necessarily, but oftentimes one will come at the expense of the other. Omnibomni says, like, I would think it's one of those not possible, it's true in no possible worlds cases. Yeah, so you could make that argument, right? You could say it is not possible in any world for a Norse god to be a frog, therefore it is not possible. I think Lewis would disagree with you, but that would be the correct form of a modal realism statement to make about it being possible, right? If you say it's not possible for there to be a Norse frog god, what you're saying in Lewis's perspective is no possible universe could possibly, with its own rules, support the existence of a frog god. So yeah, if I understand correctly, it's very convoluted. Very nice says, you're absolutely right, Shinigami. Yeah. Dr. Strangle says, 15 minutes behind the stream, I explained to Sage before how he's using modal realism, where what he only intends a rule as a model scope of classical realism and not all the philosophical baggage of realism. Yeah, exactly. So I think he's employing a form of modal logic, which discusses reality, but maybe he's not entirely aware of the implications of modal realism itself. Now, look, I am what David Lewis would probably call an ersatzist. In other words, I think we should absolutely, like, to use one of Sage's favorite phrases, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, if there is good value in a theory, we can take the good out of it and retain that and iterate on that, even if there is some bullshit in it. You know, like a certain this is a really bad example, but a certain Austrian painter was supposedly responsible for involved in the creation of Fanta. Now, I can drink Fanta and this is so fucking stupid. I can drink Fanta and enjoy the delicious orangey sugary taste without subscribing to the aforementioned individual's fan club, right? Like, it's totally fine to look at some things that some people do and certain parts of certain ideas and be like, okay, let's take the good stuff out of here and maybe leave some of the other stuff in the past, right? So, I'm actually a fan of ersatz modal realism. It's just that David Lewis would probably be fucking mad for me for saying that and promoting that, right? Yeah, I pulled out the PowerPoint. Well, I was thinking of like continuing to expand on this, but when I started, like if you haven't seen this from the previous streams, right? It's like this is useful for like setting up hierarchies of power and for accumulating scans. But I tried Miro is the software I'm using here, and it does actually let you make slides inside. Like you can actually put a slide or a doc or a Kanban or whatever like inside here, but it's really clunky. So yeah, I just busted out my fucking like middle school book report thing. Hopefully, some people find that enlightening. Um, I got my whole rubric going. Omnibomni says, have to go. Yeah, be safe, have fun. I hope you have a great trip and continue discovering good things and having fun out there. Oh, yeah, late, but I'm here now. Says, sorry. You were building a pillow fort. Oh my god, that's so cool. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I'm glad. It seems like you're having fun. Hopefully, everything is going well with the aftermath of the protest and everything like that. Shinigami says, if I were to get someone to believe in God, I wouldn't argue like that. Yeah, personally, I don't find those arguments convincing. Like the ontological argument and the moral argument and stuff like that, I don't find convincing. I think there are reasonable cases. Like I don't really want this to become a religious debate stream, but I think there are good reasons for individual people to pursue faith and to pursue a belief in God. I disagree with the conclusions that they reach from an empirical standpoint or like a logical standpoint or whatever, but like I think there are some pragmatic arguments to be made for like it being beneficial for people to sometimes have beliefs that they can't necessarily confirm empirically. But that's like a whole that's a really kind of a complicated thing that we should probably talk about separately. Yeah, I'm much more nuanced about it than I was in the past. Let's see. Barry Nice says the thing is modal realism requires a biased piloting intuition because the impossible universes are apparent and relevant. Well, that dovetails interestingly with the expected evidence arguments that Sage likes to use as well, which we're going to talk about soon. So yeah, I think that's probably a good insight there. Walkie Talkie says you're saying what I'm saying is, do you realize? Are you aware that Sage is stupid? Yeah. So what you're saying is that the word sage is equivalent to and can be interchanged with the word stupid. Okay, so next time you say stupid, I'm going to just assume that you mean sage, using your Sakura and Ino's hair obsession argument. No, I don't think that sage is stupid. Like, genuinely, I think he's a clever guy. I think he's smart. I think he comes up with interesting arguments. I don't think you make the arguments or engage in the sorts of content that Sage does if you're a fucking, dumb as a bag of hammers or whatever the expression is. I just think that like Noodles in a way, I think he's too smart for his own good sometimes. And it's arrogant of me to say this, I guess, but like, I think he winds up talking himself into corners and then feeling like he has to defend those corners instead of just taking a step back and be like, okay, that didn't work. Let me try a different approach this time, right? And to be fair, I get super self-conscious about everything I say online. Like I'm leaving up all of the VODs. Like I've edited out a couple of comments I made about Discord drama, but like last time, I'll just be totally honest. Last time I was like, I think the stream went pretty badly, and I feel kind of embarrassed. And like, I don't know. I feel like I didn't say things right, and I rambled too much, etc. And so like, I understand you're projecting yourself into a public space. You're working really hard on shit. You're getting scrutinized for it, and sometimes people just won't shut the fuck up and leave you alone. And like, it can be frustrating, it can be demoralizing, and I understand that. And I understand that like, unless you just have an immunity to social anxiety, that shit is going to get under your skin. And also, if you are volunteering your contributions to a public forum and you're making money off of that, and you have a business model that you hope to be sustainable, and you're branding yourself as an educator and a philosopher, I think you incur a certain obligation to represent things accurately and not mislead people. So part of engaging in a dialogue is being open to constructive criticism. If you can't deal with that, then either like, I don't know, like it doesn't make sense to me that you would be in a public forum in the first place. That being said, there are limits. We should be polite. We should like try to treat each other with respect like adults. But also like there needs to be some kind of dialogue in order to move things forward, right? Like that seems fair, right? So no, I wouldn't call him stupid. I would just say he's very frustrating with the way that he tries to clear points instead of like just slowing down for a second and just appreciating, like, stop to smell the intellectual roses, so to speak. This is a stupid thing to say, but you know what I mean, right? It's like, just fucking slow down for a second and look at all the information, look at all the data in context. There's no need for us to be like building bunkers and like taking pot shots at each other from behind said defenses. Like, I literally don't fucking understand the adversarial, combative, competitive nature of this community. It's fucking weird. But anyway, and again, I don't treat my channel like a business either. So, Very Nice says the frog gods are either theoretically real given context or are never possible due to context. Yeah, and that, like, determining, so that's the difficulty of it, right? Is like, if you want to actually determine which one of those things is the case, you don't really have the empirical tools to be able to do so, because we can only investigate the actual world that we are actually currently in, and we can only make predictions and speculations about the nature of those alternate realities based on our understanding of this reality. Although Lewis does try to address that by what's the term he uses for it? It's like alien properties, I think is what he calls them. So he acknowledges that it's possible that other universes may be so strange that we lack the ability to properly perceive or discuss them. For example, I hope this doesn't seem rude to anybody who has like vision impairment or less vision or whatever, but an example that came up was if somebody has lived their entire life blind, they probably wouldn't have the right vocabulary to describe color to somebody else, right? Because it's just not an experience that they have. They haven't really developed that understanding personally. So that's a relatively simple example, but what if there are like other dimensions to those other universes, other entire ways of sensing and engaging with the universe that we can't even comprehend, that our brains aren't like even capable of processing? We can't even imagine the unknown unknowns, right? And he's like, yeah, that's possible. Like, so that doesn't break the rules of reality. So that's true. There are infinite numbers of universes with infinite different rule sets, and we just don't know what they are. And it's like, okay, all of the, to me, that's like stacking on more and more exceptions to try to allow for the theory to continue to clear. But again, it's all kind of speculative, right? There's no way of actually really interrogating it, because of the inherent nature of these worlds as being totally closed off from ours. So it's it's kind of unfortunate, I should say. Oh, you guys only covered 10% of what you wanted to talk about. Well, dude, I do hope you have around 2, 3, or n, where n equals the number it will take you to get to the actual stuff that you want to discuss. Like, I'll be there. I will gladly listen to anything y'all wind up talking about. So yeah, good luck. I hope everything goes well with that. Walkie talkie. Oh, Shinigami says again, this is Sage just wanting to argue without pushback. Maybe. I don't know. I want to be fair, but I definitely see where you're coming from. Walkie Talkie says, I did edit this VOD a few weeks ago, clipping out non-debate stuff, so timestamps may be messed up if you got them beforehand. Oh yeah, that's cool. I just reviewed, like, I wanted to review the whole thing before the stream tonight. I only had time to review, like, an hour of it, but honestly, there's plenty of us for us to talk about within that hour, so it's all good. I appreciate the heads up, though. I'm going to try to listen through the rest of it before, sooner or later, I'm going to wind up listening through the whole thing again, so I appreciate, like, knowing that I might need to update my notes. That's no problem at all. Shinigami says he can go as far as getting basic facts wrong and not have pushback. Well, yeah, I mean, like, look, I actually don't mind if anybody gets a fact wrong, because there's 700 chapters of Naruto, and, like, it's translated from another language that a lot of fans in our community aren't, like, fluent in, and there's conflicting information and stale ideas that have confused people. People are going to get shit wrong, and that is okay. I actually don't mind if somebody gets something wrong, as, like, I get shit wrong all the damn time, because it can be a learning opportunity. Like, moving from saying I am wrong about something to I am right about something requires, like, all it requires is that you acknowledge the thing that you were wrong about and then accept the correct information. It's really not something that I think we should be ashamed of or embarrassed about. I think we should destigmatize being incorrect. The thing that frustrates me is doubling down on those positions for some fucking reason, like, whatever it might be, for business acumen, for clout, for keeping your debate score up, whatever it is. That shit is just like, I don't know. It's boring. It's irritating. Um, let's see. Shinigami says he can go as far as getting basic facts wrong. Oh yeah. Barry Nice says that's a problem. Shinigami. Everyone in those communities wants to argue without pushback. This speaks to greater issues in our society. Yeah, you're right about that. Patriarchy, cough, cough. I do think that there is some toxic masculinity that kind of seeps into this stuff. Honestly, especially with folks who are more like. Sage is not like particularly bad. Like he is a solid debater. He can run debates in a good way. Like I have positive things to say about the motherfucker. Don't get me wrong. And when compared to somebody like Noodles, he like it's night and day. Like Sage's knowledge of the series is much deeper, much broader. And his ability to have coherent conversations with people is like on a completely different level from Noodles and D1 and stuff like that, right? So credit where credit is due. But also like with those aspects of the community, there is a lot of like pent up male rage and frustration that I think comes out in the competitive arena, so to speak, that winds up getting in everybody's fucking way, just makes everything more aggressive and annoying. But yeah. Oh, you saw the comment. Yeah, I remember you guys giving me a shout out on the stream. I appreciated that. And like, I wasn't trying to be too spicy, but I think we were like an hour in, and like Hashirama hadn't even come up yet. I was like, please, for the love of God, somebody talk about the Woodman, which I'm sure is how people feel on my streams when I just talk for hours and hours about like fucking giving PowerPoints and shit. But you know, it's all in good fun anyway. Saria says, I'm like, oh yeah, we said hello. We shall debate it again whenever at some point, hopefully soon. Yeah. Look forward to it. Proto Worm says Sage does not commit to Hashirama above DMS Kakashi, despite Kakashi being a shinobi. See, that's the thing, right? Like, I haven't, I'm not going to become a paid member of the channel again, at least not right now. So I can't see the VODs where he does his ranking, but, like, I'm confused about that, because I think he puts, like, DMS Kakashi, like, right below Hagoromo and, like, end of series Naruto and Sasuke. Like, DMS Kakashi is one of the characters he scales the highest. I think he puts DMS Kakashi over fucking Kaguya. But like DMS Kakashi is a character who comes and goes before chapter 691, and 691, as he points out so frequently, is the extent to which the fourth data book covers. Like it stops, it doesn't cover the Sasuke Naruto fight. So like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Let's see. Dr. Strangle says caught up with the stream on 2x speed, and yeah, I mostly agree with your contention with modal realism. Yeah, feel free to let me know if I missed anything. It's so fucking convoluted, dude. Like I really did do my due diligence. Like I read part of Lewis's book. I watched a bunch of lectures on the shit. And I tried to read some articles and stuff. But like, I still don't understand really like what the practical implications of it are, beyond just making it easier for us to use the model of like, hey, in another world, X, Y, or Z, right? Because that lecture that was narrated by the AI David Attenborough, right? Uh, like half of that lecture is glaze. It's just like saying some people may have an incredulous stare when confronted with the bold and provocative philosophy that there are really other worlds out there, but the vast utility and the wide-ranging influence and the depths of the applications of this phenomenal theory are staggering and are still sending ripples through the community today. And I'm like, okay, how? Because of how influential they are. Yeah, but like in what way? In the many applications. Yeah, motherfucker, just tell me, like, give me some examples. And like, I don't know, that part is still a little bit lost on me. I've heard a lot of hype and a lot of glaze about the supposed utility of this framework, and I'm just not seeing it beyond the like rhetoric and yeah, like I don't know, the thing of like in a different world I could have been a doctor, but we don't need to accept unicorns and shit for that. Although I do like the idea of there being real unicorns. Like, don't get me wrong, unicorns are fucking cool, dragons are cool, but I mean, yeah, hopefully you see the problem with that. Own Man is an alternate universe version of Batman. Yeah. or Owlman. Owlman. Okay. Discord DMs. Yeah, I'll check Discord DMs after the stream. Sir, very nice said, a friend of mine argued according to evidence versus claims that his mundane claims are claims with lots of potential evidence for them, whereas extraordinary claims stand out for their weight. Yeah, isn't that like Hitchens or like Sagan's principle or something like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? That seems familiar. Suffering doesn't actually exist prior with us. It only began to exist when we ate the forbidden fruit. Well, I'm probably going to disagree with you there. I have a different perspective on where suffering comes from. God is the ultimate good. We can get into a theology debate. Yeah, I think I'll refrain from commenting too much on theology. I happen to disagree with your perspective, but I also don't like want to push back too hard. Let's just say that I'm a secular humanist. Maybe I'm not even 100% sure what that term means anymore. But like, I'm an atheist in that I am not convinced of the existence of God, and I don't think that the God hypothesis has enough evidence or explanatory power to justify believing in it. So we have to understand the universe with different models. Um, but that's a whole other topic that we can talk about. But I think it would be out of scope for this particular stream. Whatever we classify as evil on the basis that it lacks its existence. Yeah, I disagree. Cold isn't a natural concept, it's the lack of heat. Well, I mean, the issue with that is that you could also flip that and say that heat is the lack of cold. So I think defining things in terms of the fact that they are not their opposite is true, but it's sort of a tautology as well. I would respond to something like that by saying, okay, well, um, why don't we just examine what semantically we mean when we refer to cold? If you're talking about the sensation of cold, well, we can understand that as like a biological response to a stimulus. So, in order to understand what cold is, we would need to understand what is actually happening in our body when we have this experience that we call cold, and then what is the thing that comes from outside our body into our body to then generate that stimulus. And then this leads to a discussion of like, okay, well, what's happening in our environment that produces the stimulus, what's happening inside of us that perceives the stimulus, and then we can kind of go from there, right? And so like hot and cold are terms that we apply to a speed of molecular motion or atomic motions. Sorry, it's probably going to get like cringe at my explanation here. I apologize, but like basically atoms move at a certain speed. The faster they move, the hotter things are. The slower they move, the colder things are. Is an incredibly oversimplified explanation. And the way that we perceive hot or cold is our subjective response to our bodies interpreting that motion. So if we really want to understand cold, we have to understand A, what is going on in the environment that leads to that motion, B, how do our bodies respond to it, and then C, linguistically and philosophically, how do we take that sensory experience that we've had and then put labels on it and categorize it in a way that lets us talk about it to each other, understand each other, and then also like do more research and understand it better, right? So I agree that there isn't necessarily like this Platonic ideal or Platonic concept of cold as a thing, but understanding the whole like signal chain, the whole like domino effect of something in the universe happening, and then we perceive it as cold and call it with this particular sound that we make cold, right? That each of those steps in the chain, links in the chain, is something that we can talk about and study and understand inherently, or empirically rather. The same with darkness is just a lack of light. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I think that like that is stuff that we can investigate empirically without having to rely necessarily on like category statements about concepts. But again, like this might be a fun topic for another stream. I just want to make sure that I'm like not getting too deep in the weeds with that. How about No says, I mean, assuming an infinite or just really big universe, there is a 100% identical universe down to every single atom, to our own, just a short 10 to the 115 meters away from our own. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that, like, you can posit, you can break down every possible subdivision that you can conceive of, and then you would have to also include all the subdivisions and variations that you can't conceive of, and those subdivisions can have sub permutations for every subdivision of time and space. So, like, in 4 dimensions, every variation of everything extends infinitely in all ways. It's just like literally believing in it is really fucking messy. Using it as a model for conversation is fine. Very nice says, just like Yuta and Ryu, we can just throw intellectual hands, no hiding behind your fortress. Yeah, yeah. As long as it's done, like, I would say, to use an example that I saw recently, like Itadori and Todo, right? Like, they go at it. Like, they push each other hard. But there's also a spirit of friendship involved. Like, they try to hurt each other. They are not holding back in certain parts of their fight, but they also respect each other, and they're doing it in a fun way where they try to bring out the best in each other. In my opinion, like, Todo versus, like, once Todo accepts his, like, Itadori's taste in women, which is something else we could talk about. But like, once they have established a baseline friendship, the way in which they push and encourage each other, I think that's a model that we should use for discussions in the Naruto community in general. Um, let's see. Dr. Strangle says, I don't think any pragmatic argument should be convincing, as I'm a person with empathy and I want to do something that might harm others. The pragmatic solution is dehumanization of the affected person. Yeah, that's the caveat of the golden rule, right? Is like, do unto others as you would want others to do on yourself. Well, if you're a masochist and you want others to hurt you and treat you like shit, then that doesn't really work, right? It's like the golden rule is sort of like an axiom or a maxim rather that like applies for most people intuitively if you are nice. But when you take it to its like full extent, there are problems with that. Barry Nice says that best modal realism covers for people who don't want to entertain the idea of a hypothetical universe with rules, a fantasy. Some people will literally rat to the point of saying Naruto isn't real. I mean, like, yeah. At that point, this is why I do think that it's important for like people like Sage to specify rules to a debate, because if you get like, and I have a feeling that he was maybe referring to Noodles in at least in part when he came up with these rules, because like Noodles will do that in debates. He'll be like, well, if you're skeptical towards me, then you're just engaging in this infinite regress, which is inherently deleterious to argumentation, and so you're not arguing in good faith. We can't have a conversation, therefore you lose, right? Like they will pull such, as you say, rat tactics in order to just get away from the point and try to win that way. And so you have to preemptively put up some defenses against that bullshit, because otherwise, unfortunately, people will take advantage of that. And I get that. I think it's totally fair and good practice to incorporate a rule set into your debates. That's fine. It's just you need to be sure that you know what you're talking about and that you are using rules that are actually beneficial to the debate. And one thing I do want to talk about in a second is like, well, saying all that, like, does Sage actually think that modal realism is what Lewis said it was, or is he using like his own version of it, or like, because to be fair, we need to actually listen to what Sage's definition or understanding of modal realism is, and not just attack the OG modal realism if he's using ersatz modal realism, right? Like, so we had to hear the guy out, which we'll do in a second. AI glazes everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're doing the whole like King of the Hill thing. I wonder if I should turn that off, but people seem to enjoy it, so I'll leave it on for now. Heat and temperature are things, and hot and cold are sensations. Good and bad both seem to be sensations. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I think that, well, I mean, like, so when I say that I think morality is subjective, usually what people who disagree with that approach, they then are like, well, so you think people can just invent whatever they want, and then everything is morally permissible, and like, you know, there seems to be this implication that if morality isn't objective, then it's entirely arbitrary, and that means that I'm in favor of just doing whatever you want to other people, and that's absolutely not the case. But I think that like there is a sensation of good and bad, and then there is also the fact that we didn't come with a morality system pre-installed into the universe. And so if we do care about each other, if we do feel good and bad, then we need to figure out, like, do our utmost to figure out a system that will work. And that's really, really, really fucking hard and requires a lot of effort and collaboration and iteration. But yeah, the sensations themselves don't represent the full spectrum of everything, but they're a very important part of figuring out how do we design a system that is fair and equitable and like morally, ethically correct, right? Dr. Strangle said he did not know of the "no, they are really real worlds" part when I talked to him. Oh yeah, so, well, that's also so like again, I try not to be too uh adversarial, I guess, but like I also heard him say that like modus ponens is if P then Q, and that's not what modus ponens is. Like modus ponens is if P then Q, P therefore Q, right? So it's like I think the example that he used in the is it Jay the Great or Walkie Talkie, he said like if LeBron it has the highest score of any NBA player, then he is the highest scorer, and he said that that was modus ponens, and that's not entirely true. It's like it would be if the highest scorer is the person with the like greatest number of points scored, and LeBron has the greatest number of points scored, then by definition he is the greatest scorer, right? He skipped a step. where it's not just like if thing is thing, then thing is thing. It's like if X is Y, then and Y. It's like a syllogism basically. It's like the most compressed, succinct form of a syllogism. And so I think that also people use the term. I should really just do a fucking stream about this. People use the term steelman in a really awkward way too. So if you're not familiar with steelman versus strawman, a strawman is when you make like a mockery and like a watered down bullshit version of your opponent's argument to try to make them look bad. Like you try to make your opponents look worse by misrepresenting what they're saying. So, if I say, like, that example of, like, morality is a good example. If I say, I think that morality is subjective in that it needs to be constructed and developed, and you respond by saying, oh, my opponent over here is completely amoral, he's a moral anarchist, and he thinks that you can just do whatever you want with no consequences, right? That's a straw man. You're paraphrasing what I'm saying, and you're trying to tear it down by making it look worse than it is, and you're not actually hearing me out. It's dishonest. But a steel man would be the opposite. It would be like, oh, okay, I see what my opponent is saying. He thinks that morality has to be constructed by human beings and that it's a very difficult challenge and that maybe even it's something that we need to work really hard on, right? They basically paraphrase what I'm saying and then they build it up to its strongest possible version. A steel man is like taking the man and making him out of steel, making him stronger, reinforcing him. The point of a steel man is not that you just say, okay, I'm going to agree with you for now, like people in our community seem to think it is. It's like actively building up and contributing and making your opponent's argument stronger. It's like you give them a buff, you give them a Kaioken, you give them a Susanoo, you put every kind of armor and buff, and you give them a fucking bazooka on top of that other person's core abilities, and then you fight him in his strongest possible form, because if you can beat the strongest possible form of your opponent, then that means your argument is even stronger, which is exactly the opposite of a straw man, which is like you have to try to make your opponent look weaker because your argument isn't good enough to beat him in the first place, right? So I think that there is a weird misunderstanding of philosophy in the community, and I think it's genuine misunderstanding. I think it just sort of gets passed around, and people don't realize it. Like for a while, I thought that like I didn't really understand what reductio ad absurdum was because I heard Six describe it in a certain way, and I think he was incorrect about what he said, and I just assumed that it was true, and I used it incorrectly. It wasn't an attempt to be deceitful or malicious towards anybody. It was just something I picked up. It happened to be wrong, and I happened to repeat it and didn't think about it, right? So I'm not even mad about it, but there is, like, we have to do better as a community at, like, trying to catch each other on this shit and elevate each other as opposed to just, like, swallowing and regurgitating the shit, to use Sage's example, right? It's not helping anybody to do that. He did not know of the. Oh yeah, Bernice says, to me, people can make up whatever rules they want, and two, nothing is morally permissible because morals do not function that way in real life. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I think a morality discussion would be genuinely interesting. With folks in chat here. Shinigami says, "Oh well, no theology for me." Well, at some point, yeah, but I just want to make sure that there's some other things that I get to over the course of the stream. Only time I had it was with Learn Ursa and Twitter, who just wanted to slander me for being religious. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. Like, I'll be straightforward and say that I don't share the same religious perspective that you do, but I have no interest in, like, belittling you or slandering you. Like, I think the atheist community, like, I kind of stopped associating with atheist groups or whatever because, so, like, to be frank, so many of them are, like, so fucking toxic and annoying and obnoxious, and, like, there's been a new wave of, like, YouTube atheists that are nicer and more polite and more, like, affable. But man, like the Matt Dillahunty era of just like and Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens style of like atheists who just love to put other people down. It's like it doesn't make us look good, bro. Like we're not winning hearts and minds by being fucking douches. Like, yeah, I know it feels good to put somebody down if you think you're morally superior. Cool. Let me know when you outgrow that so that we can actually try to have a productive conversation, right? Like, I find street epistemology and stuff like that where people are just asking questions and trying to understand each other like so much more compelling. Which is why I will recommend the whole enemies project thing as a great example of how to be more productive about certain conversations. Shinigami says, apparently me being religious means every form of good I did by myself, which is more than the average Twitter user, is just a race. No, that's so unfair, dude. You shouldn't be on the receiving end of that. That's not cool. I wouldn't be as mad as if I didn't engage in helping refugees and making a good GoFundMe or whatever. Or sorry, a GoFundMe for a friend. Yeah, like I think. Look, I happen to think that there are certain religions that cause uh, bad things to other people, and also many individuals, in fact probably the majority of individuals who believe in those religions, don't actually believe in those harmful things and are really wonderful, awesome people, and genuinely are probably like more active in making the world a better place than I am. And so it's like extremely shitty of me to be like, well, just because you espouse a belief system that has problems with it, that means you're a bad person. Like if other people like try to talk to you like that, then like fuck them. Like seriously, it's if they're not willing to try to actually understand you as a person for who you are and what you genuinely believe, and they just want to like be prejudiced against you, like fuck that. Like, you don't deserve that. How about no says that's actually maybe closer to moral anti-realism or anti-moral naturalism. Yeah, I'm honestly not as familiar with the terminology, so you might be absolutely correct about that. Um, Very Nice says, what's wrong with being amoral if the same meta of morality fits with the meta of an amoral humanist who wants to be safe and kind for their own sake? Being safe and respectful is optimal. I mean, again, like I'll cut myself off before I get super into it, but my perspective is like, I don't come into the morality or ethics discussion with a priori assumptions. Like, I don't assume that there has to or doesn't have to be an inherent morality to the universe. I just kind of show up and I look around me and I'm like, okay, well, I observe that people are acting in certain ways, and some of them are called quote unquote good, and some of them are called quote unquote evil. What does that mean? Where do our definitions of those things come from? And what can we learn about like examining the behavior of animals? What can we learn about examining the behavior of people across the ages, different religious beliefs, etc.? And when you put all of that together, I don't see any evidence that there's any inherent rule of the universe that compels us to act morally. What I do see is that organisms, one way or another, like when they are in close proximity, they compete and collaborate, and collaboration just factually does have benefits. And so we seem to have evolved with these systems in us that lead us, some of us not perfectly, but lead us towards cooperative behaviors. And when I examine the choice that we have as like thinking agents to either cooperate or to compete, and when we consider like torturing people and butchering people and stuff to be competition, and like helping people and elevating people to be collaboration, then basically we have a choice. We can choose to engage in destruction or collaboration, and when we make that choice, we can then observe the effects, right? Like we look throughout human history, we can see what happens when we're shitty to each other, and we can see what happens when we're nice to each other. And then we can make informed decisions about what we want to do. Now, unfortunately, that does mean that we don't have an inherent knowledge of certainty of what's good and what's wrong, and what's right and wrong, what's good and evil. And that sucks. It would be nice to have that conviction. But in absence of that, we can't just throw our hands up and be like, oh, fuck, I guess it's pure anarchy and we can just destroy everything and blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't matter. No, we're still here. We still alive. We still feel things. We still have goals and ambitions. And, like, we still, like, basically, most of us, I think, want the same thing. We want to live our lives in peace and accomplish something. And so we're going to, one way or another, like it or not, we're going to have to develop a strategy to manage that together, or we are going to collapse and people are going to suffer. So it's almost immaterial whether or not any individual like wants there to be suffering or not in the world. Whether or not you want it, like people, it is going to in my opinion, my prediction, it is going to self-select its. Fuck, it's gonna select itself out. It's not advantageous to be cruel, in the long term in the greater scope of things. And so like the sooner we acknowledge that and then like start collaborating and getting rid of cruelty and advancing positivity, regardless of the cosmic implications, things are going to get better. So we should just shut up and do our best to help each other. And then also, there's an additional layer of my own personal feelings and convictions. I feel that it is really, really shitty to be cruel to people, and it is really, really good and positive to be nice to people. And if you don't think that I have a cosmic justification for that, you're right, and I don't fucking care. I'm going to live my life in that way, and I'm going to try to convince other people to do that, and I don't need to appeal to some kind of greater like cosmic existence to justify that, because we can look and see the tangible effects of kindness versus cruelty. So I don't know what you would call that. I don't know what the term for that is, but that's basically like how I feel. Hopefully that seems fair. What's wrong with me? Oh yeah, Dr. Strangle says when opponent asks, "Give me back the steel man," they're asking me the version of this argument you think is bad back to me in the way that makes the most sense to you. Oh, I think I understand. Yeah, so it's like an exchange of the different versions of the argument, if I understand correctly. And then yeah, she's very nice says exactly. Okay, so it seems like I think that makes sense. Shinigami says, "I swear half the words you mentioned from Sage and Sick they sound made up." Oh yeah. Honestly, like a lot of the stuff, like yeah, modus ponens and reductio ad absurdum and um, there's a lot of terminology that at first glance or whatever definitely feels like it's some Harry Potter spells or whatever, but at the end of the day it's just Latin words and Greek words that represent philosophical ideas or concepts. And when you break them down, like modus ponens is saying, like, if this thing is true, then that thing is true. This thing is true, so that thing must be true, right? Modal realism, modal just means it's like has to do with the nature of existence or not. Like once you just break the terms down, it's not that complicated. It's just that people throw these things out in like a big flurry in conversations and debates, and then people have different understandings of what the terms mean, and things just get lost in lost in the sauce, I guess is one way to put it, right? um, and then it just gets more and more confusing as these things mutate over time. But if you have questions about any of the stuff, I will do my best to answer it, and then if I can't, I'll go research it. Like I didn't know what modal realism was before I studied for the stream, so to speak, right? So let's see. I swear. Oh yeah, Dr. Strangle says Matt Dillahunty doesn't belong in the list of asshats. Yeah. So I'd be curious if you have more thoughts on that. I think I've learned a lot from Matt Dillahunty's lectures or like conversations over time. I have had a couple of direct interactions with him that have not gone well. I have tried to be polite and tried to offer some polite feedback. He got very mad at me very quickly. And so I am not a fan based on our interactions, but also I literally had one of his videos pulled up on like understanding what evidence means in a previous stream. And I do think you can learn a lot from the guy. It's just sometimes he seems to really love telling people to fuck off, and I think that kind of gets in the way of him being like he could be more ambassadorial and help more people understand things without also like making them feel like idiotic pieces of shit. Like he seems to really like putting people down when he thinks maybe he's changed, but this is in the past. It's like 5 or 6 years ago, right? So like maybe it's different now, but in the past there definitely seems to be like this kind of uh what would you call it, like not self virtue. I'm blanking on the word. It's not the tip of my tongue. But it's like self righteousness, like self righteous indignation, and to me that kind of gets less appealing over time. Shinigami says, thankfully, EU apparently recognized Christianophobia. Oh, that's interesting. But going to keep myself in that stance because it's insane. I've seen a lot of Christian versus Islam debates. Yeah, so I don't want to dismiss your perspective there. If you want to share stuff, feel free. I would be curious to see the studies, so to speak, and to know like where that's coming out of. You're a moral anti-realist. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that might be the term that winds up describing me. I'll have to look it up more. Barry Nice says, I totally agree. John, informed decision-making leads even the most amoral person to be collaborative. Also, anarchy doesn't mean destroy everything in wild chaos. It just rejects authority. Yeah, I think I'm using that term in a very loose sense. So I think you identified as an anarchist, right? So I apologize if I misrepresented you at all. Not really what I was going for. Hey, Abstract, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for checking out the stream. It's good to see you. I appreciate the support. I recommended your stream also earlier today. Give you a shout out because I know you're covering the Pain versus Itachi stuff with Noodles and Swag Kage. I tuned into that earlier today. It's been super fun listening to your takes on that. And just in general, I've been singing your praises because I feel like every time I stop by your stream, and we have an interaction, it's positive. Like we haven't agreed on 100% of this stuff, but like I think overall we kind of overlap in our perspectives on the series. I really like the way that you engage with people in chat and the way that you like continue like furthering the conversations. And especially, I think we've talked about stuff like durability in Naruto, and there are some pretty wide-spanning misconceptions in the community about certain things that I think you're doing a great job of clearing up. We had a great conversation about Kirin, I think, a while ago, as well about like lightning and how that works, and yeah, it's always a great time. I don't know why I'm not getting the notifications for your streams, but I will stop by whenever I see them pop up. So yeah, oh yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it as well. Sanctimonious, you're probably right. I think that's a great word to describe what I'm trying to talk about. One second, I I should probably take a drink. 1 second. Yeah. Um, but yeah, a couple people have recommended your video on durability. Um, and I mean to check that out because if I'm remembering correctly, you agree that like Naruto characters are basically like knife level, right? Like unless they're using some sort of technique to amplify their durability, their base durability is still just like human meat essentially. Um, so I need to check that out for sure. Shinigami says, well, you don't have the authority to tell what is right or wrong, but that's fine. Nobody's perfect. Only God can be the ultimate judge. Yeah, I disagree with that, but I definitely recognize that argument as, like, look, in a sense, I don't literally wish that God existed, but I do think that objective arguments for morality solve a lot of problems, and this kind of dovetails back into what we were talking about, like, pragmatism and the utility of certain arguments. Like, okay, if we could convince ourselves to believe that things were 100%, how do I say this, like, if we could, if it were the case that there were actually morally objectively correct things that we could all appeal to and say, look, we never have to doubt this, we never have to second guess this, we can know for a fact without a shadow of doubt that if we do these things they're right, cosmically, intrinsically, inarguably, and if we do these things they're wrong in the same way. I think that would actually be very useful because it would eliminate a lot of anxiety, a lot of second guessing, it would eliminate a lot of debates, and we could just know that what we were doing was correct and appeal to that set of rules. I think that there is a very strong appeal and very strong utility there. But for me anyway, I don't think it's appropriate to subscribe to an ideology like that unless you can actually demonstrate it to be true. And as unfortunate as it might be that it's not true or not demonstrably true, all the consequences and repercussions of it not being true, they might really, really suck. But if that's reality, we should accept reality no matter how much it sucks, because if we don't, then like how are we going to build on it and make it better? Like I really hope that there is some inherent purpose to my life. I don't see the evidence for it, so I have to confront the cold cosmic cruelty of my life having no inherent purpose, and then I need to do the hard work of figuring out what I want my life to be about and deriving my own purpose. It would be a whole lot easier and a whole lot more comforting if I knew what I was supposed to do. I've had so much anxiety and so much worry over, like, am I doing the right thing with my life? But ultimately, I can't believe that there is a specific purpose for my life if I don't see the evidence for it, just because it would, like, make things easier and solve certain problems. It doesn't feel like that works, right? Um, Hopefully that seems fair. Let's see. Very Nice says, abstract talk about Naruto durability. Do you buy only that certain forms of chakra usage create enhanced physical durability? Can you list those for John? Yeah, please feel free to share. I do want to go over some more debate stuff, but honestly, this has been a pretty open, free-form discussion, and I'm totally happy to keep it loose and keep talking about that stuff. And I do really want to hear like your thoughts on durability either on this stream or on one of your streams, and I need to check out that video that folks have recommended as well. How about No says, me when I see a character get punched in hurt fist level. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, Naruto and Sasuke do punch each other with bare fists and hurt each other, so the universe is fist level confirmed. I think objective morality creates a hellish world where people suffer despite complex human characteristics, creating things like crime. If there's a God to me, they did the best they could imperfectly. Honestly, I think the idea of an imperfect creator is more appealing to me than a perfect one. I think our beliefs kind of overlap, or our perspectives overlap in that regard. Shinigami says we're fallible and we are bound by the concepts of debating biases and more. Certainly, there are limits to our perception, and we all have. I think we should all aspire to being as unbiased as possible, but I don't think it's really possible to be completely unbiased. Like, we are always going to be perceiving the universe through certain lenses of interpretation. Whether that's like you consider like the limits of your intelligence or whatever, or your knowledge to be a bias, or just like your own convictions to be a bias, however you define it, like we're never gonna have omniscience, right? So, like, as far as I'm aware, that's not gonna be a thing that happens. But we should try to be realistic about our limitations so that we can then help each other like get better, if that makes sense. Abstract says, for the series, the methods of increasing durability are as follows: Biju cloaks, specific ninjutsu, and sage mode. Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? So you wouldn't believe then that, like, if a character like, hi, I'm Kakashi, I'm wandering around and I have 100 chakra, just sort of flowing through my body or whatever, and oh cool, now I got a boost and now I have 1,000 chakra. You wouldn't necessarily say that, like, now Kakashi's skin gets harder and is more resistant to attacks, right? You would say that he would need to then take that extra chakra and apply it, or like fucking you know mold it or activate it in jutsu in some way. If it's just raw chakra, if it's just sort of floating around and not being channeled or transformed or whatever, then it's not helping his durability. Is that like fair to say? Oh, yeah, kunai level. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with that feat, right? Or that anti-feat, I guess, where Obito's attacking the village, and then Minato like teleports baby Naruto out of the house, and then he's like on the roof, and he gets a splinter in his leg, and it's like I think people use that to slander Minato unfairly, but also it's worth noting that like Hokage level characters are still like going after each other with kunai and knives and stuff, and like getting wood splinters and stuff. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, these are human beings that modulate and enhance their durability with chakra additions, but it's applied chakra, right? Would you agree with that? Let's see, I've been running into a lot of Newton's third law numbers, and man, is it the most annoying thing to argue. Yeah, that's something I honestly still don't fully understand. Maybe Dr. Strangle could, I think you maybe grasp these things a little bit better, so maybe you can chime in if you like. But like we've talked about before, like I understand the principle of Newton's third law, right? So like if I punch something and I'm imparting 100 newtons of force with my punch, the moment my fist hits an object, 100 newtons of force are going out from my fist into the thing, and then also at that same moment 100 newtons of force are going back into my hand. And so the idea is that like if at least in terms of taijutsu based stuff in Naruto, that a character should be able to like if you can calculate a character's AP with a physical attack, then they should be able to withstand at minimum that same amount of energy coming towards them as a physical attack because of Newton's third law. But I think there's a difference between like, you know, if I punch a piece of paper and I punch a brick and I punch a wooden board, I might be able to break through the paper and the wood board and not the brick. The wood board is going to hurt me a lot more than the piece of paper, and the brick might break my fucking hand, right? So like, I think there's more to it than that. There are clearly more variables at play than just the force counterforce argument. It has to do with like inertia, how the force is dispersed, the texture or whatever of the object that you're hitting. So I don't oppose like using real world physics or whatever to try to understand the series, but I do think that like it can be really annoying when people do that without the full context and like considering those other applications, right? Hopefully you can relate to that. Very nice says to me Newton's third only works for Guy and Lee because they don't flow chakra like Tsunade. Oh, that's a good point. Like the you think the chakra could maybe be like cushioning or dispersing the energy in a way that's like non-literal. That doesn't really apply in regards to those like basic physical principles or whatever. How about No says that scene where Obito punches a rock and his arm explodes, then he gets stronger and the rock explodes instead. Oh yeah, when he's like recovering after Madara finds him, right? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Very nice says I'd argue that kunai scaled the users in the high Kage and six paths tier. Yeah, I think we might have talked about that briefly before. I think it's probably fair to say that like fucking if Kishimoto wants Minato to slash Obito with a kunai, he doesn't necessarily need to specify that that kunai is made out of super ultra mega duper like Uchiha slaying meteorite metal or something like that, right? He doesn't need to invent a reason for why it fits into the power system, and why it's like super super strong. If he wants a character to get cut with a sword, if he wants Hashirama to defeat Madara by stabbing in the back with just like a sword, then that's what's going to happen. Now, granted, we might later find out, like, we find out that Raido's ebony blade is coated in, like, a really potent poison, which is why Kakazu hardens his head to deflect it or whatever. So we find out that, like, the Kusanagi is supposed to be, have some special properties to it or whatever. So it could be the case that that kunai winds up being a special, like, anti-Obito thing. But also, like, it's not not necessary that there be a retcon and, like, an in-depth breakdown of all of those things all the time. Sometimes it's a narrative device, right? And now we start to get into a concept of, or to a conversation about like, well, where are the limitations of like the usefulness of power scaling for understanding this stuff, which is a whole other topic. Base Boruto couldn't cut something lightning style enhanced kunai, but then Konohamaru could. Interesting. Did he use lightning style to do so, or was it with his kunai as well? Dr. Strangle says, if I push something with 15 psi, my hand and the object are both experiencing 15 psi where they touch. Right, that makes sense. But depending on the object itself, what happens after that, like... is, I guess, so there is technically a speed where, like, if I hit a piece of paper fast enough, I could actually break my hand punching the piece of paper. And I mean, like, a piece of paper that's, like, floating through the air. Even despite the inertia, like, if there is enough force applied, then it could actually break my hand. But it would just have to be, like, extremely high. Is that right? Or will the lack of inertia in the paper always make it so that it will just, like, fold and out? Yeah. I think intuitively it makes more sense that it would cause damage to me if it's, like, strong enough. Abstract says, exactly so, John. Chakra inherently doesn't really do anything for stats. It's not until it's put into intentional use that it becomes actionable. I think that's a very reasonable take, yeah. Can ninja reinforce their bodies with chakra? I I don't know. I think you're probably onto something. I think that your perspective is probably correct. I would like to, like, I think I said this earlier in the stream, but I would like to say that since chakra is like a semi-physical material, and since we have a sort of kind of a precedent for, like, Choji gathers all the chakra in his hand, and we see, like, when he takes the red pill, and we see it form around his hand, and it's like a solid thing. Characters like, even without shape transformation, like Naruto's Kyuubi cloak, if it is, now I think I've argued in the past that it is actually undergoing some sort of a shape transformation or something like that. But if there are instances that we could point to where we could just look and say, look, this chakra is super dense. Since it has this, like, partially physical property, then maybe that aspect of it, the physical aspect of it, could repel something and could give you a little bit of an edge in terms of durability. Intuitively, that makes sense. Intuitively, like, my headcanon, I think if you have a character who goes from having 100 chakra to 1,000, that means they're a little bit tougher. But the thing is, when I actually try to reinforce that with evidence from the series, it's really hard to actually do that, right? Like, I can't actually think of any examples to really make strong arguments for that. And I can find anti-feats like the Minato thing and be like, this seems to not be the case. So I think just growing up reading the series or whatever, I internalized the notion that, like, chakra kind of functions like ki, and the more of it you have, just, like, the better you are overall. But I don't know if that's actually supported. Maybe once you get to characters like Obito and whatever, that, or like Jubito, but then, like, that's bringing in shit like Sage of Six Paths power. So I don't know. It gets kind of weird once you get to that level, right? But I think you mentioned that before. There's, like, yeah, Biju Cloak, specific ninjutsu, Sage mode, and that would count as, like, a type of Sage mode, right? It's like Six Paths chakra, whatever. Let's see. I think it's more so that Tsunade amps her fists alone and fires out blasts from her fists on contact. Check out Sarda versus Sakura. Their fists don't even touch. I'm going to have to look into that. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, just regular kunai. Okay, thank you. How about no? Dr. Strangle says there's a random Leaf citizen. How is blacksmith out there casually make... Oh, the blacksmith out there casually make kunai with six-pack level durability. Yeah, it has we have some incredible smiths in the Naruto universe for sure. Then again, using chakra to enhance your regular kunai doesn't require a visible aura per TBV, just elemental that's always visible. Oh, okay, that's an important distinction, yeah. Abstract says, can ninja reinforce their bodies with chakra? I'd say it's possible, but it would fall under the same rules of chakra control that varies per person. The issue with that is the same as weapon amping. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. It's like, it doesn't seem to violate the rules of the universe or whatever, but also, like, how much concrete evidence do we actually have of people doing that? I actually think that Sakura and Tsunade are good examples because I'm pretty sure there are statements in the data books that describe how, like, what fucking Sakura does. I realize that I'm starting to contradict myself here, so feel free to call that out. But, like, what Sakura and Tsunade do when they use, like, their punches or Heavenly Foot of Pain or whatever is they are concentrating a lot of chakra into one fine point and then releasing it with extremely fine control. So I think it is kind of like Divergent Fist, sort of vaguely, from JJK, where, like, they have their basic physical, like, meat and bone of their strike, but then also there is a discharge of chakra, and you have to figure that, like, that probably goes both ways. If we can apply Newton's third law, then, like, that there's probably an argument there that I'm just not phrasing correctly, where that you could argue that in order to pull off those strikes without breaking their arms or whatever, their hands, then they would also need to have a commensurate boost in durability. But I don't quite know how to make that argument, so I have to, like, think about it some more. Oh, Abstract says that's the big one. John finding evidence for that claim. Yeah, exactly. That's the tough part, right? So I think that that's an important place where we can separate like headcanon from debate mentality. Where I am actually a supporter of headcanon. I think that at the end of the day, we're all reading literature and art, and we're interpreting it, and we're allowed to interpret it however we want, right? Like each of us is allowed to come away with our own personal interpretations, and I think that there's sort of an air of like disparaging that comes along with the debate side of the community where it's like if you can't prove this, in a competitive context, then you don't have a right to believe it. I disagree. I think if you can't prove something in a debate, then you shouldn't try and like smuggle in your head canon as a debate argument. But I mean, like at the end of the day, the idea that we should gatekeep the general community from developing their own like private or creative personal, not private, personal interpretations of feats and characters and stuff like that. I think that that can actually asphyxiate the conversation. It can basically just mean like, you're only allowed to see the series through a certain analytical lens and you can't have fun with it. It's like that kind of sucks too, right? So, um, at any, at any rate, uh, Barry Nice says the only hard evidence is that one quote from the first data book that implies toughness can be increased with chakra. To me, minor reinforcement of the bodies is real, but durability doesn't shine. Yeah, that's probably fair. Yo, Abstract, I summarized my points for that analysis. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out as well, the stuff you sent me. Yeah, Shinigami, I don't know how YouTube calculates, the King of the Hill shit. I literally, it's so weird, how that algorithm works. Sometimes people will, like, make one or two responses and shoot to the top of the leaderboard. Other times, like, they will be here, the first thing they say, we'll put them on top, and then they'll stay there the rest of the stream if they don't say anything at all. It's like really weird. What did I miss as I wrote my short analysis to Abstract? I don't think you missed much. We're just kind of going back and forth um, about the durability point. Death of the author prevails as long as we pyramid inferences responsibly. Could you please clarify pyramid inferences? I'm not familiar with that term, but yeah. So that's an interesting thing. I think Death of the Author is another one of those interesting topics where it's like I also agree that it's totally fine to interpret art in and of itself inherently, like irrespective of the desires of the creator, so to speak. Like you can pick up a book and know nothing about the creator or their intentions or what they were trying to say, and read the book and come to your own conclusions and have those conclusions be valid. But also, I think that like understanding an author's motivations and perspective and like their life and what they put into their text can also inform you about the nature of the book, right? Like I don't know if you've read Starship Troopers or seen the movie, but like the movie itself kind of satirizes the book that it's based on. And so if you, depending on like what you know about the author, if you walk away from either of those properties, you might come to different conclusions about whether or not you're supposed to agree with the message or whether you're supposed to take it as satire based on like whether or not you know what the creators were up to, so to speak, right? Like you can watch something like Starship Troopers, like I did when I was a kid before I like understood like really what satire even was. I kind of accepted it at face value, and now as an adult, I go back and look at that. I'm like, oh shit, okay, this is actually very scathing in its satire, and it's like I wouldn't have understood that unless I understood, well, first of all, what satire even was in the first place, but then also understood, I think the director is Paul Verhoeven, right? And like he specifically does a lot of that in his films, and so understanding that that is the kind of story that he tells then informs our understanding and our conversation around the movie itself. But where do you draw those barriers? Like how do you let yourself interpret things freely without forcing your interpretation to fit what you think the author was trying to do? I will say that like people like Noodles will throw down Death of the Author as like a trap card. Like somebody in debate will be like, well, I read an interview with Kishimoto, and Kishimoto said like the purpose of this particular jutsu was that it was stronger. Like Pain's Shinra Tensei was specifically designed to be stronger than the Rasen Shuriken. And then Noodles will put down his Death of the Author card. I play Death of the Author, which means that your argument is invalid because the author's perspective doesn't matter. We don't have to listen to any peripheral materials like interviews. None of that shit matters, right? Um, and I think while I can sympathize with the perspective, I also wouldn't say that that's like a total get out of jail free card, right? It really depends on the context. But if you disagree, feel free. I mean, I know people have pretty strong feelings about Death of the Author as like a general concept, so I welcome any disagreement about that. Um, Very Nice says nothing but discussing durability. Oh yeah. Very Nice says I interpret Sakura and Tsunade's punches as energy discharge forward, not explosions outward. Yeah, that I think that would work because then it wouldn't require if it's more like the energy is projecting outward from the fist as opposed to the fist itself handling all of the energy, pun intended, I guess, then that would make more sense and wouldn't well it wouldn't require as much like durability to tank the damage, so to speak. If you punch a piece of paper, it is possible your fist goes through the paper and the paper does not move because the impulse is so high it goes through instead of moving it. Yes, that's a very good point. Very good point. Very Nice says, plus she hardens her fist to tank the counterforce of anything. Yeah, but she would be hardening that with chakra, right? And if that's the case, then what? But it's applied chakra that is used deliberately. It's not like passive chakra. So that's the key distinction, I think. That's where we overlap with what Abstract was saying. Yeah, good night, Shinigami. Thanks for hanging out. Again, like, sorry, I've been super busy, but like, if you wanna like nudge me if I don't get back to you tomorrow, just feel free to send me a reminder, and I'll get to that thread. I do want to hear your thoughts on the intelligence stuff. So, take care. Dr. Strangle says, but to hit it and not move it and not break, you would have to hit it at such a high speed it is closer to a clump of atom hitting another clump of atoms, and then the classical mechanics. Okay, gotcha. So there is a level like a requisite force above which the rules kind of change, is what you're saying? That makes sense. Abstract says pyramiding inferences is the practice of treating unverified claims as established truths and then stacking them to construct a chain of reasoning that culminates in a desired conclusion. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So basically, you're not actually operating from a solid foundation of the pyramid, but you keep like building on these like trails from the previous points to try to like make it seem like you're kind of constructing like a straw pyramid almost, right? Like the shell of it to try and trick your opponent, something like that. That makes sense. I like that term. I'll try to internalize that going forward. Okay, that being said, we can absolutely continue the discussion in any direction, but I do want to try to cover a couple of debate points, especially since I told the walkie-talkie guys that I would respond to certain things in this debate over here. So again, walkie-talkie folks are super cool. They've been super friendly and supportive. So please consider checking out their content. Catch them on stream sometime, and like support their work. So that being said, Walkie Talkie had a debate with Sage a little while ago. This is the title. Please feel free to, or please feel encouraged to listen to it in context. And I wanted to review some parts of this debate because, look, I understand that when you put something on the internet, having people descend upon you and pick apart every little thing you say can be extremely obnoxious, and I want to be aware of that and honest about that. I'm not trying to be a douche. But also, I think that understanding Sage's argumentation here and noticing certain things that kind of come out of modal realism overlaps with the videos that he's made and the critiques that I have of his videos, and serve, as I mentioned before, as a great sort of metaphor for like the problems with some of our argumentation in general in the community. So I'm going to assume that Sage has volunteered the content that he makes online for us to talk about, and I'm going to talk about why this represents some issues so that hopefully we can all learn together what the problems are here. So that being said, I'm going to just check my notes really quickly here and see where to start. So one thing to keep in mind is that this debate happened November 15th, and then this debate with Jay the Great happened on November 8th. So technically speaking, there are some things that they reference in this discussion that also come up in the that came up before in the Jay the Great debate. So if you want the full picture, you should listen to this one too, and maybe we'll talk about it if we have time. But starting with that being said, let's start from the 21-minute standpoint, and keeping in mind, like, I'm going to be jumping around a lot here and taking things out of context, so be sure, if you want to get the full context of what Sage is saying, I don't want to misrepresent him, make sure that you, like, listen to the full thing in context in case, like, I left something out unintentionally, right? So let's go to around the 21-minute mark, and I just wanted to bring up, so one of the major contentions that Sage had with Jay in his debate was the notion of translation and translation accuracy. So Sage, as far as I understand, is not a native speaker of Japanese. He doesn't speak or read Japanese with like proficiency, like any sort of certified proficiency or whatever. I don't want to speak for him, but like based on what I've seen and heard in debates and stuff, it doesn't seem like he is anywhere near like a native speaker or fluent. And he requests the help of translators in order to understand things, and he uses ChatGPT and tools like that to try and get translations for things. Now, as a result, I think it is very important to be humble with one's linguistic abilities and to understand that just understanding the rote definitions of words, like the literal definitions of words, doesn't mean you can necessarily accurately translate them because there is a lot of context that might go missing. So, for example, I think this is something that Arrow brought up in one of his debates. I want to give credit. I don't remember who. This is not my original invention, but like if I say, this car was so expensive, it cost me an arm and a leg, and I write that in a manga or something, and then imagine like a Japanese fan or an Italian fan or whatever reading my manga and then translating it and having a debate about it. And they come to the conclusion that, like, okay, the literal translation of this phrase is that it cost him an arm and a leg. So he had to cut off his arm and cut off his leg and sell them to be able to afford this car. Or he exchanged the arm and the leg itself, like the flesh, for the car as part of a really sadistic, messed up thing. So this character is clearly involved in the underworld and the black market, blah, blah, blah. And somebody challenges them and says, I don't know if that's correct. I'm skeptical because there's clearly like, there might be some missing context here. This might mean something different to a different culture. And the person responds by saying, well, I'm just appealing to the definitions of the words. Look at this dictionary. This is what these words mean in the dictionary. There might be some context there that you're missing. Now, it might be the case that there isn't context that you're missing, that you totally understood everything 100%. But the problem with not being fluent in a given language and with relying on translators that also aren't fluent is that there may be unknown unknowns. There are things that you just might not ever pick up on because you don't understand the nuances of the language and you won't be able to recognize the things that you can't even detect that you don't know. It's a really shitty situation and it's very frustrating, but that's why I think it's important to, if you're going to if you're going to engage in translation, you have to understand that it is a very difficult and very specialized thing. And you can absolutely try to get approximate translations for things. I think it's totally fine to use Google Translate and ChatGPT and stuff to try to get a close approximation. But be careful about using it as like gospel or word of God or whatever. And be careful about assuming that like a machine translation or a word for word translation using a dictionary is going to be an acceptable form of localization. Localization, again, is its own almost art form, right? And it can be very difficult. There can be a lot of nuances that are lost. For example, I grew up in Italy for a good portion of my childhood, and there's a phrase in Italian, or a word in Italian, magari, 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 right? Now, literally speaking, magari just means maybe. But I got into a really awkward situation where I didn't know that magari could also mean like, if only, gee, wouldn't it be nice if this would be the case? So I was at a video game store and I was like waiting for the new GTA, like GTA 4 to come out or something like that. And I was like, hey guys, do you have GTA 4 yet? And the guy said, magari. And I'm like, okay, well, do you have it or not? Magari, magari ce lo abbiamo e magari no. I'm like, can you stop fucking with me, please? Just like tell me if you have it or not. And like I got into a fight with this guy because I didn't understand the nuance of that term. I was just assuming that like, and I had lived there for 6, 7 years at that point. I'd been speaking Italian every day, but despite living there and growing up learning the language alongside English, I still didn't know this little bit of context. I didn't understand that the slang was being used in that particular way. And another example too, like I've been watching a lot of JJK. I'm basically been binging it kind of. And I know enough Japanese to know that like when the subtitles in English are different from the things on screen, like they stand out, right? There's a scene where Yuji and Nanami are like in the car together and they're about to go fight Patchface or whatever, and they stop and they park the car and they get out and Nanami says like kuruma something something negaishimasu. And kuruma is car and something shimasu is like a polite suffix, right? It's like a formal suffix. And this fits because Nanami is like super formal and super stuffy all the time. The way that they localized it into English was we'll leave from here and proceed on foot. What it says literally in Japanese is, please exit the car cordially, kind sir, essentially, right? That is very formal, right? So, on the one hand, it's like you can recognize that there is a difference in the tone between those two words, and there is um, some nuance that's being lost. And also, it would be kind of weird in English to say, we now exit the car, right? Sir, we now exit the car. That culturally would feel kind of weird and overly mechanical and robotic. So when you translate something, just because you're not translating it literally doesn't mean that you're not still embodying the overall gestalt of the text itself. In other words, like that particular example is kind of a double-edged sword because on the one hand you lose the formality of what he's saying, but you also gain a more appropriate rendition of we're leaving the car here. You don't have to literally say like, please get out of the car, please get out of my fucking car, like that that thing, um that animation of the guy being like, get out of my car now, leave. Like it's not quite the same thing, right? So that's all just to kind of illustrate the difference between localization and translation, and why I think we all need to have a little humility when it comes to acknowledging our own limitations when engaging with other languages, right? Not to dismiss it out of hand, but just to acknowledge the potential pitfalls in like literal rote translations. So that being said, I think he said something at around the 21-minute mark that I wanted to riff on for a sec. So let me bring the music down, bring this up a little bit. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
So that's why I'm saying, like, I think that piece is super important. And I didn't have to bring this up with Jay, obviously, because he just doesn't think that translations that aren't Viz are valid.
No, that was kind of crazy watching that part.
It was terrible, dude. And I even showed him in his translation where, like, the kanji for absorb or take in isn't present. And he still was like, nah, appeal to authority. But
okay, so I want to see if I can find that exact clip in the Jay debate, because what Sage is saying here is that in his debate with Jay the Great, say that 10 times fast, he presented Jay with a translation, and Jay was skeptical, and apparently that was like crazy or out of pocket or unacceptable for some reason, right? So let me see if I can find that exact point in the Jay the Great debate. Stronger, helium count burn, trouble. I might not be able to, but I will point out that it's in the first like part of the series. So I'll post it in the timestamp if I can't find it in a timely manner. But let's see. I think it might have been around here.
And in fact, I'll say this too. I don't have her on here, but a professional translator who works to translate Boruto specifically said that GBT is actually a good translator. But so here's what I would say. If I have presented an empirical piece of evidence to suggest that this is a mistranslation with the kanji on screen, and then I go through the trouble of keyword searching the kanji itself through a Japanese dictionary, and it lines up perfectly, that would increase the probability that my translation is correct, because it would eliminate the possible worlds in which there's something missing.
Yeah, I just disagree that's an empirical piece of evidence or a valid process in my eyes, that what you're doing is credible over the official publishers. So I just wouldn't agree with it.
Well, an empirical piece of evidence is just a piece of evidence that can be observed. So it definitionally is an empirical piece of evidence. Whether you think it's a good empirical piece of evidence is, a different question altogether. But then I could ask you why you think that the translations in the data books from the official would be good empirical evidence, and then based on what you've argued, the only thing you could come up with would be an appeal to authority fallacy. Right. So I'm working.
Okay, so if you want to get more context, I think it's worth listening from around here to get the full debate. Make sure I'm not leaving anything out. But basically, what it feels like to me is happening here is Sage comes forward with this scan about Hashirama, right? We talked about this last time, but just to go over it real quick, where is it? It's in the clone section. Yeah, so it would be here when... No, it's in the Jupiter section. 1 second, let me get my bearings here. Yeah, so over here, this is chapter 638, page 22. This is when Jubito first shows up. He's still unstable. Hashirama takes a look at him and he says he's stronger than me. And then Hiruzen says, no offense, but it appears so. It's Hiruzen or Tobirama. It's not clear. But let's just say it's Hiruzen for now. Tobirama says, even if you reabsorb your remaining doppelgangers, you're no match, elder brother. And then he says, I know, however. Now, this came up in Sage's Hashirama video as well, so it's something that's been mentioned enough times that it's definitely worth, like, it doesn't seem like Sage has backtracked on this, so I think it's fair to discuss, okay? So, Sage's problem with this is that if you accept what Hashirama is saying here, that Jubito is stronger than he is, well, then that would debunk Sage's argument that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. Sage has taken the position, just to kind of summarize, that based on that 4th databook statement, that Hashirama is stronger than Jubito. So this would appear, if not to debunk it outright, then to at least call it into some serious doubt. Now, that being said, Sage's approach here is to say that this is a blatant mistranslation. And his argument for this being a blatant mistranslation is that if you look at the actual Japanese text, this phrase reabsorb, this particular word here, reabsorb, does not appear. And because the word reabsorb does not appear, therefore the translation is inaccurate, and therefore we can just kind of dismiss this, or at least be skeptical of the debunk. So he's trying to like debunk the debunk by saying the debunk is a mistranslation and is therefore untrustworthy. The problem is when he breaks that down in his video, what he does is he disputes the use of the term reabsorb, but doesn't actually examine the context of what the rest of the characters are saying. The real point of this, without going through the whole argument again, is that we're trying to evaluate whether they are talking to Hashirama's clone, and Hashirama's clone is saying he's stronger than me, the clone, or whether this is Hashirama talking through his clone in one way or another, and the key message here is that he's stronger than Hashirama himself. And specifically, Tobirama says to Hashirama, even if you X your remaining doppelgangers, you're no match, elder brother. So Sage disputes the reabsorb kanji, but the whole point is that Tobirama is talking to the clone as if it is his brother. So the argument about whether or not it's Hashirama is really kind of irrelevant to specifically what the term reabsorb means. And if you look at the actual Japanese, I might actually have it here. One second. Yeah, so this is actually kind of an interesting blanking on words, process, or like thought experiment or whatever. So let's go to Google Translate. Okay, let's go to put in this text, and like I can get the raw scan for this if it would be helpful. But basically, this is the Japanese text that was on screen in this scan that Sage provided. If you literally translate it using Google Translate or ChatGPT, this is what it comes up with. You failed to vanish completely, a mere clone. Even if you send a double, you're no match for me, brother. Now, what's interesting is that if you change the formatting of this, like you just change the indentation, it actually can affect the way that the translation comes out, right? So that's something that's interesting. When Sage presented this scan in his video, it was formatted in this kind of like a vertical clump, but if you format it horizontally like this, you can see every time I make a change, it affects the overall like semantics of the thing. And the translation itself says, you're no match for me, brother Aja, right? And so I went through the process of like getting a whole bunch of different translations, or like using this site called machinetranslation.com to get a sort of combined translation. Let's try this real quick. Sending a failed clone won't be enough to challenge me, brother, right? So I looked at a bunch of different translations for this, and there were some weird inconsistencies. So what I did is then let me see if I can just bring this over. This is literally just called machinetranslation.com. Let's see if I can do that. Machinetranslation.com. Right. And so, yeah, so this was the text that I input. Excuse me. Oh, because I copied the picture. 1 second. Sorry. Okay, so, so translate, auto detect English, Japanese. Okay. So let's see, this is using a variety of different GPT models. I think Sage uses something kind of similar, right? So let's look at all the differences in the translation from all of these different services. Smart, which I guess is their own proprietary text, says, you won't stand a chance even if you send over your half-baked shadow. ChatGPT says, even if you send a failed clone, it won't be a match for me, brother. Even if you send a failed clone, it won't be a match for me. You can't be serious if you think that you can face me with an incomplete form. You won't even acknowledge the failed clone, brother. Even if you hand over that failed clone, it won't be a match, brother. You won't stand a chance even if you send over your half-baked shadow. And even if you send over a clone that failed to vanish, it won't do, brother, right? So these are all machine-based translations where they are taking the letters word for word and referencing dictionaries and referencing other media where these phrases are used. And I think this is like an accuracy score. I think Sage brings that up in his debate as well, of like how well these compare to human translations. It also gives some additional context over here, and it gives some additional elaboration on terms like clone and big brother and stuff like that, right? So just going based on a literal translation, there are a variety of different things that come out of it, including from ChatGPT and Grok, which Sage likes to use, and they disagree with each other. So how are we supposed to take this and get an actual accurate reading from it? Well, we have to understand the context of the scene to see which one fits the best. And honestly, you won't stand a chance even if you send over your half-baked shadow, brother. That kinda makes sense. Now, granted, that doesn't include the phrase, where was I? That doesn't include the phrase, like, even if you reabsorb your remaining doppelgangers. Reabsorb doesn't appear there. That is correct. Reabsorb doesn't appear in any of these. I don't see reabsorb anywhere. It's send, right? So the idea of reabsorbed is not applicable there. But think about what Hashirama is actually saying, or Tobirama is actually saying. He's saying, if you consolidate your power and then go to fight Jubito, it's not gonna fucking matter anyway. Even if all your power is consolidated in one place, it's not going to fucking help you because Jubito is still stronger than you. It doesn't matter if this one particular word, reabsorb, didn't appear here. The overall gist of the translation is preserved, and if we look at multiple different versions of it, we can get the overall sense that, like, this was probably localized this way because that would literally be what happens. If Hashirama dispels his clone, he gets the chakra from that clone back. So even though that kanji wasn't present there specifically in the original Japanese text, it is still 100% an accurate representation of what's actually happening in the scene. And this is why these arguments from like, well, I appeal to a dictionary, I'm just telling you what the words mean, are total bullshit. Sometimes you might happen to be right about that, but other times you will completely miss the point because you're not actually examining the context of the scene. And when a variety of different machine translations can disagree, and you're using machine translations, ultimately that's never going to be a path to accuracy. You need to vet it further. Now, to be fair, I think Sage did run these translations through other people in his community, including Ood and Hobbs and maybe Miss Ann as well, so shout out to all of them. But at the end of the day, what he didn't do is put things into context, and he just tried to dismiss the entire thing based on one localization difference. Let me state this very clearly for the record. I hope this sticks. A difference in localization is not a mistranslation. It can be that in the process of localizing something that you wind up not correctly representing the source material. But the fact that they never once had Naruto say date bayo in the original manga does not mean that every single scene where he doesn't say tebayo or believe it at the end of a sentence, like he doesn't use his gobi, like that does not mean that the whole series, every scene with Naruto in it, is a mistranslation. It is localized differently. Now you can argue that that means that we lose a little bit of cultural context, sure, but that also doesn't mean you should like disregard every scan where Naruto in Japanese says tebayo and then in English he doesn't, right? Okay, so hopefully that made sense. Let me go back and check chat. Abstract says, also, Ursa, I just finished reviewing your breadth of Naruto scaling and I've already started drafting things, but my main focus is Bleach, so it'll take a while. Oh, that's cool. You guys are collaborating? I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. That'll be awesome. Barry Nice says, that's absolutely fine. Just keep me posted on what you draft if you ever want eyes on it first. Yeah, I completely agree with the linguistic cipher, cultural semantics, slang, grammar, etc. Unless thoroughly understood, all these things can mislead us. Yeah, absolutely. And it's the sort of thing where, like, oftentimes there will be, like, you'll see this a lot in the fucking, like, I'm not going to spoil it for you because it gets crazy, right? But, like, the swag versus noodles debate, they get so bogged down in semantics and they like fight so vehemently or viciously or whatever over specific phrases and specific interpretations, like the strongest man in the Akatsuki thing, or the probably the dumbest thing in the debate is when they start arguing about fucking Like, did Itachi bump into Naruto by chance or not, right? And the strongest member in the Akatsuki thing, right? They fight so hard about like the specific semantic definition. If you actually want to know if fucking Pain is the strongest member in the Akatsuki, you don't have to rely on that like literal statement, right? If you're disagreeing that heavily about the specific wording of one particular thing, go look for more context, or in other words, to paraphrase that, if your argument has to rely so heavily on one very specific out of context like semantic argument, then maybe it's not all that strong. Like if that's really all you have, then like what the fuck are you even talking about? And this kind of loops back around to Sage as well, because he said in the let's see if I can find the exact quote, but he said that like this argument from the fourth data book is the only argument that he thinks he needs. And I think in Walkie Talkie he said that specifically this is the only one he would ever use. If it doesn't clear, then his whole premise like falls apart. So let me see, we can go over this because we said it, we went over it before, so let me see if I can find it. I think it's like at the 10-minute mark. 1 second.
Grab the fact that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi, but if you're accepting that this is like structured as a straightforward statement to begin with, which I don't know if you are, then it wouldn't be necessary. But if you have questions about that, then I can definitely grab that.
Okay, so I guess just to make it clear, your reasoning for why Hashirama is the strongest up until that chapter is because of this data book statement.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only, I guess, empirical piece of evidence that you utilize for that claim?
Yeah, that's the only thing I think is necessary.
Okay.
So again, like, feel free to listen to the whole thing in context, but basically my understanding is that Sage is kind of aware that there aren't actually really good arguments from the series itself to literally support Hashirama being the strongest. He has a relatively creative argument that he came up with after this debate, where he says that, like, in Sage mode, if Hashirama can do the same thing that Sasuke does when he absorbs the chakra from the Biju and like goes into that like Ten Tails avatar fucking Susanoo evolution thing, that if Hashirama can do that, and he should be able to do that, then he would be really strong, obviously, and then that would support him being the strongest. And that is kind of a creative argument, but for the purposes of this debate, that didn't come up to my recollection. And so his whole perspective here and in the Hashirama debate, or in the walkie-talkie debate, is like, because the fourth data book makes this statement, then that's my whole argument, right? It's like, because it says it's true, and I'm going to defend that. And I don't really need to go through the process of like substantiating this and more thoroughly backing it up with evidence from the series, because I can just make this assertion, I can stand my ground here, and then it'll be up to you to try to like dispute that, right? So again, plant your flag in the ground and then defend your territory, like King of the Hill style, right? So let's see, I think that was the most important thing that I wanted to bring up specifically in the Jay the Great debate. I have a note here, I'm not sure what this is about. Let me go to 215 and just listen for a second to see if there was something here.
Then basically what that would lead to is I'd have to provide evidence that the statement is more likely to be literal, because under your interpretation, it would be basically 50-50, I would imagine, because you're not asserting that, generally speaking, the statements in the data books are hyperbolic, because that would be a bad position to take. But you're asserting it could be one or the other. If we were to do that, then I would have to provide evidence that it's literal. I think that I provided that with the expository writing argument. So if you want, we can steelman the idea, because like, if we steelman your idea, then you basically just win. Because I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I can find some sort of concrete evidence that it's literal outside of the outside of the argument I just put forth. Which again, I feel like I provided likelihood for that with the expository text argument. But
okay, and again, like, make sure I'm cutting this off, so make sure to listen to the whole thing. But basically, my understanding of what he's saying there is, for one, there's that example of the term steelman. I don't think it's being used correctly. Granted, if I go back here and listen to it, you could argue that, well, that maybe it is. That maybe this is an example of Sage using the term correctly. or like, fuck, he uses it incorrectly, but he kind of does what he's saying anyway, in that he goes through the process of steelmanning Jay's argument. Like, he paraphrases what Jay is saying, he tries to demonstrate an understanding of it and to like fill in any gaps to make sure that like he's understood his opponent's position. That is basically a steelman. But then he says like, if I steelman your position and agree with it, and I think what he's doing there is he's confusing the definition of the term steelman for just like, we'll agree for now. So ironically, he actually does a good steelman, but then I think there's some confusion over the terms, but I could be misunderstanding. But then, like, and this is kind of like, then what the fuck is the point of having this conversation where he says, like, you know, this is my argument. My argument is that the fourth data book says this thing about Hashirama, and the fourth data book is credible. Therefore, it's true. And so, like, I don't have any additional supporting evidence. Like, I'm not going to even pretend that I could go through and pick up additional supporting evidence from the series to support this. So, like, what the fuck are we even doing, really? You know, like, the only reason to have this discussion, I think, is specifically to see, like, how well can I do at defending this house? How well can I do at, like, holding fast to this interpretation, and how far can I push this point to clear it? But Sage himself even acknowledges that, like, there's no real evidence from the series itself. Now, between this and the conversation that the video that he made, he does come up with that creative argument about Hashirama's, like, potential Sage mode thing, and that is decent. I will give credit for that. It's creative, it's interesting. But for the purposes of these debates, like, he walked into it being like, yeah, I don't even think that I can really support this. And, like, it's entirely a semantic argument based on or like an argument that's based entirely on, like, the data books being valid. And that's what he doubles down on. And that's why once you start to build your reputation based on shit like this, that's why you have to, like, invest so many skill points, so to speak, or invest so much time in, like, making sure that everybody understands that the data books are relevant, you know, like, or like accurate or whatever. Notice how he kind of like chuckles and he's like a little bit dismissively when saying like, well, you could argue that the data books aren't mostly hyperbolic, which would be a bad position to take there, buddy. And it's like, bro, if you even have read through all the data books, which I'm pretty skeptical about, like, you haven't provided an actual like data analysis of what's in them. You haven't actually provided anybody with any real metrics of like how many statements are hyperbolic or not. And when you do try to do that, you're like, hey, I am now asserting that most of the statements in the data books are literal, and you will list out different types of statements like height and weight and number of missions completed. But then sometimes on the same exact pages that he's showing the scans for, like, the mass majority of the statements themselves will actually be inaccurate in hyperbole and just like rhetorical or non-literal or whatever. And it's like, right there on the fucking page that you're showing, most of the shit isn't true. So, like, there's just a complete lack of awareness and lack of actual data analysis that's being lampshaded by this, like, well, according to Grammarly, this is an expository text, so just believe it, because if you don't believe it, and now we get back to the pragmatic arguments, if we start doubting this stuff, it creates a lot of problems, but if we believe it, it solves a lot of problems, so just go ahead and believe it, okay? And then when other people point out that that's not how, like, empiricism works, and that's, like, logically or, like, intellectually dishonest, we can't have that. Like, we have to accuse those people of just being biased and just throwing a fit and just being mad, because otherwise we would have to abandon this thing that's very useful and acknowledge that we were using it despite the fact that we either knew that it was wrong or didn't care enough to look at it. And that's where John starts to get, I shouldn't refer to myself in the third person, that's so cringe. That's where I start to get, like, a little bit pissy. Actually, let me walk that back. I don't think that it's cringe when other people do that necessarily, but I think for some reason when I said John's gonna get pissed, like, that felt like that wasn't me, right? So that's why I walked it back. Other people can do that, and that's totally fine. I don't think that should be my shtick, though, so I'm gonna walk that back personally. I don't think I have that level of aura to be able to pull that off. Very Nice says, like Sage, that's supporting evidence, not primary evidence. Yeah, exactly. And it's evidence that hasn't been thoroughly vetted or examined in context. But let's switch over to the walkie-talkie video for a little bit, because some of this stuff winds up coming up in the walkie-talkie debate as well, right? If this were just a one-off thing and then Sage changed his mind or didn't bring it up again, that would be one thing. But it's come up in 2 debates, and it's also come up in multiple, like, some of the stuff has come up in multiple, like, paid for-profit videos. So that's why I'm being, I think I'm justified in being critical about this. It's not like a fluke, right? So, going back here, let's recall what Sage said and start over from the 20-minute mark.
Like the translations that aren't biz or
wait a second.
You have to restructure the whole
exactly.
time,
So
right?
that's why I'm saying, like, I think that piece is super important, and I didn't have to bring this up with Jay, obviously, because he just doesn't think that translations that aren't biz are valid.
No, that was kind of crazy watching that, Barb.
It was terrible, dude. And I even showed him in his translation where, like, the kanji for absorb or take in isn't present, and he still was like, nah, appeal to authority.
Yeah, so, like, yeah, Jay did bring up the idea of appealing to authority because what Sage was doing was just pointing to a dictionary and saying, look, this dictionary says this, and I'm just taking it from the dictionary. And Jay, like, said over and over and over again with humility, like, if you listen to this whole part of the debate, basically what Jay says, like, the conclusion he comes to is, like, neither of us are qualified to be able to talk about this because neither of us speak Japanese. Like, you can point to a dictionary, but that's similar to an argument from authority because you're just saying, hey, trust what the dictionary says literally, and you're claiming that the dictionary is like an authority on this, but the dictionary isn't actually providing cultural context. So it's kind of fallacious to assume that that's going to get us to an accurate understanding. That's what Jay was saying, and he was very, like, decent about that, I think, over the course of their interaction by saying, like, look, I understand that that's your perspective. I can see why you would come to that conclusion, but neither of us are qualified to make this determination, so we need to be humble and just, like, move on. And Sage decides to respond to that, frankly, in kind of a douchey way by saying, like, oh, just appeal to authority, man, and just being like, Jay doesn't accept translation that aren't his. That's not fucking true at all. That's not what happened in that conversation. I listened to that multiple times. That is not what Jay is doing. So, like, come the fuck on, dude. Like, if you're not only going to... it's fine if you wind up disagreeing with somebody or having a different perspective, but then you're going to go and, like, strawman them. That's just really weak. If you're going to engage in that sort of behavior, it just, like, it's hard to then accept the idea that you're having a good faith conversation in the first place. Granted, things can change, but yeah, that's like really weird vibes to me. This is super petty of me, but whatever. Like, we're, you know, just to self-report, I guess. I noticed something over here. Let's just go here.
Rather than the fact that, which you've never even said.
Got you. Yeah. So I didn't include that in there because, as you can see on the side of, like, the strongest shinobi part, there wasn't enough space, and I was being kind of lazy, so I was like, I really don't want to reformat this entire text and, like, make it smaller to fit that in there. But
so I want to see if he actually shows it here. So when Sage comes forward and, like, yeah, Sage shows the scan. It's something that he showed in a video of his before. It's the one that he uses in the Hashirama video, and he brought this up as well over the course of this debate. I think he used it in the Great debate as well. Now, notice at the bottom left that he says, translation Sage of thick calves. So despite the fact that he is, like, his process is basically, like, using ChatGPT and Grok and shit like that, and then running the output by his translators, on the actual page, on the actual translation that he's submitting as evidence, he credits himself as the translator, which, again, really weird vibes. I don't think you get to credit yourself as a translator and not mention the software that you're using explicitly on the piece of evidence that you're using and the other people that you collaborated with, and just say translation Sage of thick calves. I think that's disingenuous because that implies that you yourself have the ability to correctly, like, perform and process these translations. At the very least, you've demonstrated that you're not able to to localize things correctly. Or maybe that's not entirely fair. It's more like he's missing out on some of the nuances of why things were localized and being overly literal about the definition of mistranslation. So I think that, like, I have not seen convincing evidence or compelling evidence to indicate that, like, giving yourself a translator credit here is really justified. Furthermore, I know this is petty, I know this is minor, but still, for Orochimaru, whose insatiable ambition is immortality, Hashirama's regenerative ability was a key subject of research. The goal is finding the secrets in those cells. There was something in here. Implanted cells, right of the present. Artificial. Oh yeah, so right, it's kind of hard to see, right? Faces appear where Hashirama's cells were implaned. He meant to say implanted, but he wrote implaned. Now, if we were to take this literally, the same way that he's taking data statements literally, and if we were to say that, like, to apply the same standards that he's applying to analyzing this page over here, he said that basically none of this counts because the kanji for reabsorb did not appear. So it's a mistranslation, it's a blatant mistranslation. Well, the same rule would apply here, right? Otherwise, it's a double standard. The word implaned did not appear in Japanese. I don't think implaned is even a word. Either way, it definitely didn't appear in the Japanese. The word that appeared was implanted. So if we use the same standard here, we would have to dismiss this entire thing because of a blatant mistranslation. Do you think that's fair? Or do you think it's more fair to notice that there can be slight discrepancies, slight mistakes or errors or whatever, but we can still appreciate the gestalt, we can still appreciate the overall thing is greater than the sum of its parts if there's still value here. This is why it doesn't make sense to just throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. You have to like look at things in context and be willing to take a nuanced view. But that being said, what Sage is describing here in this part of the video is that he acknowledges that there is another mistake in here, but he was feeling lazy and he didn't want to take the time to go back and reformat it. So let's think about the inherent problem of doing so. You're making the claim that the official Viz translation, written and performed and like executed by the official commissioned translators of the publisher, did a inferior job to the job that you are that essentially you are qualified to scrutinize their work and to determine whether or not they are doing a good enough job. And then if you find a discrepancy, granted this is from the data book and not from the series itself, we're talking about two different parts of the two different sources, but still you're representing yourself as somebody who is a translator who can translate things, but you're leaving in egregious typos that completely change the meaning of words. And also you are admitting that because you were feeling lazy, you left out important information and didn't like reformat things correctly. So on what grounds are you really operating here? Like, what kind of a double standard is this? And does this really feel like it's in good faith in terms of like developing genuine understandings of the source material? I don't think so. I think this is a bit of a double standard, and I think it's kind of rude and kind of douchey towards the work of the other folks that have like actually done the work here. At the very least, it doesn't strike me as like a genuine, thorough attempt to understand this at a root level, but more of a tactical approach to try and like clear the point again. And that is so deleterious to the discourse. Now let's see. I think there was an interesting point mentioned at the 23-minute mark, so let's go here.
Because I know like GBT 4.1 or the GBT 4.0 rather, there have been a few different studies on it that I actually dug into recently that show that it, in comparison to junior translators, GBT4 outperformed them across most languages. In regards to senior translators, it underperformed but was relatively comparable, with senior translators getting a 9.5 out of 10 score, which they take into consideration like the actual translating and then like maintaining of tone and things like that. And then GBT4 got a 9.7 or 9.6, or 8, I'm sorry, 8.7 or 8.6. So the difference wasn't massive. It was like a 10% difference, and that's accounting for both tone and translation. And
so Sage does acknowledge here that like there is a significant discrepancy based on whatever study. We'll just have to take him at his word for it, because of course he's not going to actually provide a link to it because he doesn't like to do that. But I'm sorry that that's mean, but like it is consistently the case that he'll just kind of throw up stuff like that and not actually provide a link to so we can verify it. Please do better at that. But that being said, like, okay, let's just assume that this is the case, that this study is accurate and being correctly represented here. Fine. So Sage is acknowledging that like there is a vast difference in the skill of a junior translator versus an experienced translator, and there is also a a significant discrepancy. He doesn't think it's that big, but a 10% discrepancy between the senior translators and the GPT software that he himself is using. So if that's the case, like maybe this is what the 8.5, 8.3, like what these scores over here are referring to. So to give the benefit of the doubt, to steel man, maybe we can just say, okay, well, ChatGPT is 8.5 and that's only 10% lower than an actual like translator. But the problem is we don't know, like I don't know at least based on this, how these scores are evaluated, how they're weighted, and what they actually mean. I don't know how a 10% score actually translates to accuracy here, because the highest value here, the best scoring thing over here, is even if you send a failed clone, well, there's nothing failed about the clone. It won't be a match for me, brother. But like Hashirama is not gonna fight Tobirama. So again, like apparently that 10% difference is pretty fucking massive because it totally, utterly, completely changes the context and the meaning of the phrase, right? It goes from, hey, even if you consolidate your power, you dismiss your clone, you reabsorb it, whatever you want to say, the gist of it is, even if you get rid of your clone and your power's in one place, it won't be a match for Jubito to even if you sell the clone that failed, like what failed about it exactly, it won't be a match for me. That's a pretty big fucking difference. I don't care if it's like 1%, 10%, or 1,000 orders of magnitude. It completely changes it factually. So I think it's pretty disingenuous also to say that, like, well, it's only 10%, so it's not that big of a deal. And moreover, I think it's like Sage here is actually acknowledging that there is a vast difference between junior and senior translators. So if you really want to get an accurate representation of the text, like, you shouldn't be settling for the chat GPT. If you know that it's going to be only 8.5 and like the better score would be 9.5, then like fucking go hire a translator, like an actual one, not just somebody in Discord who you're buddies with who knows how to speak and read Japanese a bit, some unquantified amount. Like, go find somebody who is an actual professional translator. You have the money, you can afford it. If you can't, I can spot you. I'll pay for it. I will sponsor this because I'll benefit from it too. I literally did that with the Kieran video. And go pay an actual senior translator. Don't settle for like the 8.5 because it benefits your argument. Go for the 9.5. Find one who gets a score of 10. Why the fuck wouldn't you? And the answer is, well, why the fuck would I need to? Because I can already clear my point with the 8.5. It's good enough. And that's a fucking problem. That leads to misunderstanding and misinformation. Sorry says, imagine pointing a dictionary instead of reading it. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have a dictionary. Well, that's the thing, too. Like, I have a friend who reads and speaks Japanese. Like, watashi no namae wa John desu. There, I speak Japanese as well. I understood what I just said. This says no. I read Japanese. I read and speak Japanese. Does that mean that I'm fucking qualified? Like, obviously it's a bit of a straw man because I think the implication is that Hobbes and Ood are better than that. And listening to them talk, they obviously understand the language better. Like, they talk about the meaning of stuff like dearu and whatnot. I didn't know anything about that. I can't tell you what most of this says without running it through a translator. So no, I am not a qualified person to be doing this, but I have the humility to admit that. And like, when I want things to get translated accurately, I go and find like unbiased sources and pay them to do a job for me, so that and then like compare the results of that so I can like try to get an accurate and fair reading. Now granted, I will say that Sage was initially skeptical and a little dismissive towards well, no, he was skeptical about Miss Anne Salad and Bolts because he didn't know her, but I think he now uses her translation in his videos. And from what I've seen, Miss Anne knows her shit, and she, at the very least, is actively studying translation, like with the aim of being a professional translator. So I don't know what her qualifications are. I'm not going to speak for her, but based on her, like both speaking and reading and actively translating Boruto stuff, I do think that she is qualified to contribute to the conversation. I would listen to what she has to say. And also, like, if you're going to establish that there is a difference in efficacy between different levels of translators, it would be worth asking if she qualifies for this senior level of translator. And if not, it might be worth investing in a senior translator just to have the data, not to dismiss Miss Anne's like genuine, hard, awesome work. And by the way, like, check out her blog, Salads and Bolts. It's fucking great. Like, support her. She's awesome. But also, like, to be fair, to try and get the best data possible, if you yourself are volunteering the information that you know what counts as a 9.5, go for the fucking 9.5, right? Establish that. Like, be honest about it. Okay, moving on. 2450. Okay, I think we already basically covered that with the accuracy of translation. Just go this real quick.
It could be that some of these things might be off. I'm not gonna like act like it's gonna be a perfect translation every time. but I think that we have good reason to believe it's at least, and GPT-5 has an updated language database, so it should be more accurate than that, but we should be able to say that it's at least, so long as the kanji that's input is correct, 86% accurate in terms of tone and translation. So if there's some...
Again, like if 86% of the words are accurate, but the remaining 14% are inaccurate, that can still completely change the gist of the sentence. Like, I went to the store and on my way out of the store, as I was walking towards my car, I got literally shot in the head. And then they changed, they got all the words right except for literally, and they accidentally translated that wrong to figuratively, right? Just getting that one word wrong changes the entire fucking sentence and the entire fucking sequence of events. So it's like, this is not, it's not like really useful to use terms like that. The translation is either accurate and contextually appropriate or it's not, and you're gonna need additional context to evaluate that one way or another. I think I wanted to go to 26 just to shout out like Walkie Talkie for bringing up the notion of Dearu. Like it kind of emphasizes their understanding. So
like, I mean, even aside from like the debate portion, like in your personal opinion, do you think this actually like captures, like, do you think like, for example, the part that says is the de Ramu or whatever it was, do you think that based on the fact that it's
Oh yeah, so like not only have they been, so here's the thing, right? Like I wouldn't be that harsh, except like literally Sage is looking at the translation that he provided. He gave himself credit as a translator for this stuff. He's heard Walkie Talkie like say the phrase Dearu over and over again and give an explanation for it, but still doesn't recognize it and still isn't able to actually like say it. And again, like it's fine to make an occasional mistake here and there, but if you're putting yourself forward as a translator and you don't even know like what one of the words, like how to say one of the words is or how to recognize it, it kind of undermines your credibility, as well as like I talked about this with How About No in the past, but like referring to all of this as kanji is inaccurate as well, because like this is a kanji, this is a kanji, I think this is two, this is katakana, all of this is katakana as well, right? Kanji is one of the many writing, one of the like 3 primary writing systems in Japanese, but calling this the kanji is also sort of a self-report, because that's, I should check with somebody who knows better, but I don't think that's the sort of language that a senior or qualified translator would use, because this factually is not just kanji. It's kanji and kana, right? There is a difference. And the translator here, quote unquote translator, doesn't seem to know or acknowledge that. So again, like, Abstract says language is already inaccurate, even speaking face to face. We're dealing with a whole 14% off. Yeah, exactly. So like, I think that Sage would respond to that by referring to Grice's maxims, which are, if you're not familiar, I'm not even 100% sure, but I think they're like a set of rules and ideas of like how we should in general choose to communicate with each other. And since most people do sort of implicitly, intuitively use Grice's maxims, it's usually safe to assume that they are. That sounded like word salad probably, but like check out this video over here, The Hidden Rules of Conversation from Tom Scott. He breaks it down in a very concise and understanding way, or easily understandable way. But basically, like, yeah, he uses this example of like, you don't need to specify if you're at a grocery store and you see something that says like, hey, these are vegan tomatoes. It's like, well, you're kind of violating a maxim of conversation there. You don't need to say that they're vegan. It's already understood that vegan tomatoes are vegan because they're tomatoes, right? And conversely, like you wouldn't necessarily advertise that your cereal is asbestos free. Like that should be a given, right? Like technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with you saying this tomato that I'm selling is asbestos free and non-carcinogenic and also vegan and vegetarian and gluten-free. There's nothing wrong with saying that, but it's also kind of like we all kind of get it, so you don't have to. And the fact that you're calling it out when people normally wouldn't would actually make somebody suspicious, even if all you're doing is volunteering information, right? So there's like rules of conversation, and you could respond to that by saying like, well, we all kind of understand what we're talking about anyway, so you can just kind of intuitively feel it out. But the problem is when you're translating from another language, something that Tom points out in that video is that shit doesn't necessarily inherently imply cross linguistically, because something like an intonation that sounds sarcastic in one language can sound sincere in another one. Like I had a Korean friend growing up, and like for a while before I understood like what Korean sounded like, when he was talking to his to his mom or to his other Korean friends in Korean, there's like I apologize. I hope this doesn't sound offensive. I'm trying to do my best to recreate it phonetically. Is like sometimes the end of the sentence will have this kind of cadence. It's like like I can't wait to see you after school today, right? And that sounds fucking sarcastic, but it's just like a normal kind of way of talking. Like he would talk that way with his mom, and I would be like, why are you being so rude? And he didn't understand what I was saying, right? So like even things like intonation and inflection and tone, or something as simple as like, I can't do that, I can't do that, I can't do that, I can't do that, or I can't do that. Every time I said that, I put an emphasis on a different word, and it kind of changed the meaning. And you wouldn't get that if you translated it word for word, right? So like, and this is something that comes up in manga as well, where characters will like have specific text. Like this, like authors are aware of this limitation to the point where they will actually go ahead and emphasize and bold and underline specific words to kind of try to recreate that, right? So like, are you going to get that by just translating things verbatim? Is that going to really come across that way? I don't know. I'm a little skeptical about that. Let's see. Dr. Strangle says, I watched all Tom Scott's language videos a long time ago. They're really good. Yeah, that's the only one I've seen so far, but I like a lot of his stuff. So I'll have to check out more of them, especially if they have your vote. Yeah, I'd be happy to see more of them for sure. Okay. So now we start to get into some interesting stuff. I think I'm going to go for a little bit longer, but it's almost 4 hours, so I'm probably going to wind up pretty soon. So let's see. 30-40 arguments using realism. So let's go here. I wanted to, like I mentioned before, I wanted to see what Sage actually said about modal realism and how he tried to use it in the debate to make sure that I wasn't strawmanning him by describing what like pure modal realism is, right? If he's using a different version, we should hear his version of it. So let's see.
I ran by Uden Hobbs as well.
Yeah, well, regardless of that, what I'll say against that is establishing precedent for one thing wouldn't establish precedent for the other. So just because there's two possibilities, it's in the present tense or the past tense, just because there's a consistency for the past tense doesn't automatically assume that there would be a precedent for the present tense.
So for context, what they're talking about there is like, this is a statement in the third data book where it says his skill in manipulating both wood style ninjutsu and tailed beasts made Hashirama without peer in the shinobi world. And so what they're evaluating now is that this statement, whether or not this statement and maybe the other statement is referring to the past or the present. So like, does this just mean that when Hashirama was alive, like before the war arc and all that shit, that at that time he was without peer then, but that doesn't necessarily extend to the war arc? Or does it mean that like it does? Like how do you tell the difference there? And they're discussing whether a statement that is in the past tense could be actually interpreted as present or vice versa, right? So just for some context there.
So you agreed to the debate rules that I use. So I assume that you're okay with like arguments using modal realism. So essentially, the idea of modal realism is like all possible worlds are equally valid effectively. So to put it in that context, if you have a statement and you're like, okay, this is 50-50. It could be past tense, it could be present tense, right? And then you establish that we have evidence to suggest that if it were past tense, it would use past tense language. That generates fewer possible worlds in the context of Naruto data books in which present or past tense language would be used in a present tense way, or present tense language would be used in a past tense way.
So this is where I think that if Sage is actually using modal realism here, it's a form of modal realism that, to try to be humble about this, that I didn't come across or hear anything about in my research. The first part checks out, like all possible worlds are equally valid effectively. That is kind of what David Lewis was saying, right? Like anything that is possible has a corresponding world. Every variation of that possibility has a variation world, and that extends ad infinitum. Ad infinitum, however you say that, right? Forever, infinitely. So that makes sense. But this idea about like you generate fewer possible worlds if you reduce the likelihood of something, that's not the case. At least unless there's like a derivative school of like I said, like of modal realism that iterates or like does something different. But the OG modal realism doesn't say anything about that from my research. It's not like you're not going to generate a possible world and you're not going to eliminate a possible world. If a world is possible, meaning if something is possible, it has a world. You don't get rid of it. You don't reduce its likelihood. You don't like shave worlds away with a probability razor or whatever. They are there factually. So again, like if this is some kind of like neo ersatz modal realism, I haven't heard of it. It's just worth understanding that like in order to build off of that anyway, like the statement that Sage made about all possible worlds are equally valid effectively is a very lampshady way to get around saying like I believe that there are sentient unicorn gods in other universes, right? Like, if you actually accept modal realism, like actual OG modal realism, that's what you're saying. And you kind of omitted that from your description of what it is, right? But more important than that, I want to talk about this notion of 50-50, right? So the way that Sage frames this argument is something that comes up a lot in debates, which I think is pretty misguided to say the least. So basically, they're evaluating this statement. And the statement, I think Sage is saying that it refers to the present tense, and like Walkie Talkie are saying it refers to the past. And so Walkie Talkie are saying it refers to the past even though we don't explicitly see past tense language. And Sage is saying like, well, if there were language there, if it were supposed to be a past tense phrase, then we would see language that indicated that. And since I'm not seeing it, then that's less likely. Okay, something like that, right? So basically, the way that Sage frames this is there are two hypotheses that have been put forward. One is that this says this phrase is in the past tense, and the language used represents that. And the other hypothesis is that this phrase seems to be in the past tense, but that's not actually accurate. And then what he says is, okay, so we have two different hypotheses. I put my hypothesis forward, and you have your hypothesis forward. So we're now at a 50-50, right? It could be one thing, or it could be the other thing. And now we have to figure out which one is more likely. And so right now, there is a 50-50 chance of either of us being correct. And that's not how that works. Right now, there are two proposed hypotheses. Each of those hypotheses have equal argumentative weight in that they haven't been evaluated yet, meaning that like you have both suggested things and either of them are still in the running, and now you are trying to figure out which one is more reasonable, which one has more evidence. But that doesn't mean that either of them has a 50% chance of being true, right? That's just a very important distinction to offer, right? One of the statements, both of the statements could be false, or one of them could be true, or there could be another more nuanced interpretation, right? And if I put 1,000 different hypotheses on the table, that doesn't mean each of them has a 1 in 1,000 chance of being true, right? It's not like the probability of the veracity of a claim has nothing to do with how many other claims are on the table. It has to do with whether or not that claim itself is valid. And I think Sage understands this, so his whole perspective for the rest of the debate is like, okay, I am going to focus on reducing the probability that you are correct, as opposed to looking for more evidence to support my position. So let's get into that. Let's keep going.
So
I disagree.
think that like it doesn't inherently make it more likely, technically, because we'd have to go through each and every data book statement. But since it's at 50-50 right now, it would make it more likely than the alternative with the presently presented evidence, which would make it more plausible. So it would make it more
So there's a couple of very important things there. Notice, and this will come up again, but like, yeah, either I find $1 million under my bed or I don't. It's 50-50, right? There's two possibilities, right? You either have $50 million under your bed or you don't. And so if you go look under your bed, there's a 50% chance that you will find $1 million. Yeah, obviously, that's a perfect analogy. It really well illustrates the problem with this argumentation. I'm probably going to use that again if you don't mind. But yeah, so like something that's important to note is that he said like we'd have to go through each data book statement dot dot dot, and this comes up again. And yeah, that's kind of the point, is that if you actually want to understand what's in the data books and you want to actually generate a real, concrete, fair, and honest data set, an assessment of their contents, that's kind of what you have to do, my dude. You have to go through and evaluate all the statements and come up with some sort of metrics to demonstrate how likely any given statement is to be true or false. And granted, at that point, if you're going to do that amount of research, it's probably better, instead of just being like, well, let's figure out a system that will generate a probability for whether or not a given statement is true. In order to come up with that probability, you need to have a valid way of analyzing the text itself in the first place. If you have a valid way of analyzing the text, then just apply that method of analyzing the text to any given statement, because that's what you're going to wind up doing anyway. So like, put aside all of these, like, well, this is more probably true, more likely to be true, like in another world there are fewer worlds where they build, but all that shit doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, like, per Sage's own admission, what you really should be doing is going through and collecting as much data as possible. The process that you wind up figuring out, like, to use for collecting that data, for that data to be valid, your process has to be valid as well. So just use that fucking process on any given statement, apply that same standard, and then you can be evaluating the statements themselves individually in context, instead of trying to make an inference claim about like, well, I read 50 statements and they were all true, so this is likely to be true because I've established a precedent for the data books having true statements. It doesn't fucking matter. Right? It literally doesn't matter at all, because you're not actually analyzing the thing itself. Now, that sort of thing can be useful if you can't analyze the data books yourself. Like we talked about this last time, right? Like, if for whatever reason you can't find a data book anywhere, and all you have is like 20 random pages from one of the data books, and that's all you have, and you want to try to make a prediction based on these 20 torn out pages that you have about the data book's validity overall, well, what are you going to do? That's all you have to work with. So you do your analysis on those 20 pages, and then you say, these were 92% accurate. 92% of the things that I tested here were correct. So based on this sample size, I'm going to predict that the data books overall, any given sample from a data book, is likely to be 92% accurate. Or to paraphrase it, 92% of the contexts in the data books overall are accurate. But again, like, there could be entire chunks of the data books which are 100% accurate or 100% inaccurate. There could be entire things that are like, the data book stops giving data and starts telling stories. Like, there are actual like spin-off stories and bonus manga and stuff that get included in the data books. So like, again, that is just a prediction, and the only reason to make that prediction in the first place is if you don't have access to the full data set. Sage knows that he does have access to the full data set and is saying like, basically, I don't have to fucking go and look at all of that stuff, bro. Like, sorry. But like, there aren't any shortcuts. You actually do have to do that. Because otherwise you come up with these bullshit strategies as opposed to genuinely understanding the shit, and this is where we wind up. Dr. Strangle says Tom Scott isn't just a YouTube science communicator. He has a degree in English language and linguistics and did a video series going over a lot of language stuff. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah, I found that Grice's Maxims video. I watched a few videos on the topic, and I found his to be by far the best, so I will very gladly watch more of his content, and I appreciate the recommendation. Okay, so let's see. 32. Yeah, let's keep going.
Reasonable to assume that it's in a present tense context.
Again, like, it could actually be present tense or past tense. Like, I think that's debatable. I don't necessarily disagree with his assessment that the statement itself is past or present tense, whatever. Like, he could be right. Maybe I would agree with him on that. But it's the principle that then gets applied to the rest of the debate that's just a real problem.
I see what you're saying. That's a very good way of wording that, because you're...
Yeah, and to their credit, Ood and Kamui do a really good job of, like, noticing this stuff and be like, I don't think so.
Not saying it's more likely.
Yeah, basically I'm saying it's more reasonable to interpret this as a present tense context. Because, like, you know this, like, likelihood claims, you're going to have to establish, like, how many times have these statements been used throughout the data books. Let's go through each and every one of them. But for the sake of, like, if we're at a crossroads where it's like, well, this could be A or this could be B. If we have a precedent for if B, then it comes with a particular kind of evidence. Then in the absence of that evidence, it's probably A.
Yeah, so two very important things there, and I'm gonna keep playing to include Ood's response as well, because I think it's on point. But basically, like, first of all, again, he doubles down on this idea that, like, yeah, well, if I didn't use this extrapolation from a very limited data set, I would have to go through and do a deep analysis of the whole data set. Like, yeah, motherfucker, yeah, exactly. That's what you have to do. That is what we should all be doing. That's what I did. And it's not like some great Herculean achievement, right? It's like, just read the data books. It's like, it takes you maybe like 2 or 3 hours at most to get through any one of them. They're fun, light reads. They got a lot of pretty pictures. They're well formatted. They're well composed and everything. You're gonna learn something. You're gonna have fun. Just read them and just like pay attention, like do an assessment. And like, mostly because I just want to show off for abstract, but like I'm working on a project like that, right, where I've been through the data books and I wrote down all the statements that I could find that I thought were like potentially hyperbolic or non-literal or whatever. Now granted, this is all like notes, this is all like very sketchy, and I need to go back and refine this, but I found like multiple dozens, like over 100 examples in the first data book of things that could be at least debatable and probably not meant to be taken literally, like water prison technique. The water prison nobody escapes from. Okay, so I guess like Jubito isn't getting out of fucking or even like Hiruzen in part 1 isn't getting out of what's his fucking name? Why am I blanking on this guy's name? Zabuza. He's not getting out of Zabuza's water prison, right? Like, Senbon Shower. Hiruzen cannot evade Gaara's Senbon Shower because it's impossible to evade them all, right? Like, Shadow Shuriken clone technique. Sasuke generates literally countless shadow blades, excuse me. The Sharingan is given to the Uchiha clan by God. You know, like, and these are just a couple of examples. There's a whole bunch of shit in the second data book, in the third data book. Now, granted, this took a bit of effort, right? This probably took me 10 hours to put together, maybe 15 hours. So it does take some time, but you can fucking do it. Like, it took me a couple weeks. I had fun. I learned shit, and it wasn't really all that hard. The data books aren't written in a way that you have to, like, require a college degree to understand them. Just do the work, right? But I understand, apparently, like, this is something that people don't want to do, which is why I want to make this video. And I'm hoping, I said I was going to do it by the end of this month. Obviously, that didn't happen. I apologize. I am still working on it, and I am hoping to get it out at the very least by the end of, I can't give a specific date because of all the overtime I'm doing, but as soon as possible. Like, especially now that I'm kind of, like, I spent so much time this past couple of weeks, like, researching modal realism, shit like that. Now that that's out of the way, I can get back into this. Hopefully that'll serve as like as a guide for people who don't have the time or don't have access to the data books, right? I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. But I don't, like, all of them are available for free now on fucking Narutoversity. So anybody who really genuinely wants to understand this shit, just read them. Like, don't, just fucking read them. You'll have fun, I promise. Don't take my word for it. Don't take anybody's word for it. Read them yourself and come to your own conclusions, right? Abstract says, correct, the databooks have to be assessed statement by statement with a methodology to determine the veracity of the claims. Yes, 100%. Absolutely, I agree. Dr. Strangle says, John, you have too many wrinkles in your brain. Maybe your statements are just too high IQ. Too high. I recommend applying a heating iron to your head to smooth it out. Yeah, let me see. I don't have a heating iron right here, but I have this candle on my desk that's been making the room smell like cinnamon, so maybe after the stream I'll just sort of like rub it on my forehead and see if I can smooth out some of these creases. Oh my god. you're actually not far from the probably not far from the truth. I've probably like lost some hair and like furrowed my brow permanently over this Naruto shit over the past couple of years, but I mean, it's worth it. Like, even when I get heated, I'm still having fun, right? This is fun stuff to talk about. Into your head to smooth it. Yeah, okay, I got you. All right, so the other thing, the first thing was about going through each data book, but then there's this expected evidence argument, and it took me like months to figure out the problem with this. So to be fair, it's a clever argument. The idea that Sage is putting forward is like, look, if there's a statement that should be referring to something in the past tense, we have a precedent that, like, when people want to talk about things in the past, they will say, this happened, right? They will use language that refers specifically to the past. Okay, so if we look at a statement and it says Hashirama is the strongest, well, we don't see any evidence there to indicate that it is a past tense statement. Therefore, it is more likely to be present tense. Well, that is sort of true intuitively, but it's also kind of awkwardly phrased from like a argumentation standpoint. So let's break it down this way. Let's say that we have a statement, Hashirama is the strongest, and we want to know whether it is a statement that refers to the present or a statement that refers to the past. If I make the claim that I think it is a statement that refers to the past, then I need to, or if I make a claim that it refers to the present, then I need to to provide evidence showing that it refers to the present. And so I would do that by looking at it and like conjugating the verbs or whatever and saying like, okay, look, it is clearly in the present tense based on its definition. If I say there is no evidence that I can see that demonstrates that it is past tense, that in and of itself doesn't actually provide evidence for my position, right? Because it's just saying I don't see any evidence to the contrary. A lack of evidence to the contrary is not evidence in favor of your position. It's just lack of evidence to the contrary. This is what we call an argument from ignorance. And Sage has been very adamant and very clear that there is a distinction between an argument from ignorance and an absence of evidence argument. But I thought about it a lot. I really tried to give it a fair consideration, and I don't think there is. I think it's the same thing, just lampshaded. Because again, like, if I'm trying to think of another example so that we don't just like harp on this one, right? But like, if I see a whale in the ocean, right, and I say I think it is a mammal, and my friend is with me and says I think it is a fish, okay, I have the burden of proof to demonstrate that it's a mammal, and I need to go looking for evidence to show that it is a mammal and not a fish. If I look at it and I don't see any evidence that it's a fish, right? I see no positive evidence for it's a fish. That doesn't make my position more likely inherently, because it's not actually evidence that supports and bolsters my position. It's not positive evidence in favor of my claim. It's just an acknowledgement that there isn't evidence to the contrary based on my findings. And passing off a lack of evidence to the contrary as something that increases the likelihood of your position, that is an argument from ignorance. That is using a lack of evidence as evidence, right? All you can really honestly say is that if you present evidence that it's a whale, and your opponent doesn't present any evidence that it's a fish, then you have provided more evidence than them, and so your argument is stronger and has more weight, and you could then say it's more likely to be true. But it's because your opponent failed to produce evidence in favor, not because you couldn't find any and then that contributed to as a form of positive evidence. It's a very subtle distinction, and it's very easy to confuse the two, so I'm not even all that mad about it. But realistically speaking, it is kind of a smearing of the borders between like what is and isn't an argument from ignorance. Now, I don't think that I'm open to being corrected about this, because it's one of those things where it's like it's so on the edge, right? And it's like, depending on how you phrase things and depending on your perspective, I can see another argument for this. The counter argument is this, right? Like, if we have a precedent that black holes affect objects around them, like they affect gravity of the objects around them and things orbit around them. Now, we might not be able to detect a black hole visually because we can't look at it because light will escape from it, but we can still see things orbiting around it, and that shows us evidence for a black hole there even if we can't see it. Then if you say like, hey, there's a black hole in this region of space, and you point in the sky and like there's a black hole right there, and I'm like, okay, well, we know that if black holes are around, they should affect the planets around them in this way. They should affect light around it in this way. I don't see any of those effects. I don't see any of that evidence. So, and this is the key point. So what you say then is, so therefore, your hypothesis that there is a black hole there doesn't work, and there isn't evidence to support it. But you wouldn't necessarily say that means that there is no black hole there, right? Intuitively, that seems to make sense. Intuitively, that seems to work because, like, well, okay, if we know that, like, there needs to be evidence for this thing to be there, and the evidence isn't there, then obviously it's not there. But like in terms of argumentation in a debate context, that would be an argument from ignorance. You're not actually substantiating your own point with evidence. You're just saying, like, again, this lack of evidence is being harvested to try to bolster your position. But the correct, like, most intellectually accurate and honest response is just to say, no, your burden of proof fails because you didn't provide evidence for your point. Therefore, there is no evidence to suggest that this is the case. But a lack of evidence is not necessarily evidence to the contrary. Again, I am open to being challenged on that because I think it's a subtle distinction, and I think intuitively it makes sense. Intuitively, when you look at that spot in the sky and you see no effects on the planets around it, it feels correct to say positively there is no black hole there, or it's not likely for there to be a black hole there. But I think it's actually more correct to just say that the hypothesis there is a black hole there would fail to meet its burden of proof, and because it doesn't, then there is it's unreasonable to believe in that. But I'm not sure. So let me know what you think. Because now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, does the lack of evidence actually mean... I guess it can work, actually. If you have a substantial body of evidence, and you thoroughly vet this, and you look at, like, hundreds or thousands of black holes, and all of them show the same effect, and then you look at this region of space, and you see it's like very thoroughly, very well established that this is the case. And then you look at that region of space, then you would say, okay, well, if there is a black hole, why aren't we seeing this? And then that seems like, okay, we have established that this effect would be there. Since that effect is not there, then okay, yes, it's likely to not be there. That would work, I think. But that only works if your prior data set, if your prior sample is thorough and accurately vetted. And so it's not enough to just say, you look at one black hole and see its effects, and you're like, okay, well, now we've established a precedent. Since we have a precedent for how a black hole works, now we can make a conclusion or deduction, or an inference, rather. We can make an inference about this other region of space. Now, you have to bolster all of that with sufficient prior study and thorough vetting, because otherwise it just doesn't work, right? So, but again, like, this is one of those things, I keep going back and forth on this, because, like, I get it. I understand the appeal of it, but I don't think it, like, actually checks out when you follow it through to its conclusion. Well, let's see. 3340 equal likelihood. Let's try and move at a decent pace here.
Or it's more reasonably,
Let's say we have a data set, because this is basically what you're saying. We have, I don't know, like 10 dots here, however many dots there are. So what you're doing is you're using process of elimination, because what's inside the circle would be the relevant data set. Outside of the circle is the irrelevant, but in total, it's still the total data set for, like, total. What you're doing is you're using process of elimination. You're getting rid of the irrelevant data set, some of it, and saying, based on that, we aren't touching the relevant data set, but because there's less irrelevant data set, and because it was 50-50 before, that leads to more credence for it to be the relevant data set, to be more likely.
Yeah, I think that's a very elegant and very, like, visually appropriate way of representing that. So again, shout out to Walkie Talkie for I think that's Ood speaking, right? Like, shout out for coming up with that model. I do appreciate that, and I wanted to make sure to go over that. We've crossed over the 4-hour mark. I'm starting to get kind of tired, so let me see if I can just find a couple of more things to point out here. I want to go to 3840 because modal realism comes up again, and that was a topic tonight, so let's go here.
It has nothing to do with raising the probability.
Okay, let's just start here.
Right? So, if we then established a precedent using modus ponens, if P then Q, if X then Y, right? Then in the absence of Q or Y, then it's less likely for X or P to be the case.
The problem with...
Yeah, notice there, it's like, if P then Q. That's not modus ponens. Modus ponens is, if P then Q, P therefore Q. Which I think, like, if you actually listen to what he's saying, I think that's what he's doing. But, like, he sometimes doesn't actually, like, describe the tool or whatever that he's working with accurately. Granted, the thing that's being shown on screen is, like, the correct representation of it, right? If it snows today, then we will go skiing. It is snowing today, therefore we will go skiing, right? You need to establish the premise and like establish that one thing follows the other. Then if you can identify the thing, you already know that it follows the other, so you can come to a conclusion based on that. It's a deductive argument.
So
That Sage.
it has nothing to do with raising the probability of mine. It has to do with lowering the probability of yours. So if we're
That right there, that is such a telling phrase, right? Like, and this is the same exact thing that Noodles does, right? Like, he comes into an argument with a contention. Like, I think that Kakazu got hit by a Biju bomb because I don't think he's fast enough to dodge it, and I think that we see destruction in the background from Yugito, and I think that like that has to be caused by a Biju bomb. So what's your explanation? And then the opponent, like Apollo, will say, well, I think my explanation is this. Or like what Apollo correctly did is say, well, no, you need to prove your point more. You have to actually substantiate it and fulfill your burden of proof. And Noodles turns around and says, well, no, like, what's your alternative explanation, right? Like, basically, if as long as he can make the claim that, like, well, Kakazu's not a speedster, and I believe another thing he said was, do you think that Yugito is a fucking idiot? So, like, I guess Yugito is smart enough to hit him with a Biju bomb, and Kakazu's not fast enough to dodge out of the way. So, like, what's your interpretation? And then what you can do from that point is, like, if your opponent, you try to get your opponent to make some sort of a positive claim. You get your opponent to, you badger your opponent into saying what they think their opinion is, and then you just attack the shit out of that opinion. And then as long as you can reduce the opinion, the likelihood of your opponent being true, you don't ever actually have to work that hard to advance your own position. Just say something that like vaguely establishes it, and then bait your opponent into saying something and taking a stance on something, making some kind of a claim, and then just like go after it like an attack dog and tear it to shreds. At the end of the day, as long as your opponent concedes, you don't have to do any work yourself. All you have to do is defend your territory and get your opponent to back down, and then you win, right? Except any victory that's based on that kind of like manipulation and those tactics is no victory at all, in my opinion. It doesn't actually, well, it shouldn't even be a matter of opinion because it like factually doesn't do anything to establish the veracity of the claims. It's not actually argumentation, it's bullying. It's literally just like blustering or whatever the term for it is, like beating, like Kamasagogus, right? Nobody's gonna know what that is, but like, yeah. Fewer possible words in which your proposition would be true according to modal realism. Yeah, let's keep going here.
50-50, and then this statement, if your statement were true, this statement breaks the precedent that was set, which means that it's a less reasonable assumption for your position to be true, like for it to be past tense. That means that the probability of your position is lowered. That means there's fewer.
Right, exactly. So Sage, all he has to do is he has to establish one data point. And once he's established one data point, he can say, I have established a precedent. Therefore, it's your burden to dispute the precedent. And if you can't do that, then that reduces the likelihood of your claim. So really, in Sage's perspective here, like the way that he's framing things anyway, he only ever needs to provide one piece of data to win any argument, because as long as he can demonstrate that like his opponent's argument is less valid or less likely or renders true in fewer possible worlds, then Sage just wins. And he doesn't actually have to do an analysis of the data because he already established a precedent. And like he thinks that apparently the persona that we're seeing here seems to believe that like a single instance is all you need to establish a precedent. Dr. Stengel says your critique is correct, but I think the problem more lies in what we should believe before we have evidence, which I believe the most honest thing to say is, I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes, honestly, like, the most intellectually honest, fair thing to say is, I don't know. We don't have enough evidence. We need further details, or we need to, like, leave this open to interpretation. That's something that we need to, like, acknowledge. It's hard to acknowledge sometimes, especially if you want an answer. But sometimes you just don't get one, right? And if you shut down the conversation preemptively, then you're never going to get the answer, for sure. But Sage's argument relies on if something has a 90% prior probability, that fact alone gives reason to believe a statement is true literal. Right, yeah, so I don't know if this is exactly what you're talking about, but it reminds me of Sage used an example of M&Ms in one of his videos, right? I think it was actually the data book video, where he's talking about, like, okay, let's say you have a bowl that has M&Ms in them. M&Ms in it. Fuck. And there are red and blue M&Ms in the bowl, but you don't know how many of each there are, right? if you pull out one blue M&M and then pull out another blue M&M, well, you've established that there is a precedent for there being blue M&Ms in the bowl. Now, if you pull out a red M&M, you can be like, oh, well, this breaks the precedent, but I already have established that this is a bowl of blue M&Ms. So this red M&M is just an exception, right? And now I can predict that it is more likely that I'm going to pull out a red M&M next. It's more likely that the bowl is majority red M&Ms versus blue M&Ms. And like, that really doesn't work. It could be the case, but it could also be the case that like the bowl only had two red M&Ms in it and the rest were all blue. And in your first two samples, you picked the two red ones out. And so every time you pick the red one out, you're actually increasing the probability that the next one will be blue because you're removing the red ones from the sample set, right? Like, to use a databook example, if you're reading a page in the databook and there's 10 sentences on it, and you pick two of them and you're like, well, these two are correct, so it's likely that the other 8 are correct as well. It's like, well, fuck, just read the other ones, right? Like, they're right there. Why wouldn't you read them, first of all? But second of all, if you just picked out the 2 correct ones and all the others are incorrect, each time you remove that one from the sample size, it is more likely that the next one that comes along is going to be, like, he's saying this is establishing a precedent that is making each statement more likely to be true, when it's literally the opposite. Every time you perform a sample, you're getting yourself closer and closer to the inevitability that like 100% of the things that you sample in the future will contradict your position. They will all fucking be blue. And at the end of the day, all of this speculation and prediction probability and shit is completely pointless, because you could just turn over the bowl of M&Ms and count them. In other words, you can just read the fucking data books and look and see. Like, this is what's so frustrating to me. And this abstract, this goes back to the fucking debate between Noodles and Sage too. It's like, guys, stop making these weird like categorical predictions and category statements about the supposed intelligence of these characters. Stop, take a deep breath, and go back and read the fucking books. Like, that's what this is about, right? Like, just read the shit. Like, just take a minute, take a break, and just read it. Like, I don't understand. I think this is me speculating. This might be unfair, but I think it's like Sage is smart enough to know that the data books are a nuanced and variable form of literature. He realizes this, but if he admits that, then it's going to, just like, admitting the limitations of modal realism, it's going to have negative repercussions, because then we aren't going to be able to use the data books for arguments and for debates and for videos. It is useful pragmatically for us to do that. If we believe the data books to be inherently true until proven otherwise, it is useful. So let's just keep on doing that. But that doesn't actually get you to the truth, and that's my problem with it. Abstract says, I agree, it's a hollow victory. Yeah, it's, that is a perfect way of phrasing it. It's like, it's a victory by some definition, but it's not one that I would ever give any, like, credence to. Dr. Strangle said, yep, I give that exact example. I was wondering, that might actually be a case of, like, cryptomnesia on my part, so if I stole that argument from you, I apologize. I was wondering, it's like, I feel like somebody maybe used this example before, but, like, yeah, credit to you if you originally came up with that, for sure. Let's see, so I think I'm getting pretty tired again, so let me see. I do think that this is interesting though, so let's skip ahead to 45 minutes in, talking about probability and stuff like that, right? So something around here, right?
I'm saying that your argument is too absurd to exist.
My argument of what?
Touche.
It's based on the fact that you assume that this thing can't exist until we discover it, based around statistics. And then I would say that's not true, based on everything else that existed before humans saw it.
Well, okay, so...
Go ahead.
So for context there, what they're talking about is like, how do I explain? So like, if you take a die, right, like a single dice, and you throw it, you want to know what the likelihood, what the probability is that the dice is going to roll up a 6, right? There are 6 sides on the die. So before you throw it, assuming that the die isn't weighted, assuming, it's an honest roll, I think is the term, right? Assuming all that is the case, then how do you know what the probability is that the die will turn up 6 if you throw it. Well, intuitively we say, well, it's a 1 in 6 chance, right? Because it has to come up on one of the sides of the die, and therefore it has to be one of the 6. It can't be more than 1, so it's a 1 in 6 chance. And what you're doing there is you're examining, like, I mean, there's a bunch of implications about, like, okay, I am assuming that this is an object that is capable of rolling. I'm assuming that rolling is, like, somewhat random or at least unpredictable. I'm assuming that the proportions of the die enable it to roll in a, like, a pseudo-random way. Like, you're assuming things about how the die works and saying, like, it is just as likely for the die to land on any given side. It can only land on one, so it's a 1 in 6 probability since there are 6 sides, right? You're performing a very quick intuitive analysis of the nature of the object and making a prediction based on what you think the interaction will be between the object and the environment. Okay, so that's what they're talking about.
I'll let you go before I give the third party on this, because this has nothing to do with Hashirama right now. So
exactly.
I'm comfortable just having to speak 3 different people.
So
actually, let me go ahead and skip to 40. Yeah, something like that.
But it has likelihood before it happens.
Well, hold on. So unless you have a loaded die, if you assume that a die is, like, perfectly made, right, has 6 sides, the probability of it landing on any of the sides is 1 in 6, because there are 6 sides if we're assuming equal weight distribution and honest roll.
Right.
That probability is based on the statistic of 6.
That's not... what do you mean by the statistic of 6? Maybe I misunderstood your argument.
Right, so a stat would just be a number assigned to a thing, right?
So what I understood your argument to be earlier, using this die example, is that the first person who made the die, probability doesn't exist for their roll yet. There's no way to assume that it'd be a 1 out of 6.
Probability because of the number of sides.
Yeah, so listening back to this after the fact, it's not as egregious as I thought, so I think I can move on pretty quickly. Basically, this is kind of frustrating to listen to in the first place, because there is a difference in a statistic versus statistics. So, like, a statistic is just a number or, like, a numerical fact about something, right? And so, like, you know, you can say that, like, one of the sides of a die, like the value of 1, the value of 2, those are statistics because they are individual numbers. Also, you can say that, like, if you roll a die 100 times and it comes out, like, on average, it comes out to be number 6, 1/6 of the time, then that is a statistic as well. 1 in 6 chance is a statistic, right? Or, sorry, like, an average of 1 out of every 6 times is a statistic about, like, the behavior of the die. And therefore, you can base probability on statistics, right? If you perform like 1,000 dice rolls or 10,000 or 1,000,000 dice rolls, you will get a distribution of where the die is landing, and then that is a statistic, right? It's a numerical representation of the chance of landing on any given side, and then you can use that statistic, and ideally, like, multiple different statistics combined, to make a prediction on the probability of what the next roll is going to be. So statistics can inform probability, but also a individual statistic, like a number, is not necessarily statistics, right? Like, an individual number, like, I am let's just say 6 feet tall, right? Like, the fact that I am 6 foot tall does not mean that, like, and I am a person, does not mean that statistically the next person that I see, or that people in general, are likely to be 6 feet tall, right? It's like, one value is not in and of itself a data set, even though you can analyze a data set to produce a value, and then that produced value can be used to make predictions about other things. And this is really important to understand because it folds, like, neatly back into the arguments about, like, establishing a precedent, right? This is, I think, where Sage is confused. Sage's perspective seems to be, to the best of my understanding, that, like, if you establish a single data point as a precedent, that data point is a statistic. And since statistics can be used to demonstrate probability, all you need is a single data point to establish probability. And as long as you can start off on a 50-50 footing, you turn that one data point into a 50% chance of victory, and then you just do everything you can to smash down your opponent and reduce them below 50%. And as long as you're 51% more likely to be correct and your opponent is 49%, then you win. Notice that that has absolutely fuck all to do with what the subject is that you're actually talking about. It's not an analysis of the context at all. It's not an understanding of the series. It's gambling. You are basically trying to and this is why like Pascal's wager comes up again. This is why like pragmatism arguments come up again, because it's like how can I like tip the scales so that it's more likely that I'm correct, as opposed to actually thoroughly vetting the ideas and demonstrating the correctness of the claims. That is a really big fucking problem. And it ruins so many of these discussions. It comes up again and again and again. And it's like, it's so subtle. Again, it's one of those things that's like on the razor's edge, right? But once you can kind of see how the same mistakes get made in these different categories, it's like, fuck me. Like, you can't use, just because something sounds the same doesn't mean you can just interchange them, right? Like, a statistic and like a statistic individual number is different from a statistic byproduct of data analysis number. You can't just swap them back and forth because they're called the same thing, right? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a term for that in philosophy. That's a big fucking no-no. Anyway, Dr. Stengel says, this part of the walkie-talkie versus sage part gets weird and gets into like a probability realism where the odds are of a thing are prescriptive and not empirical descriptive thing. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to describe it. Like a basketball in the abstract is a sphere, but in reality it isn't technically a sphere, as on the micro range has bumps and divots, which precludes it from being equal in radius in all directions. Yeah, absolutely. And then there's the additional wrinkle of like, okay, does a basketball need to be spherical to be considered a basketball? If it gets punctured, is it still a basketball when it loses its shape or when it deflates, right? So like, then we start to get into like those notions of what is necessarily true about something. And that is where, like, apparently that is something that possible worlds can help explain. Now, I haven't seen that in practice myself, but that people who are fans of possible worlds, like they claim that like possible worlds help understand that sort of thing. Because it helps you identify what is necessarily true and what is consequentially true, right? So like, it is not necessary for a basketball to be spherical to count as a basketball, but oftentimes, if you are a basketball, you will be spherical, and that will be true about being a basketball, if that makes sense. So let's see. I think I want to really stick to the data book stuff. So expected evidence, that's correct. Let's see. This is the thing that, like, yeah, I'm kind of repeating myself here, but let's go to this part over here.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I just didn't say anything at that time. I mean, it's on the stream. We could just go back and check afterwards, but yeah.
Yeah. You said it's one of two things. It's 50-50. So if you agree it's 50-50, it's one of two things. And then you agree the precedent is set that
again, like, having two hypotheses does not mean that each one has a 50% fucking chance of being correct. That is like so out of pocket.
If yours is true, it should come with the expected evidence. In the absence of that expected evidence, yours is less reasonably true. That was the argument that I put together. And then we got into the probability thing. You said probability is different than statistics, which is why I made sure earlier on to say that, by the way, this isn't a probability claim, because, if you remember, I said in order to establish actual probability or actual like statistical probability, you'd have to go through the entire, like, to be fairly certain about it, you'd have to go through the entire data book and like get a big enough body of evidence to say, okay, well, we've got 70 statements, and just for the sake of argument, if like 35 of them are present tense and 35 of them are past tense, and then it's consistent with that, like with the precedent that we established, that you agreed was a precedent, then it would raise the statistical probability as well. But it's,
again, like, to me, like, that's all you need, right? Like, to me, if somebody tries to use a Sagian argument to give him some credit as a philosopher, right? Like, if somebody tries to use a Sagian argument that, like, establishing a precedent, blah, 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 like reducing the probability, etc., the data books are inherently X, Y, or Z, just play this fucking clip back and be like, you literally just reported, like self-reported here, because the way that he phrased things is like, well, if we actually wanted to thoroughly and accurately vet that, we'd have to go through like all the data books and we'd have to look at like, I don't know, 70 entire statements and figure out which one of them are correct and which one of them are not, which implies that either he hasn't done that or he's not willing to do that for the purpose of this debate. So he explicitly, specifically says this is what you would have to do if you wanted to do this right, if you wanted to actually build a data set based on this, which implies that he didn't actually do this or he's not willing to do it or acknowledge it or whatever you want to interpret it. But the point is that he is specifically saying, hey, this is what you need to do, and then didn't do it. And it's come up multiple times. So like honestly, I could have just played this clip and like what else is there to say? Right? Like at the very best, this is an egregious double standard. And at the worst, it's just like entirely missing the point and being like, well, yeah, well, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I don't want to do it because it's like too long. Okay, fine. That's why I'm here. That's what this is for. This is a gift to you so that you don't ever have to do it, because I know it's hard. I know it's challenging. I know it takes a long time. So I'm going to do it for you so you don't have to. I'm going to put the data out there so that it is freely accessible. I'm not going to put it behind a fucking paywall either. And I'm not going to like only make it accessible to members. It's going to be for free for anybody who wants to look into it. And when it comes out, I don't want to hear this shit anymore about how, oh, we can't, I have 70 whole fucking statements. I don't want to hear any of that shit ever again. We're done. Once this video comes out, that's it. There will be no more excuses to be like, we have to read the whole yeah. I'm done with this. Like, we're moving on as a group. And that's why I'm making this fucking thing. Because, like, this shit has to stop. I think that there's something here about like modal realism at 59, and then there's one more thing, and then we'll call it a night because fucking tired.
That a given side effect would come with a particular prescription.
Reasonable,
right? Because
it's fucking guy.
Right, but reasonability is plausibility. So that makes it, based on the data set that we have, more likely, according to Bayesian probability, to be the case if you establish, that precedent for a side that you're arguing for.
So real quick,
I would also argue. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So, is modal realism just another word for evidence of absence?
No. Modal realism is it's a philosophy that basically asserts that all possible worlds are equally real. So essentially, what it allows for in it. Yeah.
Then you just didn't say evidence of absence earlier. You might have been making the argument, but you never used the words.
Yeah, I said in the absence of this evidence, I said if X then Y. So in the absence of Y, it's less likely to be X. That would be an evidence of absence.
You may have made an evidence from.
Okay, I think they kind of go back and forth about this, so I guess there's not much there. It was just sort of worth mentioning, like that modal realism comes up again, and I think that's at least that's a sketchy way of lampshading what modal realism is. I don't think that's. I think if Sage like actually explained what modal realism literally is to Ood and Hobbs, they would be like, all right, like no, like I don't think they'd be willing to get on board with that. But you guys can correct me if you disagree. Okay, so I think, yeah. So the last thing to go over, this is the last note that I had, was at 104.30 to 104.50. So 104.30. Where are we? Okay, let's just go from there.
I think that you did, but I could be wrong. Let's assume that I am.
I'll go back
you
afterwards.
You did agree to modal realism. Yeah, you did agree to modal realism, which would make the possibilities that we put forth, the possible worlds, inherently equal.
Assuming I agreed to that.
So then, you did.
It's on stream. I don't think I did. We'll have to go back and check afterwards. But assuming I did, then yes.
My gosh.
Just to steal man's point, just to continue on.
Yeah. But with that, so if we're agreeing that that modal realism is the way to go, right? Then both possible worlds would be equally valid, equally real, and therefore they have an equal value, like an equal statistical value, right? So
I see. I don't think that that's correct. They don't have an equal statistical. Well, maybe. Let me let him finish. Sorry.
If that's the case, and then I establish this evidence of absence argument, which lowers the reasonability of yours, then it makes mine inherently more reasonable than yours. So that would mean that the position that it's in a present tense context, as opposed to coming with the evidence that you would expect from a past tense context, would make it would drop the reasonability of yours below the reasonability of mine. So I would argue that I think that would establish likelihood for it. If you want me to go over something else, I can. But I don't know how familiar you are with like Grice's maxims or Grice.
Yeah, I think that's as far as I wanted to go. So like, let me listen to that one more time.
Is the way to go, right? Then both possible worlds would be equally valid, equally real, and therefore they have an equal value, like an equal statistical value, right? So if that's the case, and then I establish this evidence of absence argument, which lowers the reasonability of yours.
Yeah, so I think something happens where Sage is like kind of on the right track, and then something happens, something switches. And unless this is a new form of like ersatz modal realism that I'm just not familiar with, this shit is weird. Because it's like, he sort of correctly states that like, okay, under modal realism, all possible worlds that are possible have an equal, he says, statistical value. I wouldn't use that terminology. I would say that like, according to Lewis, they are both real. It's not, if you want to say that each one of them individually is a statistic because each one is one world and one is a number and a number is a statistic, then okay, fine. But like, realistically speaking, what we're talking about here is, according to Lewis, a world in which this databook statement means present tense and a world in which this databook statement means positive or like past tense, whatever I said, right? Those two worlds are both extant and real and do literally exist, as long as that doesn't break the rules of reality. And in fact, there are infinite worlds, infinite variations of infinite worlds, where this databook statement refers to the past and where it refers to the present, with all of their permutations thereof. And then we go from that to, if I reduce the reasonability of your position, then mine is more reasonable. And I think sometimes he uses the phrase of like, if I can eliminate the possible worlds in which your thing is true, then there are more possible worlds in which my thing is true. So it's like a really weird interpretation of modal realism. Like, okay, there are 1,000 worlds out there in which I'm right, and 1,000 worlds out there in which you're right. Now, within that data set of those 2,000 worlds, there is a specific world somewhere in there that validates my argument, and there's a specific world in there that specifically validates your argument. And like, if I can get rid of as many possible worlds that support your claim and deplete your ammunition and deplete your resources, then I'll have more worlds on my side than you will, and the person with the most worlds wins. It's like, I don't think that's how fucking modal realism works, dude. I don't think Lewis would really appreciate that particular version of modal realism. Granted, it is kind of cool because you're essentially using like entire universes as bargaining chips in an argument, and that is kind of fucking badass, I'm not gonna lie. But I also don't think that, like, A, that doesn't actually really get to the root of the analysis, and B, I don't think that's how you're supposed to modal realism, dude. It's just a really weird argument. But that's just my take. I'm not an expert, I'm not a philosopher, I'm not a rapper, I'm just a guy with a YouTube account. So Dr. Strangle says, in the abstract, a coin has 50-50 odds, but an American quarter has a 50.4% chance of heads, 49.5% chance of tails, and of landing on its side straight up. That's a good point. Very good point. Dr. Strangle says Bayesian probability requires inferring or accessing prior probability and updating it with posterior probability, i.e. updating it with the evidence you find. Right. I think Ood mentioned that it's like it's a statistical analysis that grows along with the data set as your data set is increasing, right? So it seems to me, based on what you and Ood said, that it's designed to kind of reflect an increasingly large data set. It's supposed to kind of go along with a lot of information. It's not just supposed to be used to draw inferences from like one or two data points, right? So anyway, that's basically it for tonight's stream. There's one thing that I wanted to mention before I forget, which I probably should have started with this, but sorry for the fucking flashbang. Jesus, that got me. But one final like tiny little addendum is that in Sage's video on Hashirama, he brought up the notion of the birthday columns. And I wanted to let you guys know what that is. So if you're not familiar with what the birthday columns are, on the Naruto official site, if you go to, okay, I'm not sure what that is, but, oh, cool. Most memorable illustrations for Naruto, newly redrawn, cool. I'm gonna have to check this out, for sure. But, shit, okay. I'm getting distracted. This was cool. Yeah, I'm gonna need to come back and check this out, but, fuck. I'm getting off track. Did it open another window? Okay, yeah. So, if you go to the, actual Naruto website, not this promotional thing, and you go to the upper right-hand corner, and you go to news, hopefully this will work, yeah. Then you'll see these buttons on the top. Go to Naruto columns and you can search through the Naruto columns. And what they are is basically like on the character's birthday, the official Naruto website puts out a synopsis of that character's like feats and history and stuff like that. So it is potentially a useful and valuable source of information because it's obviously coming from like an official source. Granted, they are not necessarily written with the same, like, even if you do accept the authority of the data books as expository text, we would have to establish that this follows the same rules, right? So we still have to pay attention to the tone and the accuracy of these statements. But that being said, it's an official publication. It's on the official Naruto website, so I'm inclined to take it somewhat seriously with some healthy skepticism. So for Sage's video, he pointed out that on Hashirama's birthday, like his canonical birthday in the series, that they published an entry on him. So I wanted to go over this really quick, right? And you can read this yourself. And specifically, let's look for the phrase that Sage brought out, which was the idea that like Hashirama fought Madara with the full force of his wood style or something like that, okay? Column celebrating the birthdays, blah, blah, blah. Reminiscing about the man who left his mark on history by founding the Hidden Leaf Village and becoming the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. In the era of warrior states where ninja repay blood with blood, Hashirama is born as the eldest son of Butsuma Senju, head of the Senju clan. And it's very nice that they actually provide the chapters that the images are from. Hint, hint. Many children are sent into battle and lose their lives. Even at a young age, Hashirama sees this and harbors doubts about the shinobi world, right? Okay. He later meets Madara, with whom his fate will be intertwined, and the seed of a dream is planted in his mind. Let's build our settlement here, right? Okay, this is just a summary of what happens. The idea that Hashirama talks about as a boy will eventually become the foundation for the hidden village system. Madara and Hashirama's friendship continues to deepen, but is fated to be brief. When it's revealed that they are heirs to opposing clans, Madara cuts the ties between them, and they have many subsequent encounters that take place on the battlefield. Hashirama and Madara both become heads of their respective clans. After a duel that goes on for an entire day, the two of them are able to show their cards and find a way to trust each other, joining hands in friendship once more. So one thing that I wanted to point out, I made the argument that it is worth being skeptical about the fact that, like, Sage said that, like, in canon, Hashirama beats Madara a certain number of times, and one of those times is during this fight where they fight the duel over the course of the day. Now, he didn't describe it as a duel, I don't think, in his video, and I said, we see Tobirama and other ninja present on the page. So, we don't know for a fact that, like, Tobirama didn't help. So, it's not certain that Hashirama fought this battle and won against him fair and square, like, on his own. But if we take this statement literally, which I'm willing to do for the sake of this argument, this describes it as a duel. A duel, by definition, is a fight between two people. So I think what this is telling us is that, yeah, there were other ninja on the battlefield, but they kind of just stuck to the sidelines. It was a duel between Madara and Hashirama, and Hashirama won. So I'm willing to concede that point based on this, just to be fair, right? So, after beginning construction of their village, Hashirama and Madara form a relationship with the Land of Fire. They intend to create a peaceful country where there's an equal relationship between the daimyo and shinobi. The ninja leader will be called Hokage. The hidden minions will be called Konohagakure. Okay. Able to hear each other out and laugh together as they discuss future plans. It seems like things are back to the way they were. However, their plans soon diverge once more. Saying, I found a different path, a different way, Madara departs from the village. The system the two created is praised even in other nations, and many hidden villages are built following the same style. A peaceful world where children don't have to kill each other. Just when it seems that dream is coming true, Madara returns and attacks Konoha. Hashirama fights back against Madara with the full force of his wood-style ninjutsu. Even with Madara controlling the Nine Tails, the two are evenly matched, unleashing moves so intense they alter the surrounding area. So here's another thing that Sage could have used. Maybe he did, I forget. Even with Madara controlling the Nine Tails, the two are evenly matched. So to support his position that like Madara plus Kurama equals Hashirama, so Hashirama therefore over Madara himself, this could be used. Okay, don't want to contest that right now. Hashirama tries to talk Madara down, but he realizes his friend is deaf to his words. He activates Sage Mode, unleashing even greater power. So this caption over here does seem to indicate that the full force of his wood style ninjutsu, this statement is captioning this, right? And then I know like How About No had a different interpretation of this last time, but then we get here to chapter 621, and then after he realizes his friend is deaf to words, he activates Sage Mode, unleashing even greater power. So even though it says he's using the full force of his wood style over here, he isn't actually technically doing that because he doesn't actually really do that over here. So again, just because this is from an official source, you know, if you take this out of context without reading the full thing, you might come to the conclusion that base Hashirama is stronger than Madara plus Kurama. But also, Madara isn't like using Majestic Attire Susanoo on Kurama at this point. Then he does, and then Hashirama responds with Sage Mode and the Thousand Armed Kanon, and then gets stronger, etc., etc. And there's more data that then comes out of here. The duel approaches this conclusion. Here's another thing. Hashirama and Madara throw everything they have against each other. So any arguments to the effect that like, oh, they were just holding back, man, like he wasn't really going all out is bullshit. I mean, if you take this as fact, they threw everything they had against each other, right? So the context of this seems very clear to me that they are actually fighting all out. I'm going to protect our blah, blah, blah. Okay, quote right there. Thus, the battle between Madara and Hashirama comes to an end, and under the guidance of the first Hokage, the Leaf Village flourishes. Then this is interesting. The Nine Tails captured during the battle with Madara is brought under control thanks to the aid of Hashirama's wife, Mito Uzumaki. So it's interesting. Last time I was like, we see this panel with where Hashirama's like fatigued and bloodied and stuff, and he says to Kurama, like, hey, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go free. You're too dangerous, right? And I pointed out that the damage to his armor in that panel was different to the damage to his armor that he sustained over the fight with Madara. And so I was like, it seems like he then went and fought Kurama some other time, since he took more damage to Madara. But I think that is an example of an art inconsistency. And it seems like this, or like a retcon anyway, and this article is specifically clarifying that Hashirama went right after the battle with Madara and was like, Kurama was put to sleep, and then he just captured him. Like, he summoned Mito, captured him right then and there, and that was it. So these birthday columns actually do provide a lot of useful information and context, and they can clarify things that are contradictory or ambiguous from the text itself. However, we're not done. Hashirama bows his head to the others more than once during the meeting, advocating for peace and entreating them to join him on the road to that dream. The meeting does stabilize some minor conflicts between the nations, but Hashirama's dream of a world without war must be entrusted to the shinobi of the future. Okay, so the thing is, a couple of things. Dr. Strangle, you may recognize this name as this article being composed by a character or an individual working with Caramel Mama. You might also recognize that this statement over here says this site includes machine translated text for some news articles. Please be aware that you might find some unusual expressions that are difficult to understand. So first of all, the official Naruto, if you're curious about like, just because something is, I don't think that just because something isn't written by Kishimoto himself, that doesn't mean that it's not legitimate, right? And evidence for that is that the official Naruto site uses an external source of information, or like an external worker, not a ghostwriter, but like a contractor, to write some of their articles. And they are straightforward about that. It's not a secret, it's not clandestine or anything like that. It's right there. And that sort of thing can apply to the data books as well. So it's something to be aware of. It doesn't get brought up enough. It's also worth noting that even the official page acknowledges not only that some, I don't know if it's true of all the pages, some of the pages can be machine translated. And what's more is that even on the official website, the official Naruto website, some of the expressions might be unusual and difficult to understand. Even the fucking official Naruto page itself says, hey guys, there might be some context here that might be confusing. So, pay attention. But we're not done, because Madara has a birthday column. And Sage somehow, for some reason that we can only speculate about, didn't see fit to mention this. And I kind of wish he had, because It starts off by saying, today we'll be reminiscing about the peerless shinobi. Now, Sage makes a big deal about how Hashirama was considered in the third data book to be peerless in his time, and he and Walkie-Talkie are arguing back and forth about, like, well, does peerless mean, does it mean the present tense, the past tense, blah, blah, blah. Well, look, here we go. The same official source that Sage uses himself also includes the statement about Madara being peerless. And here's the thing. If Sage had just happened to be in an alternate world where he was a Madara stan instead of a Hashirama stan, and he found this statement first, he could have made the exact same argument that he's making with Walkie-Talkie about how Madara is actually the one who's peerless, and done the same thing in reverse where he just happened to not bring up the Hashirama statement. And that would have gotten us to the same exact place, which is nowhere. So again, like, if you're going to even bother bringing up a source, did you think that, like, people couldn't look it up? Like, were you not aware that there were other articles on here that maybe could have added some more context? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what the point of this is, right? It's right there. It's like, I think it's even on the same page. It's not far away at any rate. But let's read this. I don't think there's actually all that much more information here. It's really just like a plot summary. But really, this is the thing I wanted to call out. The whole peerless thing. That gets conveniently omitted. In the era of warring states when ninja repay blood with blood, that's the same. Madara is born as the eldest son of Tajima Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan. He later meets Hashirama, with whom his fate will be intertwined. It's pretty similar to the other one, right? Both boys want to change the war-torn era that they live in, and the two forge a deep connection through the shared dream. However, their paths are destined to diverge. Very similar to the other entry. Madara and Hashirama turn from friends to foes when their opposing family ties are revealed, and while they have many subsequent encounters, those take place upon the battlefield. As the war drags on, Madara loses his last remaining brother Izuna, spurring him to launch an all-out offensive against the Senju. After a duel that goes on for an entire day, this phrase is used again, Madara is defeated by Hashirama, but proceeds to test his old friend by forcing an impossible choice on him. As a result, the two of them are able to show their cards and find a way to trust each other, and they decide to work together. After the war, Madara and Hashirama found their own village, and it seems the dream they shared has finally been realized, but it's not long before Madara strikes off on his own path. Public support results in Hashirama being chosen as first Hokage, and Madara fears this will ultimately lead to the annihilation of the Uchiha. He is alienated from his clan members, none of whom share his concerns, and leaves Konoha on his own, having committed himself to a different course in pursuit of his true dream for the future. The final battle. Sometime after his departure, Madara returns to attack the village as if seeking to destroy his previous dream. Hashirama confronts him, and the two go head-to-head. The intensity of the battle between these two elite shinobi shatters the earth, rends mountains, and splits the sea as their godlike powers clash. Throwing barbs reminiscent of the days when they were stone-skipping rivals, Madara wears his opponent down. So that's interesting. Hashirama is stronger than Madara, but Madara wears him down. Okay? However, Hashirama manages to take advantage of a momentary lapse in Madara's guard and stabs him through the heart. Well, I don't know if that's through the heart exactly, but yeah. So, remember, apparently, according to Sage, Hashirama beat the brakes off of Madara, and Hashirama was a full Ninetales level gap above Madara. But using the same source that he did, just a different page from the same book, so to speak, Madara is described as wearing his opponent down after he and his opponent were both throwing everything they had at each other. So despite losing the Ninetales, Madara still continues to fight Hashirama anyway without the Ninetales and successfully wears him down. And then the way this is phrased, however, Hashirama manages to take advantage of a momentary lapse in Madara's guard. So the way that this is phrased seems to imply that Madara actually has the advantage here. He's wearing him down. He's winning. But because he has a lapse in his guard, which is true, this is what happens, right? He starts mouthing off and, like, acting all arrogant and shit. He lowers his guard and Hashirama beats him off guard. The implication here is that Madara had a good chance of beating him. He could have destroyed him, potentially, if he kept wearing him down. But he had a lapse, and Hashirama took advantage of his mistake. So if you're looking for objective evidence that Hashirama is just stronger than him, that carries a certain amount of consideration. The legendary shinobi Madara Uchiha is believed to have met a tragic end, blah, blah, blah. Okay, after many years past, he emerges once more. So this is really the stuff that's relevant for Hashirama, but let's just scan through this real quick. Unlikely encounter. Okay. Disappeared from the spotlight, never gave up his dreams, passes Obito. It describes Madara dying as descends into a temporary slumber, which is interesting. So it's an interesting way of phrasing that. Steps onto the stage once more, revived at the reanimation jutsu. Starting with the Tsuchikage Onoki, Madara takes on the allied shinobi forces alone, putting on an impressive show by using his fire-style jutsu Sharingan Susanoo and Rinnegan in quick succession to dominate the battlefield. He even drops giant meteorites, showing power I feel like Sage used this phrase before, but I might be misremembering. He even drops giant meteorites, showing power beyond human understanding, so this seems to be a little non-literal, that breaks the morale of the shinobi opposing him. That's true. The allied shinobi forces gather together with the 5 Kage teaming up to take him on, yet in front of Madara's otherworldly strength, they too are overwhelmed. Otherworldly is an interesting phrase there. Just as Madara prepares to finish out the 5 Kage with the sword of his perfect Susanoo, the reanimation jutsu is undone, sending his soul to the afterlife. Or so things would have gone. But Madara intercepts the release of the jutsu by rescinding the summoning contract from his own end and binding his soul to the reanimated body. So it's interesting. We don't really get a specific explanation of what's happening here, but I think one way of interpreting this is that that Madara bound himself to his own body in a similar way to the way that Orochimaru binds the souls to the Edo Tensei bodies once he has brought them back. Remember that the Edo Tensei is like a two-part jutsu. Part 1 is summoning the souls from the Pure Land, and Part 2 is binding the soul to the body. So Madara reversed his ascension to the Pure Land and then he rescinded the summoning contract with the Edo Tensei, so he was no longer bound to Obito, and then he basically did like the second part of the Edo Tensei on himself and bound his own soul into his body. Now that might seem obvious to you guys, but like I never quite figured out what was going on there, and this column helped me understand it. So there is value here. Just don't get me wrong. After closing the curtains on his fight with the 5 Kage, Madara heads to where Obito is facing off against Naruto. Finally, he begins the last steps. There's nothing really here, if I remember correctly, about like their power, but let's double check. Reviving the 10 Tails, the presence of which is essential for the Infinite Tsukuyomi's activation, Madara's side gains even more power to crush the allied shinobi forces with. That's fine. In the midst of the chaos, Madara comes face to face with the resurrected Hashirama, who wow, I really can't talk after the 4-hour mark. Who he sees as his fated enemy. With his true dream about to be realized, and the rival he delights in fighting before him. Maybe don't read into that too much, but it's worth noting. Madara's combat abilities reach their peak. So it's interesting to note that apparently Madara, like, I don't know how to apply this, right? Like, I'm too tired to try to weave this into like a compelling argument right now, but this is something you could potentially use. Madara apparently is at his peak right now. So you could argue that he's stronger than he was when he was alive. And that Hashirama is still able to match him. Maybe that's something you could use. I don't know. Madara enjoys his fight with Hashirama to the fullest, unleashing powers even greater than he possessed in life. Okay, cool. So Madara, as an Edo Tensei, when he's fighting Hashirama, is stronger than he was when he was alive. Now, what you do with that information is up to you. Maybe you can argue that this means that Hashirama was holding back when they were alive, or maybe you can, argue that this means that, I don't know. You could probably actually spin this into a pro-Hashirama argument, especially since Hashirama should be Edo nerfed, if you believe that. You could also use this for clarification about Madara's strength, because after this, he is stronger than he was when he was alive. When he was alive, he was still able to go relative to Hashirama, and then he gets like way stronger. So like, again, you could spin that in different ways. Madara enjoys, using the art of inner rebirth, he is able to restore his original living body. Now truly revived, Madara defeats Hashirama and steals his Sage Jutsu chakra before moving on to the tailed beast. So, like, regardless of our semantics about, like, well, he had to put chakra rods in him to bind. Okay, according to Naruto's official website, Madara defeated Hashirama. Okay, not ended discussion, but, it's pretty definitive. Despite taking all 9 tailed beasts simultaneously, Madara captures them with ease. In addition, he extracts the 9 tails from Naruto and stabs Sasuke, fatally injuring them both. Having eliminated those standing in his way, Madara himself becomes a 10 tails Jinchuriki. Madara forges onward towards the completion of his plan, despite the dogged attempts of Guy, who opens his 8 inner gates, and they revive Naruto and Sasuke until finally he succeeds in creating a world of dreams. All living beings, are trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi Genjutsu and drawn into an illusionary world, aside from the former Hokage resurrected by the... Okay, it does call that out, obviously. Madara's dreams of the far future hair's breadth away. Madara's life begins to fade. Once the tailed beasts are extracted from his body and his story comes to a close, his self-declared war buddy comes to his side. Madara and Hashirama speak of the opposing dreams they fought for and the hopes they once shared as children. Freed from the many things that bound him, Madara is able to return once more to simply being comrades with Hashirama, and his long, long journey chasing dreams comes to an end. Okay, so, again, like, how you interpret this data is up to you. I'm not saying that this page in and of itself is a defeater, or that it means that Madara is necessarily stronger than Hashirama and the whole thing falls apart. Absolutely not. However, if you're going to engage in good faith and you're going to use sources in good faith, it's really, really, really important to show all the data that you have access to. This is another reason why this fucking, like, well, I established a precedent and now all I have to do is make your position less likely is such total bullshit. Because even if you manage to win the argument, hey, guess what? There's information here that people should know about, that they'd probably be curious about, that could probably provide them more context, right? And here's the thing. If your argument is strong enough in the first place to be worthy of surviving the gauntlet of, like, intellectual validation, whatever you want to call it, if it's strong enough to be valid in the first place, it will survive this scrutiny. You don't have to lampshade it. You don't have to dodge it. You don't have to try and deflect from it and make it more difficult for people to access it or become aware of it. If your argument is worthwhile anyway, you don't have to, like, divvy up and gerrymander the sources of information. You can show all the information and it will be clear that you are right because your argument will survive the test of evaluation. If you have to do shit like this, where you, like, only select and cherry pick certain parts of the data, to me it's a massive self-report. Either you haven't actually done the research thoroughly and fairly to evaluate the sources and compared all the data, or you aren't representing that honestly. I don't know which is which. I can't know because I'm not a mind reader, but either way, it's not fucking cool. And I need to talk about it. And now I've talked about it, and I'm going to move on because this has been a fun journey. I've learned a lot. I have gotten a lot out of it, genuinely. And also I'm exhausted. Like, this process of going through these videos has been positive. I would do something like this again. And also, I'm really tired. It took a lot to go through this. So I think next week I'm either going to take a break from Naruto or I'm going to do a stream where we talk about, I actually, if I have time this week, I'm going to prep a stream where we talk about general philosophy stuff, because this came up, somebody mentioned before, like, I think it was Shinigami, right? Terms like, fucking argument from ignorance versus, modus ponens and stuff like that. They can be confusing, and I get confused about them too. I need to double check myself sometimes. So I think maybe next week we'll do a stream where we stick with the philosophy bit and we just go over some terms and look for examples of arguments in the series and have another chill, like, pseudo-philosophy discussion. But for now, let me catch up on chat. Being obviously hyperbolic, even though it also has a 90% prior probability to be literal. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, sorry, I missed the message as well. Dr. Strangle says, and Sage has demonstrated this to be true because he's willing to access the claims of the databook and update the probability to be likely untrue, shown by his example of Guy having infinite punches. Yeah, exactly. So, like, the data is there. You're willing to and capable of reviewing it and all that shit, so fucking do it, Caramel Mama Writer strikes again. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just something to be aware of. Fought for an entire day, but yeah, Hashirama stomps Madara at every point in time. Yep. Yeah, clearly there's a bit of a contradiction there. LMAO, it literally says he was off guard. Yep, exactly. He took advantage of a lapse in his guard. That is, again, that's not necessarily some kind of, like, end-all defeater to the whole argument, but it's context, and the context is important. Such an asshole, yeah. I'll never be convinced otherwise. That's fair, and you are well within your rights to come to that conclusion. Dr. Strangle says, literally a Looney Tunes soul leaving their body and pulling it back with a no, you don't. Yeah. That's actually a really good example, dude. Okay. Well, I want to say thank you to everybody who stopped by, who participated in the... Oh, wait, hang on. Burden so low that even if you are 100% sure of which side won the debate, that you would still feel like, yeah, I don't have a reason to believe it's true. Better check the sources myself. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? It's like... This shit is freely and publicly available. I don't see the point of, like, trying to misrepresent it. It just seems like a waste of everybody's goddamn time, but whatever. makes for interesting conversation, I suppose. So yeah, thank you to everybody, not only who stopped by this this evening in particular and showed support, but also who's come with me on this journey over the past few streams talking about Hashirama. It's been fun, it's been informative, it's been exhausting, but I'm glad we did it, and I was very glad to share this stuff with you. I think unless he does another video that's on my like a multiverse Naruto or something like that, I think should probably leave Sage alone for a little while. Like, I think I've said enough about my perspectives on his content. I think I've made my point. I'm open to a dialogue. I'm actually not 100% opposed to having a debate or to joining the debate tournament. I have to think about whether or not that'd be good use of my time, but especially while I'm crunching now. But I hope that at some point I'm able to have a positive, gently competitive dialogue with somebody about this stuff, because I think it would make sense to try and convince people through a direct dialogue eventually. I'm willing to acknowledge that that's something that I find a little intimidating, but that I should probably try to try out to see if I can level up a little bit, and learn and help other people learn. So I'll consider that. And in the meantime, oh yeah, Abstract, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you not only like stopping by, but like sticking with me through this whole fucking journey, man. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for the kind words. So yeah, hope you guys got some enjoyment out of it. I'll post timestamps tomorrow for the sections, because obviously there was a lot of chatting and stuff like that for people who want to skip around. And then I will see you on Thursday. I'm gonna post a poll tomorrow or Tuesday about what game we play on Thursday. I kind of want to try something, but I'm a little nervous that it might come across as weird. So basically, there's a new game coming out called I Am Jesus Christ, and as a game developer and as an atheist, I am very fascinated by how we take like a story that is obviously so important and so deeply significant to so many people and put it into a video game, because that seems like extremely crass and weird, but also it feels like the developers are really sincere and they genuinely want to have it be positive. So I would like to give it a try and try to go in a non-derogatory sense and just see what they're doing. But also I worry that like the act of doing that in and of itself would seem disrespectful, and that's not like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm Mr. Smart Atheist, look at your Christian game, it's so dumb, look how smart I am. Like, I don't want to do that at all. So I'm gonna ask if people want it. If not, we're gonna do not Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom instead, and just like have a more normal stream. Regardless, thank you so much for your time. Have a great night, and I will see you on Thursday. Bye bye.